Ted Williams, the Baseball Hall of Famer known as the greatest hitter who ever lived, dies in Inverness, Florida. As his oldest daughter grieves for her father, she discovers the shocking fate of his remains.
I contacted the Boston Globe and the Boston Herald to alert them that something was going on with Ted's body. That's when all hell broke loose.
A revelation that will launch 2 startling court cases.
Why would a child not be able to know how her father ended up somewhere?
And turn her family against one another.
People die in families, all kinds of strange things happen. But this is one of the stranger ones.
July 5th, 2002. Famed Red Sox slugger Ted Williams dies of cardiac arrest at the age of 83.
I always say that the biography of Ted Williams is the only biography outside of the Bible where the subject dies and there's still more to read. When Ted died, it just all went very strange.
What happens next will stun sports fans around the world and tear apart the 3 children Ted left behind. 3 years earlier, Ted's daughter Bobby Jo moves to Florida to be near him in his final years. Bobby Jo is the oldest of his 3 children, born to his first wife in 1948 at the height of his fame.
Bobby Jo was always the little princess to me. She was like royalty.
Bobby Jo's relationship with her father is complicated. She does not see him in the final year of his life, and she is not with him when he dies. Instead, someone from the hospital calls with the news. Ted's other 2 children have deliberately kept her in the dark. John Henry and Claudia Williams, whose mother was Ted's 3rd wife, never contact Bobby Jo and refuse to respond to her calls.
Bobby Jo had no part in what happened after her father's death. It was all a fait accompli before she even found out that he was dead.
No one from Ted's house would give Bobby Jo any information.
Why wouldn't her younger half-siblings keep her in the loop? Shocked by their refusal, Bobby Jo appeals to attorney John Heer for help.
I tried unsuccessfully to get information from the spokesperson for John Henry and Claudia Williams. When I did reach him, all he told me was that John Henry and Claudia had instructed him to tell Bobby Jo nothing.
Meanwhile, Bobby Jo's friend at the hospital contacts her to report a strange series of events unfolding.
We learned from the hospital staff that Ted's body was being put on ice and injected with blood thinner. We also learned that the funeral home director had signed Ted's body out of the hospital, but we did not know where Ted's body was or what was happening to it.
Desperate for answers, Bobby Jo and John seek help from the only outlet they can think of, the media.
I contacted the Boston Globe and the Boston Herald to alert them that something was going on with Ted's body. That's when all hell broke loose.
Thousands of miles away, Ted's nephew and namesake learns with shock of the baseball legend's death. Ted Williams, named for his famous uncle, is astonished by what's being revealed in headlines across the country.
Ted's will stated quite clearly that he wanted to be cremated and his ashes distributed in the Florida Keys.
Ted was an avid fisherman, and his favorite spot for fishing was in the deep waters off the Florida coast. That's where he wanted his ashes spread, but he didn't get his last wish.
Instead, in a shocking turn of events, as soon as their father is dead and before his executor can process his will, Ted's youngest children place a call to a company in Arizona. The company, Bobby Jo soon learns, takes the body it collects to a laboratory and freezes them in liquid nitrogen.
John Henry and Claudia made arrangements to have his body cryogenically preserved for possible revival sometime in the future.
A devastated Bobby Joe makes the shocking announcement to the media that her father's body has been sent to Arizona for cryonic preservation, despite the explicit instructions in his will, which he had shown her 2 years earlier.
The general fan reaction, the general reaction of guys who played with Ted, people who knew Ted, was, oh my God, what a terrible thing this is.
Most of the public was surprised and maybe a little angry at this idea and instinctively sided with Bobby Joe.
In order to rally support, Bobby Joe uses the media spotlight to remind the public of her father's extraordinary sports legacy. Ted Williams was a national icon, a baseball legend, a war hero, and a renowned philanthropist.
I always tell people, most famous people you meet are disappointments. You know, they're shorter than you thought they were. They're quieter than you thought they were. There's something that's lacking when you finally meet them in person. But Ted Williams was a guy that was exactly what you thought your hero should be.
Ted's rookie year begins in Boston in 1939, playing for the Red Sox.
The Red Sox had been terrible in the 1920s and the 1930s. They were in last place almost every single year for a full decade. And this coming out of a time that they'd been a very successful team in a baseball-hungry city. So Boston was looking for a savior of some kind.
Ted Williams was that savior. In his first year, he sets a rookie record, driving in 245 runs.
No one has ever done that since. It still stands all these years later as a rookie record for runs batted in.
In the following years, Ted fulfills his early promise and then some. In 1941, just 3 years into his major league career, he finishes the season with an unheard-of batting average, .406.
The news media at the time was only the newspaper. There was no radio or certainly television at the time. But it was tremendous. I mean, I've gone back and read those papers, and just he was receiving more fan mail before he ever played a single game in Boston than the whole team put together.
Ted's career is twice interrupted by military service, first during World War II, and then completing a heroic tour during the Korean War.
He got into jets because they were the best. One of his fellow pilots was John Glenn, who of course became famous as an astronaut. They were, the VMF 311 was the elite squadron in the Marine Corps, and he and John Glenn were 2 of the 30 people in that squadron. He was that good at it. Another indication of how dedicated he was. When he decided he was going to try to learn something, he wanted to be the best at it that he could be.
Despite being away from baseball for 5 years during his prime, Williams is still at the top of his game when he returns to the field.
I really believe that almost anything Ted set his mind to, he could excel at. He did at the 3 things that he picked out: baseball, fishing, flying jets. The guy that was his Marine Corps instructor, Bill Churchman, when Ted came back to fly in the Korean War, once told me, he said he thinks Ted could do anything. He said if Ted decided he wanted to be a brain surgeon, that he could have been one of the best brain surgeons that ever been. If he wanted to become a nuclear scientist, he could have done that and been one of the best. It was just a way, when he decided it was something that he really cared about, he honed in on it, he focused on it, he studied it, and he studied it, and he studied it. And he just worked it the best he could.
But Ted Williams was more than a baseball legend and war hero. He was also a great humanitarian. He became a particularly generous supporter of cancer research and clinics after his beloved younger brother Danny was diagnosed with leukemia.
My Uncle Ted basically supported us and paid all my father's medical bills for a couple of years and kept him alive as best he could.
After Danny's tragic death in 1960, Ted helped launch the Jimmy Fund for the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute.
Ted really became dedicated to the cause. He quickly became their leading fundraiser. He also befriended a number of the children that had cancer. If you want to do charity work as a baseball player or any kind of celebrity, you can pick things that are less gruesome than befriending children who had a 90% chance of dying. But he picked the families and the children that were kind of the most imperiled in our society. I mean, kids that were, in Ted's day, when he was starting out, if you were diagnosed with leukemia, they typically sent you home from the hospital and said, there's nothing we can do. And Ted reached out to those families.
Ted remained a lifelong humanitarian. While his baseball career stretched over 2 decades, incredibly, he led the league in hitting in his 40s and finished the final game before his retirement with a home run. To this day, he remains the last hitter to bat over 400.
He always said, I want to be known as the greatest hitter who ever lived. And it seems to me that he fulfilled his prophecy.
Bobby Joe makes a plea to the public that her father's extraordinary legacy as an athlete and a philanthropist should not end with a betrayal of his final request.
I think Bobby Joe, as the eldest daughter, was really just searching to find out how her father got there against his will. Plus, she was fighting to have his will honored.
With public opinion on her side, Bobby Joe is ready to face off against Claudia and John Henry. But soon, a new piece of evidence will change everything.
It's amazing to me that in the end, his fate came down to 1 or 2 lines just scrawled on this piece of paper with the oil stain.
At the age of 83, famed Red Sox hitter Ted Williams leaves behind a will requesting that his ashes be scattered off the coast of Florida. Instead, his son John Henry and youngest daughter Claudia submit his body for cryopreservation. Convinced her father's wishes have been violated, 10 days after his death, Williams' oldest daughter, Bobby Joe, sits down for mediation with her half-siblings and the executor of her father's will, Albert Cassidy. She pleads to have their father's remains returned home. Sadly, the mediation fails. Though Ted's will has not yet been filed, having seen it 2 years earlier, Bobby Joe is adamant that he wanted cremation, while John Henry and Claudia claim he had since decided to be cryopreserved. Ted's executor, Albert Cassidy, is now torn between the 3 children. Only he knows the contents of Ted's will, and Ted's body has already been shipped off. Cassidy petitions the court for advice on what to do. And then, coincidentally, John Henry finds a crucial piece of evidence that supports his claim in the back of his own car.
A week later, John Henry and Claudia filed a motion asking the court to rule that Ted wanted to be frozen.
Attached to the motion is a new piece of evidence, which the 2 siblings claim refutes the cremation request in their father's will. It is a crumpled, oil-stained scrap of paper on which 2 sentences have been scrawled. J.H.W., Claudia, and Dad all agree to be put into biostasis after we die. This is what we want, to be able to be together in the future, even if it is only a chance. All 3 signatures are scribbled at the bottom of the paper.
The whole case seemed to hinge on this greasy note, which was buried in the back of John Henry's car for months until it was, realized that maybe it was important.
It was like that this is our legal proof that Ted wanted everything, so shut up and go away, I think.
Claudia and John Henry allege that the 3 of them signed the pact when Ted underwent open-heart surgery in 2001, a year before his death.
I think that Ted did it because of his love of his son and his daughter Claudia. Probably wasn't an original idea on Ted's part, but it was something that John Henry explaining to Ted that if it was possible to bring someone back years from now, maybe we'll be able to spend more time together at that point in time.
But Bobby Joe immediately challenges the validity of the note, and Claudia and John Henry's lawyer submits it to a handwriting specialist for analysis.
If you even look at it, it looks bogus. There's a big Ted Williams signature, like an autograph, in the middle of the paper, and little handwriting all around it with other signatures.
As they await the verdict, the media reports the strange new turn of events, intensifying the spotlight on the three siblings. Though the conflict now threatens to tear them apart, in truth, there never was much holding the children together. Ted Williams, the famous baseball player, was also infamous for his failed personal relationships and prickly temper with fans and reporters.
Ted did have kind of a dark side at times, and he had this anger that would boil up inside him.
He was a tempestuous kind of a diva kind of guy, always fighting with the fans, fighting with the sports writers, outspoken. He to find success, I think he had to have conflict going on, and his whole thing was, well, I'll show those SOBs. I'll go, you know. So the more that people yelled at him, the better he performed, and he set up confrontations everywhere, and his life was just filled with that.
But it was those closest to him who suffered the most.
He had 3 wives. None of them lasted all that long. Clearly, he wasn't the best husband in that regard.
And perhaps not the best father either. After the divorces, Ted's children saw their father only intermittently.
There was one time, a friend and I were visiting Ted, and all of a sudden, for no apparent reason, something crossed his mind. He just said, you know, I was a crummy husband and a lousy father.
I think he was better at things than he was with people. He understood other things better, fishing, hunting, baseball, you know, mechanical things, flying. You know, that's where he lived. I'm not sure he lived in relationships.
At the 1993 memorial service for Ted's final romantic partner, Louise Kaufman, the 3 children meet for the first time. Though John Henry had met Bobby Joe once before, this was the first meeting between Claudia and her older half-sister. By the end of the day, Claudia believes that she and John Henry have finally begun a relationship with their long-lost sister. But by 2002, the siblings are divided forever by the conflict over the disposal of their father's body and the validity of a torn, oil-stained piece of paper.
There was a legal issue joined. There are 2 documents on either side. One is a more formal will, and then one is a casual note that was written much closer to the time of death.
The handwriting analyst concludes that the signature is unquestionably the signature of Ted Williams. So Albert Cassidy takes immediate action, and it will change the course of everything to come. He withdraws his earlier petition for guidance and sides with John Henry and Claudia. In his mind, the conflict is now settled, and the court can get on to the business of executing the will.
By dismissing the case, Al Cassidy took the dispute out of the hands of the court.
It's amazing to me that in the end, his fate came down to 1 or 2 lines just scrawled on this piece of paper with the oil stain.
A handwritten agreement carries a lot of weight over a pre-existing will, because the executor does not necessarily have to follow the instructions of the deceased when it comes to the burial instructions. Often, possession is really 9/10 of the law. Whoever has the body can more or less decide how the deceased will be buried.
But Bobby Joe is far from satisfied. To her, a dirty scrap of paper should not override a signed, witnessed will and testament. So she approaches John here again.
You know, I spoke to Bobby Joe on the phone when she first started this fight. And my advice was, cremated or in the ground or frozen, the results are the same. He's gone. I don't know if this is a battle worth taking on.
But Bobby Joe is ready to do whatever it takes to get her father's body back. And so she files her own petition to the court to do just that. Sadly, with Ted's will now filed, there are even more shocking surprises in store.
Ted was not happy with the way Bobby Joe's life had turned out, and so he cut her out in the end.
After the death of baseball hero Ted Williams, his children are pitted against each other in a battle to determine his final wishes. Convinced her father wanted to be cremated and not stored in an Arizona cryonics lab, Ted's oldest daughter, Bobby Joe, petitions the court to have his body returned. While Bobby Joe is preparing for a legal battle with her half-siblings over their father's remains, Ted's executor, Albert Cassidy, files Ted's will with the court, and its contents are shocking.
Ted left his estate to his kids, and that's the natural order of things. But, his first daughter, Bobby Joe, was excluded.
Except for an irrevocable trust from 1986 that is to be split between the children 10 years after Ted's death, Bobby Joe will inherit nothing. Immediately, Claudia and John Henry file a motion for summary judgment, basically asking the court to dismiss Bobby Joe's petition for her father's body, arguing that since she was excluded from Ted's will, she doesn't have standing. After all, how could Bobby Joe possibly know what her father wanted? She hadn't even seen him in the last year of his life.
Ted was very, very close to John Henry and Claudia the later years of his life. Claudia lived in his home much of the time. John Henry had a separate place, but he was with Ted almost every day. So they were very, very close. Bobby Joe was not. She was estranged.
From the very beginning of Bobby Joe's life, Ted seemed less than enthusiastic about his new role as a father. Famously, the day of her birth in Boston, Ted was fishing in Florida.
Ted always did what Ted wanted to do. When Bobby Joe was born, he was fishing down in Florida. He didn't respond real quickly to the birth of Bobby Joe back in Boston, and didn't show up till 5 days later, and then saw Bobby Joe and then went back fishing again. And he got slammed for that.
The newspapers not only got him coming, but also going. He was late to arrive, and then, well, why is he leaving so soon? Why you do this every time?
It was an ominous start to what would prove a stormy relationship with his oldest daughter.
Bobby Joe was born in the middle of his celebrity as a baseball player, and she was on the pictures of the Boston tabloids, and she was like, the president's daughter or something, and for her first years of her life. And then there was the split, and he saw her less and less, and he always tried to keep it going, but she grew up a bit troubled and would have fights with him, and he didn't do well with people who had fights with him.
Ted wanted all his kids to go to college and was greatly disappointed when instead, by the age of 18, Bobby Joe is married and pregnant with a child of her own. But despite their differences, the headstrong father and daughter maintain a relationship. And then, in 2000, he showed Bobby Joe his will.
Ted had given some financial assistance to Bobby Joe through the years, and Ted was not happy with the way Bobby Joe's life had turned out. And he found that she had spent some of the money that he had given her. She had spent it in ways that he didn't want her to spend it. And so he cut her out in the end.
This is a case of much ado about nothing. When Ted was healthy and still had his faculties, he sat Bobby Joe down and explained to her what he was going to do with his will. He explained that he had taken care of her much of her life. He also explained that John Henry and Claudia didn't have careers and couldn't provide for themselves. So he was going to provide for them in his will and not Bobby Joe. Bobby Joe understood that completely.
Bobby Joe and her husband leave their home in Nashville and move to Ted's neighborhood to be near him in his final years. But in the last year of her father's life, she calls to make arrangements to bring him his birthday cake and presents. And John Henry informs her that Ted has forbidden her to ever visit him again.
She was happy in Nashville. She didn't want to go there, but she went because she knew it was the end of her father's life, and then she was excluded from the family.
Ted's mysterious rejection of his oldest daughter lasts until his final days. Even as he lies dying in the hospital, her half-siblings stop her from seeing him. 11 months later, Ted Williams is dead. Their past differences aside, Bobby Joe is determined to defend her father's last wishes.
I really don't know why Bobby Joe fought it so hard. I mean, part of me wants to think just for a simple decency kind of reason that she thought it was kind of ghoulish to have her father frozen.
John Henry felt, that she was basically a gold digger, trying to get more money out of the estate and/or out of John Henry or Claudia.
Bobby Joe wasn't after money. There was no money to get. She had already been excluded from the estate, and she knew that. She was fighting to get her father what he wanted, what he asked for, because she loved her father.
As the weeks drag on, Bobby Joe faces a difficult decision.
She had run out of money and had a lot of bills she couldn't pay.
The legal costs for the local council were mounting into the tens of thousands of dollars. I wasn't charging for much of what I was doing for them, but the legal costs, were more than Bobby Joe could afford.
At this rate, Bobby Joe will be bankrupt before the case goes to court. To keep her fight going, she sets up a website appealing for donations. Getting her father's body back may come down to money. And it's money she'll soon discover that may have been motivating her half-brother all along.
There's no question that Ted and John Henry were inseparable, but was he a devoted son or a controlling tyrant?
Bobby Joe, the oldest daughter of Red Sox legend Ted Williams, is embroiled in a fierce legal battle with her half-siblings and the executors of her father's estate, but she's running out of money. Slowly, funds trickle in from friends and fans of the famous slugger, many of whom are outraged by news of his internment at the Arizona laboratory. But it is not enough to meet the mounting legal costs.
There were people that made donations, I don't think anywhere near what she was hoping for or needed to pursue legal action to great lengths.
The legal fund that we started raised a grand total of about $3,000. It really didn't help much.
Facing potential bankruptcy, Bobby Joe finally agrees to discuss a settlement. The estate agrees to expedite the release of the 1986 trust fund split between the three children, instead of waiting until 10 years after Williams' death as the trust term stipulated. Her share, worth more than $200,000, will enable her to pay her outstanding legal bills and ensure she never has to deal with her half-siblings again.
She had wasted all this money fighting this, just trying to find out how her father got there.
I can say this with confidence. If we had had more resources, we would have won.
But Bobby Joe is unwilling to sign anything until one final nagging concern is put to rest.
One of the first things that people began to do is accuse John Henry of trying to profit from his father over time by selling slices of his DNA.
We could raise a future of great baseball players.
Could John Henry have planned to sell DNA to sports fans eager to clone the legendary Ted Williams? This possibility does not sound entirely far-fetched to sports fans and journalists who have spoken out in the past about John Henry's eagerness to capitalize on his father's fame. Just before his death, Williams pulled strings to get his son a spot on the Red Sox farm team, launching a short and mostly disappointing stint in the minor leagues for John Henry.
He always seemed that he wanted to be able to get his father's approval on things from the time he was a young boy all the way up until the day he died. And I think that was one of the things he felt, even though his dad had passed, that his dad would feel pretty good about him being able to play professional baseball.
He spent a lot of time trying to play baseball to make the genes kick in, but he was kind of doomed to not be able to do that.
This was the culmination of a long-standing trend in the father-son relationship. John Henry spent his life lingering in William's shadow.
I think he was very proud to be Ted Williams' son, but I think it was very tough to be Ted Williams' son.
When John Henry was only 4 years old, Ted split up with his mother and after that became a fleeting yet formidable presence in his youngest children's lives.
He would see him in the summers and they would come down to Florida and he was kind of a tough, demanding parent when he was a parent. You know, he would want things to be his way. And he did always have things his way.
It's not until John Henry grows up that he forges a close and lasting relationship with his father. While Claudia retreats from her father's fame, remaining a loving daughter but preferring to make her own way in the world, John Henry's life grows increasingly intertwined with his father's.
I think that the last few years that he was with his dad, it really filled a lot of holes that he had missed in his life earlier with his dad, when his dad wasn't around, and he really wanted his dad to be around.
When Ted grew older, a couple of bad things happened to him. Number one was he had a bad experience in the memorabilia market, and he had a partner, and the partner wound up stealing all the money. Bad thing number two, he had a series of strokes that left him disabled. He was kind of half blind. He was in tough shape. And John Henry, his son, stepped in and took care of both of these problems.
I don't really think that John Henry was as interested in any personal gain from the memorabilia business that they put together. I think it was more to make sure that everything was authentic and that it kept the honor of his legacy.
But others are not so sure.
He rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
John Henry would bring in piles and piles of stuff for his father to sign, and his father would sign them. And this was when his father had the couple strokes and tired out easily, and some of the caretakers thought that John Henry was a bit oppressive with all of that, and some of Ted's friends thought that also.
He was so aggressive in his father's defense, I think that some of the memorabilia dealers and people in the autograph business were offended because he accused a lot of them of having, counterfeit merchandise and so forth, and that anything to be authenticated had to be bought from Ted Williams' family.
It was all about what John Henry wanted, which was money and control.
I didn't see that as anything more than a son caring for his father.
Whether John Henry was a devoted son or a profiteering opportunist, it was his desire to protect his father that troubled others most.
John Henry cut down on the number of people who had access to Ted, and a lot of friends found themselves out in the cold. And John Henry, in his own defense, would always say, he's only got so much energy, and we're cutting out people that would be just too much for him to see.
Did John Henry come to consider Bobby Jo one of those people? She claims that in 2001, while her father was hospitalized for open-heart surgery, she received a call from her half-brother. Bobby Jo alleges, in an open letter on her website, that it was during that phone call that John Henry mentioned cryonics for the first time. She said he told her he thought it was a good idea for their father, and, she claims, added, "Wouldn't it be neat to sell Dad's DNA?" There are lots of people who'd pay big bucks to have little Ted Williams running around. Bobby Joe rejected the idea as contrary to their father's wishes.
There apparently had been talk of this while Ted was still alive, and Ted called it complete bullshit and refused to have anything to do with it. Apparently Bobby Joe, because she also wouldn't support it, was excluded from the family.
A few months later, John Henry, who has his father's power of attorney, informs Bobby Joe that she's barred from ever seeing Williams again.
She told me many times towards the end she felt her father was calling her on the phone. She'd answer the phone and nobody would be there, or the phone would get hung up. And she thought it was her father trying to reach her, and they weren't letting him talk to her.
John Henry had a great love for his father, and the things he did were for him.
Whether or not Bobby Joe is right about John Henry's intentions, in her settlement agreement, she prohibits him and the cryonics company from ever selling or distributing Williams' DNA, and in exchange, promises her silence on the subject of her father's remains. But then, in a startling twist, evidence comes to light suggesting that Ted's remains may have met a more disturbing fate than Bobby Joe ever imagined.
They're not trained medical people. They're not scientists. They're zealots.
After bowing out of a legal battle over her father's final resting place, Ted Williams' oldest daughter, Bobby Joe, is about to learn the horrifying details of what has since been done to her father's remains. 1 year after his father's death, John Henry is still keeping one final secret. The debt for his father's cryonisation costs remains unpaid. In August 2003, 1 year after Ted's death, Sports Illustrated publishes an article that claims John Henry is yet to pay the $111,000 balance on his father's $136,000 cryonics bill. But that is the least of the shocks revealed by the article.
People die in families, all kinds of strange things happen, but this is one of the stranger ones. Horror stories were just beginning.
The article alleges that due to an administrative mix-up, Ted was mistaken for a participant who only wanted his head preserved. As a result, Ted's head was decapitated.
They present themselves as this, high-tech, scientific, medical procedure, and it's kind of a bunch of guys that have just, in their garage invented ways of doing things that, they're not trained medical people. They're not scientists. They're zealots.
The news of this gruesome account travels around the world like a gunshot, causing an outrage among Ted's friends and family.
At the time this was unfolding, I was shocked and surprised, but I didn't want to get involved. And the more and more it went on, the more upset I got.
But for Bobby Joe, this horrible discovery has a silver lining. The Sports Illustrated article also claims that the cryonics company has no document on file with Ted Williams' signature, consenting to the donation of his body.
In order to do what they do, the cryonics company must rely on a law called the Uniform Anatomical Gift Act. In other words, they say that their patients donate their body and body parts to the cryonics company. In Arizona, the version of the Anatomical Gift Act requires that the cryonics company provide the document of gift to any interested person who requests it.
Without a document of gift, the only evidence of Ted's true wishes was his signature on the note produced by John Henry, and even that signature is in question. Many of those closest to Ted had wondered for years how he managed to pump out so many autographs as his health began to fail.
A bunch of people would say that John Henry was signing a lot of Ted's stuff, and who's to say?
Could John Henry have forged his father's signature? Or, alternatively, could the signature have been authentic and the note a fraud?
Many family members, friends, caregivers told stories about how John Henry had forced Ted to warm up his signature on scrap pieces of paper before he officially signed anything that was going to be sold.
Could the infamous note expressing Ted's wish to be cryogenically preserved have been added after his death to one of these practice autographs?
I think it's a little sketchy. There were no witnesses, no nothing. It was just Ted's signature. You could have written that after, you could have just had Ted's signature on a piece of paper and written whatever you wanted to write. And I wanted to have my body taken to the moon. Okay, goodbye, see you later.
In an open letter on her website, Bobby Joe mentions one final event that she alleges took place, an event that reinforced her darkest suspicions. Bobby Joe claims to have learned from a nurse that 5 days after Williams died, John Henry called the hospital. He wanted to know what date Williams had had the surgery that allegedly inspired him to sign the infamous Cryonics Pact.
John Henry had access to dozens, if not hundreds, of practice autographs that Ted made on those scraps of paper. He could easily have taken one, written out this pact in handwriting, put down a date, called or paged the nurse to find out that he actually got the date wrong, had to cross out the date. Then he would have gotten Claudia's signature on it, and it would have made it look like it was all done in one day.
At the mediation, John Henry produced the oil-stained note for the first time.
All of a sudden, John Henry, from the back of his car, pulls out this piece of paper that has Ted's signature on the bottom and says that this was what he wanted.
More sure than ever that something fraudulent has taken place, Bobby Joe tries one final tack. She has her attorney send John Henry a letter requesting the document of gift on her behalf. If he can produce it, it will corroborate the oil-stained note and answer the question once and for all of what her father really wanted. But John Henry's attorney refuses and further discloses that John Henry has been diagnosed with leukemia, the very disease that cost Ted's brother Danny his life. Now, 2 years after Ted's death, his only son is undergoing a bone marrow transplant donated by Claudia, fighting for his life.
In 2003, I believe it was August of 2003, he had to stop playing because he just was getting too fatigued too easily. And that's when he went in for additional tests, and that's when he found out at that time, which would have been end of August, beginning of September, that he did have leukemia.
Meanwhile, dismayed by all that has unfolded since their uncle's death, 2 of Ted Williams' nephews take up in Bobby Joe's cause.
Bobby Joe had ceased her fight to get the will accepted and the freezing overturned. She then kind of turned to, I just want to know what happened. I want to see the papers. I want to know how my father got there. And she wasn't able to get that. So that made me very angry. Why would a child not be able to know how her father ended up somewhere?
Their patience exhausted, the 2 nephews reach a decision.
My brother and I offered to step up and become part of the search for the truth. And how did Ted Williams get to be frozen when his will said he wanted something else?
We fought to get the paperwork, but the cryonics company still refused.
And then, in March, news comes that John Henry has succumbed to his illness.
When I spoke with John Henry a week before he passed away, he felt that he was cured. He felt that he was going to be released by the doctors to be able to continue his training program. And so he was very positive, very much on a high, and he was excited to start up again.
Before his death, John Henry must have finally settled his unpaid bill, because following his father's path as always, John Henry's body is shipped to Arizona for cryonic preservation.
It was a final reaffirmation of how much he believed in it if he followed Ted into the refrigerator, I guess.
A week later, John here meets with his clients to finally finish what he and Bobby Joe started 2 years earlier.
Bobby Joe, Sam, and Ted Williams filed suit against the cryonics company in Arizona to force them to provide the document of gift.
Albert Cassidy, the executor of Ted's estate, does not want the issue of Ted's remains raised again. He warns Bobby Joe that her new suit violates the terms of her settlement.
She was out of the equation because of this agreement she had made.
When eventually Cassidy files a suit against Bobby Joe, she has no choice but to drop her own suit. But her cousins are now committed to carrying on her fight.
I was after the truth. It just didn't make sense to me. It didn't seem like something he would want. It didn't seem like something he would dream of. And I also know he was not a careless man. He wouldn't have left it. If it's truly what he wanted, he wouldn't have left it to this much uncertainty.
1 month later, the two nephews are awarded a court order demanding that the cryonics company turn over the document of gift. On December 30th, 2004, the company turns over a 30-page file that is missing one crucial item: a document of gift bearing Ted Williams' signature.
All of the documents that they produced, purporting to authorize the cryonic preservation, were executed after Ted died.
There was an incomplete application filled out by John Henry. I mean, incomplete as in almost not even anything included. Any information included, signed by John Henry and faxed 3 weeks later.
Those documents, or the lack of documents, prove that Ted never wanted to be frozen.
This was a John Henry fantasy, and Claudia kind of went along because he was the more dominant sibling, and because he could. He was in charge. He had been in charge for years.
Without a document of gift, it is impossible to know whether cryopreservation was truly what Ted wanted or not.
It wouldn't be surprising to me that if John Henry felt strongly about wanting something, that Ted would go along with it. Not unhappily even, just acquiesce, maybe even enthusiastic. I wasn't there, so I don't know.
But I think most people in the world think that that's the last thing Ted Williams ever wanted.
There's nothing illegal or unethical about the freezing. If children decide to do that to their parent, that's their right. The issue was more that Ted had his own wishes and his own desires for his ultimate end, and he didn't get that.
Maybe 100 years from now, maybe 200 years from now, Ted and John Henry will be walking down the street just laughing at all of us, you know? They'll be pulling up this show and watching it all over again, saying, look at those fools talking about this.
Maybe he will come back. In fact, I hope he does, and I hope he kicks John Henry's ass.
In the years since Ted's death, the tarnish of his memory has faded. Once again, people remember him as a great ball player and humanitarian.
It's unfortunate that somebody who had such success in so many areas of life couldn't be remembered simply for that. The things that are left with me when I think about Ted Williams' career in baseball are the way he really loved playing the game and the way he loved other people that played the game. There's a kind of a famous story about when he was asked a few years after he retired, if you could go back and do it again, what would you do? And his answer was, I'd take more batting practice, I'd get more swings in, I'd get more cuts at the ball.
To this day, the only paperwork supporting the donation of Ted's body for cryopreservation is the consent form that John Henry signed after his father was already dead. And so, the question remains, just whose wishes were fulfilled when the greatest hitter who ever lived was entombed in liquid nitrogen?
I think a lot of people just instinctively thought, oh, Ted Williams, national icon. How could he have this bizarre thing done to his remains? Whether that's what he wanted, we don't know. Certainly the two children closest to him, that's what they wanted, and they did prevail.
If the cryonic scientists are right, perhaps one day we'll be able to ask Ted Williams himself. Till then, the last hitter to bat 400 waits, frozen in a steel casket, not far from the remains of the man who signed his admission papers. His only son, John Henry. Aspiring author John Kennedy Toole is found dead at the age of 31. A decade later, he will become the first person to be awarded a posthumous Pulitzer Prize for his opus, A Confederacy of Dunces.
His plan was to stay in New Orleans, finish the book, and then become rich and famous. And unfortunately, it didn't work out that way.
He doesn't leave a will, leaving the rights to his unpublished work up for grabs.
She resolved that if the Tooles were going to have 50% of it, then it wasn't going to be published.
The battle begins, and the dreams of a son and his mother will leave a family divided. But is it a legacy worth fighting for?
The fact that so many A-list actors died while trying to make this one book into a film has led people to believe that there's a curse.
American publishing company Grove Press has just bought the paperback rights to A Confederacy of Dunces, a new book by New Orleans author John Kennedy Toole. After a small initial print run, the book is quickly becoming a critic's favorite.
One of the things that Confederacy does so well is it recreates the local color of New Orleans. And no one has ever captured New Orleans as successfully.
He hit it right on the head. That's one of the things New Orleanians either appreciate or don't like, because he was so accurate in his depiction of the people of the city.
It is doing so well that in April of 1981, it wins the highest literary honor possible.
Once A Confederacy of Dunces became a smash hit, Grove Press bought the rights, and then it won the Pulitzer, and all of this money came flooding in.
It even catches the attention of Hollywood.
The film rights for The Confederacy of Dunces were originally bought by a 23-year-old executive at Paramount named Scott Kramer, and he fell in love with it.
But despite all of Confederacy's success, the man who created one of the most colorful characters in American literature is not around to enjoy it. John Kennedy Toole committed suicide 12 years earlier. No one knows why this gifted young man took his own life, not even the woman closest to him, his mother, Thelma. Thelma DeCoing is born to an old Creole family in New Orleans in 1901. At an early age, she's a talented pianist and singer who dreams of one day living the high life. John Dewey Toole Jr., a descendant of Irish immigrants, is one of the smartest boys in his high school. Thelma marries him in 1925.
He was a mathematical genius, and when they married, Thelma just assumed that he was going to make a brilliant career, and they were going to play a very important part in New Orleans society.
But things don't go according to plan. Instead of pursuing a career as an engineer, her husband takes a blue-collar job.
Well, as it turned out, John was brilliant, but he had no ambition. He became a used car salesman. He was very generous and kind, but he never provided enough income. And Thelma was always absolutely furious about that.
Pretty early on in their marriage, it seems that the relationship started to sour a bit. Thelma felt that he had not achieved the potential that he should have, and part of that was that he had not brought in the income to live the lifestyle that she wanted to live.
Even though things aren't going well, Thelma desperately wants a baby. For over a decade, they try to conceive, but doctors tell her she will never be a mother. She doesn't give up, and at the age of 36, Thelma finally gets the good news she's been praying for. She's pregnant.
And in a lot of ways, he was kind of a miracle baby.
John Kennedy Toole is born on December 17, 1937. After the disappointment of her husband, Thelma throws all of her hopes into Ken.
Well, Thelma's relationship with her son, Kenny, is what they called him when he was born. She was enamored with him. She had not been pregnant for the first 10 years of their marriage. There's a great story that Ken used to tell, and that was that one day she was at a party, she had a few drinks, she slipped on some stairs, and whatever was preventing her from motherhood was dislodged. And she got pregnant shortly after that. And he sort of reveled in this accidental origin of his existence. Really from day one, she saw him as a genius. I mean, she talks about him from the first time she looked into his eyes. She knew, not just beautiful, he was a genius.
As I have often said, I was very fond of Thelma, and I was very glad she was not my mother.
Thelma becomes obsessed with honing his skills, filling his schedule with private lessons in French, drama, and etiquette. She chooses his friends and limits his contact with his Irish cousins.
Thelma was starstruck from an early age. She wanted to go into the theater. She wanted to be a star. This didn't happen, and so she decided that Ken was going to be her star.
Of course, when he got much older, this intensity and this compulsion to do something great was not only a motivating force, but the negative underside is that if it's not achieved, of course, then there's feelings of failure that are difficult to grapple with. That's not only personal failure, but a failure that he failed his mother and perhaps what his destiny was supposed to be.
Ken turns out to be exceptionally talented in the arts, and when he declares at 15 that he wants to become a writer, Thelma is thrilled. At age 16, he finishes his first novel. The book is a secret that even his mother does not know about. 3 decades later, it will spark a family feud.
He wrote the Neon Bible for a literary contest. When it didn't win first prize, he put it away and never thought about it again.
Despite this rejection, Ken still nurtures a desire to become a published writer and goes on to be a top student at Tulane University before obtaining a master's degree at Columbia. In the summer of 1960, he's an assistant English professor at University of Southwestern Louisiana. It is here that he meets Joel Fletcher, who was also working at the university.
As I recall, he stopped by the office and we had a nice chat, and then neither of us was very happy about being stuck in dusty, hot Lafayette for the summer. And we spent a lot of time in going out drinking in country bars, and we knew some of the same people, so we were often invited to parties, and we spent a good bit of time together that summer. He was great company.
Joel and Ken would often go out drinking together at bars like Le Bon Temps Roule and Moulette's, places that are still around today.
We talked about literature. We talked about Flannery O'Connor. We both admired her work, and Evelyn Waugh. And also, I often listened to Ken's imitations. He would do wonderful impersonations of people he knew on the campus faculty.
Sometimes eccentric colleague Bobby Byrne would also tag along. He would later become Ken's inspiration for the central character, Ignatius J. Riley, in A Confederacy of Dunces. After that summer, Toole decides to return to Columbia, New York to pursue his doctorate. But in 1961, he gets drafted into the Army. He is sent to Puerto Rico to teach English to Spanish-speaking recruits. Ken excels in his role as an Army man, advancing to sergeant in under a year. Despite his success, he is looking for something more.
She was going to stay in New Orleans for the Christmas holiday and New Year's and fly back on the first week of January. And he got to New Orleans, and he had already been contemplating, he saw the end of his time in the Army. He knew it was coming. He needed to make the next decision, what he was going to do next with his life.
Ken draws inspiration from his hometown.
He's looking about his city, and he recognizes New Orleans is one of the most beautiful cities in the world. Then he goes back to Puerto Rico. He's laying around in the sun, drinking rum, trying to think, again, what is he going to do with his life? And that's when the idea for the novel finally kind of took shape, and he started writing it.
Ken withdraws from the world and spends all of his free time feverishly typing away on a colleague's typewriter.
He starts in February or early March. By the end of that year, he had pretty much completed the book.
Set in New Orleans in the 1960s, the book revolves around Ignatius J. Riley, a 30-year-old highly educated but slothful man still living with his mother. When he's forced to find a job, he ends up interacting with many colorful characters. After Ignatius becomes a lucky dog hot dog vendor, his mother tries to have him sent to a mental institution.
The central character is a misfit, a very obviously bright man who can't seem to find his place in the community, even as he struggles going from job and task to task.
I think actually the creation of Ignatius is what has made Confederacy such a universal success.
With manuscript in hand, Ken is released after a 2-year stint in the Army. Instead of returning to New York, however, he agrees to move back in with his parents.
He came back to a very bad situation in New Orleans. His father was ill and had to stop working, and so Ken really became the sole support of his family. They were in really dire financial straits.
One of the reasons he agrees to return to his family's home is because of his ace in the hole, A Confederacy of Dunces.
He accepted a job teaching at Dominican College, and his plan was to stay in New Orleans, finish the book, and then become rich and famous. And unfortunately, it didn't work out that way.
Ken sends his book to Simon & Schuster, the largest book publisher in the U.S., who initially expresses interest in the manuscript. High-profile editor Robert Gottlieb praises the book, but says it needs some work. There must be a point to everything you have in the book, a real point, not just amusingness that's forced to figure itself out.
He saw some problems with the manuscript. There are some problems with the structure. He talks about Ignatius Riley being a bit out of control. The fact that Ken just decided to send the manuscript to Robert Gottlieb because he liked the books that Gottlieb published, and that somehow the editor reads it and corresponds for 2 years without an agent acting in between them, this would be unheard of today. It suggests that clearly Gottlieb saw talent in Toole and felt there was something he could do.
By this time, Ken is once again working as a teacher while pursuing another doctorate degree.
Was Ken happy being a teacher? If you talk to his students, it seemed that he loved lecturing. There was a feeling that he really wanted to bring the wonderful aspects of literature to the world, but it was not how he wanted to be defined. It was not the career that he wanted.
For the time being, he seems content enough working on the revisions sent by Gottlieb.
He wrote me 8 letters while he was writing Confederacy and kept me up in his plans.
I must say that 8 airmail letters and 1 hour-long distance call from Simon & Schuster later, I am still faced with revisions. Although I am wildly funny often, funnier than almost anyone else around, the book is too intelligent to be only a farce. Broken and leering toothlessly, I may yet be on some book jacket. Despite Ken's attempts at revisions, version after version of A Confederacy gets rejected. Gottlieb eventually writes that the book is essentially missing a plot.
There is one letter that happens about a year after they start their correspondence. Gottlieb was struggling a bit to guide Ken while still offering a critique. And so the letter kind of shifts with praise to critique, and he says, you know, at this point, the novel doesn't seem to be about anything. This seemed to hit Ken very hard. It's important to recognize as well that not only was Ken opening the letters, Thelma took out the letter and started berating Gottlieb, talking about these fools in New York City and their high-rise Manhattan towers, and they just don't recognize art, especially the genius of her son. That cut him pretty deep.
Ken becomes desperate and depressed, convinced his labor of love will never get published. He starts drinking, gains weight, and his normally well-kept appearance turns sloppy. While he seeks medical help for headaches, he does nothing about his depression. Paranoia sets in.
The earliest indication seems to be in 1967 when a friend of his that he was stationed in Puerto Rico with came down to New Orleans, and Ken was going to show him around town, but there were some odd behaviors that Ken had. He started driving through the French Quarter, and he looked in his rearview mirror and believed that a group of Catholic schoolgirls that he taught were chasing him.
He thought that somebody had stolen his novel and that people were following him, and he was showing all the classic signs of paranoia.
He leaves his job, making him, like his father, a disappointment to Thelma. They argue constantly.
Being a dutiful son, he felt a responsibility toward his parents, and he tried his best to fulfill it. It must have been hellish living with Thelma. She was so overpowering and so demanding.
He put complete stock in the novel so he could endure the situation. But once he gave up on the novel, once it was clear that, to him at least, he couldn't edit anymore and he kind of decided just to stop, then he found himself in a New Orleans with aging parents that he had to support. I think the prospects of his life appeared grim at that point.
One night in January 1969, Ken and Thelma have a particularly nasty fight.
I imagine it must have been intense, it must have been heated for him to walk away from everything. He walked away not only from his parents, but from his job and from the city that he had previously said, you know, he could only live in New Orleans. There was no other place for him.
Ken withdraws $1,500 from his bank account, hops in his car, and leaves town. Neither one knows it now, but this will be the last time that Thelma sees her son alive, and she will spend the rest of her life trying to establish his legacy.
She thrust this manuscript in his hands and said, "You must read this work of genius by my genius son."
After 6 years, aspiring author John Kennedy Toole has failed to get his book, A Confederacy of Dunces, published. After a particularly nasty fight with his mother, he leaves town. Nobody knows for sure where he goes, but Ken travels around the U.S. for 66 days.
From receipts that were found in the car, we know that he went to California, visited St. Simeon. He had a friend in the Bay Area, and he may have visited him. Then he drove back and went to Milledgeville, Georgia, where his great idol, Flannery O'Connor, was from. And that's sort of the vague trajectory, but who knows where he was and what he did and all those days he was gone. Perhaps he used the journey as it was a kind of farewell tour, trying to prepare himself to commit the act he had already decided on doing.
Thelma is beside herself.
There was a frantic concern and search for him, and he just didn't turn up. She called one of his high school friends that was living in Florida at the time, and just said, "Is he there?" And he said, "No, but I'm sure Ken would never do anything to harm himself or anyone else. Don't worry." And like any concerned mother, one could only imagine 2 months of not hearing from her son, no letter, no call, no indication of where he is. It must have been absolutely horrible.
Then, on March 26, 1969, police find his car off on a secluded road outside of Biloxi, Mississippi. A green garden hose runs from the exhaust pipe into the cabin. John Kennedy Toole's body lies inside.
David Kubok was a good friend of Ken's in the Army. In fact, Ken began writing Confederacy on a portable typewriter he borrowed from David. And David came to visit Ken after they got out of the Army. One afternoon, they drove across the lake and they went to Biloxi. And Ken pulled up into a lane and they sat there a few minutes, and David thought, well, this is very strange. This is an unremarkable spot. I wonder why Ken is showing me this. But of course, that turned out to be the very spot that he committed suicide in later.
In the car is a note labeled, "To my parents."
He wrote a note to his parents, and no one knows what's in it. And for some reason, Thelma decided to destroy it.
She never reveals its contents to anyone.
She told different versions to different people. She told me that it contained insane ravings. She told slightly different versions to other people. We'll never know what was in the note. I think it perhaps put her in a bad light.
Thelma is deeply ashamed of her son's suicide.
He was buried the day after they found his body. There were 3 people at his funeral: his mother, his father, and his childhood nanny. Now, that doesn't mean that no one wanted to come to the funeral, but it happened so quickly that there was no announcement sent out inviting people to the funeral.
Many of his close friends, like Joel Fletcher, were left in the dark.
I didn't hear about his death until several months after it happened. I think they sort of kept it quiet. They didn't publicize the fact that he had died. I was very sad. I thought, what a waste. How terrible.
You can imagine at the time that suicide, as well as a kind of mental illness, carried a stigma with it.
Ken doesn't leave a will, which entitles both of his parents to his estate. While he doesn't have much, he has left behind his future literary masterpiece, A Confederacy of Dunces. Unbeknownst to his mother, it's still sitting where he abandoned it years before, in his room. Thelma remains devastated.
Her reaction, the way she described it, was that she died. Those were her words. And in some ways, it seems she did. She talks about not really being aware of anything after that for 2 years.
Thelma blamed Robert Gottlieb for everything, feeling no guilt at all in whatever role she may have played in the tragedy. Gottlieb became the scapegoat who had destroyed her genius son.
She cited the letters as evidence that Gottlieb had, as she said, lifted him up to the highest heights and then began attacking him with vitriolic attacks. Yet, she couldn't publish the letters, so everyone depended on her version of the story. And so she was able to cast him as a villain.
Gottlieb thought the book was pointless, that it was just one humorous scene after another. He saw the humor but didn't feel the underlying truth, the underlying suffering and the misplacement. He had a habit, too, of pushing young writers, pushing and pushing and pushing. And of course, John Kennedy, too, was a fragile human being.
I have no doubt that the pressure of Robert Gottlieb's critique meeting with a lot of other different factors may have contributed to his psychological pressure, but I don't think he single-handedly destroyed Ken. There was no indication that Gottlieb was torturing him.
Others hold his mother accountable.
Thelma was Ken's best friend and worst enemy. They had a very close relationship. She was just demanding and overpowering, and I think she just sort of smothered Ken's life. I'm sure Ken felt that he could never live up to her expectations. I think it's an undoubted fact that Thelma played an enormous role in Ken's decision to kill himself.
By this time, Thelma's husband, John, is deaf, blind, and wheelchair-bound, and they are nearly penniless. John Dewey Toole dies in 1971, leaving Thelma a grieving mother, and now also a widow. One day, she discovers a manuscript in Ken's room. Inside, she finds the pages of dunces, and is determined to do what her son could not, get it published.
For a long time after it happened, she didn't want the book to be published because she thought it would just call attention to the fact that he had committed suicide, which was, of course, a terrible disgrace. But then one day, she decided that she had to get it published, and that's perhaps when you may say that she came to terms with her son's suicide and decided to take a positive action.
For the next 5 years, she sends the manuscript to publishers, dying a little inside every time it is returned. But she remains determined that her son's death will not be in vain.
Hers is a story of determination, of somebody going up against the odds in order to make sure that her son's memory and work is noticed. Not every day that a 70-year-old woman will go from one end of the country to another so that she could put it into the hands of every publisher that was anywhere near her.
In 1976, Thelma hears that renowned author Walker Percy is teaching at a nearby university. Percy, whose own life has been haunted by his grandfather's and parents' suicides, had published his first novel, The Moviegoer, in 1961. It won the National Book Award for Fiction in 1962. Thelma starts calling Percy regularly to see if he will agree to read her son's masterpiece. Percy manages to avoid Thelma until one day she shows up at his office.
She heard that Walker Percy, the novelist, was teaching at Loyola. She sat outside of Walker Percy's class room until he emerged, and then she sort of pounced on him, and she thrust this manuscript in his hands and said, "You must read this work of genius by my genius son." And Walker Percy was taken aback, but being a gentleman, he started reading the book, and to his astonishment, he discovered that he agreed with Thelma's belief that it was a work of genius.
Walker felt like he'd read a few pages and that would be the end of it. Apparently was overwhelmed by the book and was then very influential in getting the university here in Louisiana to accept it for publications.
In the meantime, Percy also turns to family friend Rhoda Faust. Rhoda is the owner of the well-known Maple Street bookshop and is trying to start her own publishing company. He tells her about Ken Toole's manuscript. Rhoda arranges a meeting with Thelma, who gives her a copy of Confederacy. Mesmerized by Ken's work, Rhoda tells her that she's interested in taking it on as her publishing company's first book.
Rhoda Faust was a friend of Walker Percy. There was some talk of Rhoda publishing it.
Rhoda was trying to help her get it published, and they were having trouble getting any publisher to agree. The concept was that Rhoda would publish it, but Rhoda would have to get, printing presses. And before she was able to do that, Walker Percy was able to get LSU to agree to publish the book.
Even though Rhoda knew the book could help propel her publishing company's career forward, she decides to step aside.
Thelma wanted to see Rhoda publish it, but Rhoda and Walker Percy agreed that they didn't want her to have to wait.
Around this time, Thelma also discovers the Neon Bible, the book that Ken had written for a contest when he was 16. As if to reward her for her loyalty, Thelma tells Rhoda that she can publish it. Rhoda reads the book and falls in love with it. What Rhoda doesn't realize is that within half a year, those good tidings will be a distant memory. Instead, the two women will be embroiled in a vicious lawsuit.
She could turn on you in a second.
The idea that they would get 50% of it, I think, it just was not acceptable to her.
After 6 years, the mother of deceased writer John Kennedy Toole has found a publisher for his masterpiece, A Confederacy of Dunces. But before Confederacy can be published, Thelma must convince her late husband's relatives to sign away their rights to the book.
Both Ken and his father died without wills. And according to bizarre Louisiana law, which is based on the Napoleonic Code, John Toole's brother got half his estate.
Under Louisiana law, when Ken's father died, if an asset was community property, then it would have been inherited by his mother, because community property is inherited by your spouse. But if it's separate property, then it's inherited by the relatives of the individual person who died. If he had done a will, I imagine he might have wanted to leave it to her, but he didn't have a will.
When Confederacy was about to be published, Thelma had to get the heirs, I think there were 3 nieces and 1 nephew, the descendants of John Toole's brother, to sign away their rights.
Thelma believes that if anyone should benefit financially from the book, it should be her, and her alone. She contacts her late husband's relatives. Thelma has always looked down on her husband's side of the family.
Thelma Toole had a pretty negative opinion of the Toole family.
Thelma came from a French Creole family. Her father was the clerk of court, I believe, in New Orleans, and knew many important people. She and her sisters were all very interested in the theater and in music, and it was a very cultivated background.
In contrast to her own privileged upbringing, Thelma views the Tooles as a family of uneducated laborers.
In letters, she talked about the old Toole money squeeze, where, according to her account, there were moments in their lives where the Tooles would ask Thelma and John for money, and she resented this. And in a large part, that resentment lasted for the rest of her life.
She called them unworthy people. At one point, she said, they're hairdressers, and they're people who buy secondhand Cadillacs.
Thelma approaches the Toole heirs with a contract giving her full rights to A Confederacy of Dunces. With an initial print of less than 2,000 copies, they never dream it will one day be worth a fortune.
Once they had read the manuscript and they realized that it didn't say anything bad about the family or anything like that, they didn't stop the publication. They had no idea what it would become. They didn't want to prevent Thelma in any way from benefiting from that.
After obtaining exclusive copyrights, Thelma is able to fulfill her dead son's wishes of seeing his book published. Good friend Joel Fletcher, who has returned to New Orleans after living in Europe, catches wind of the book's impending publication.
A friend of mine called and said, a friend of yours is having a novel published. I said, who's that? She said, his name is John Kennedy Toole. I said, well, Ken has been dead for 12 years.
After learning about Thelma's efforts to get Confederacy published, Joel decides to pay her a visit.
I parked my car and I went up and I knocked on the door. There was Mrs. Toole in her house dress with her walker, and I said, Mrs. Toole, I said, my name is Joel Fletcher. I said, I'm sure you don't remember me, but I was a friend of Ken's, and I'm just stopping by to tell you how pleased I am that his book is being published. And she said, come in, Joel, honey. She said, I was just thinking about you. And that was the beginning of our friendship.
The book is published months later, and by 1981, it's a success.
It used to puzzle me as to why it was such a universal success, and I think the key lies in the character of Ignatius.
almost hard to believe that John Toole is not Ignatius Reilly, because Ignatius Reilly seems to be such a fully fleshed out person in the book.
He created a great character that so many people can identify. He's one of the great characters in literature, like Don Quixote.
After the book wins the Pulitzer Prize, Thelma is interviewed by the likes of the New York Times and People magazine. She's asked to appear in parades, at book signings, literary soirees, and even on talk shows.
She would often use the phrase, "I'm walking in the world for my son."
She has finally reached her dream of becoming a part of the social elite.
She accepted all invitations. She was finally admitted into all the social circles of New Orleans that she had been excluded from for so many years. And she gave a series of readings. She had memorized long passages from Confederacy, and you didn't have to persuade her to perform.
But Thelma's inflated ego causes problems with Hollywood executive Scott Kramer. Back in 1980, Kramer bought the film rights to Confederacy and started the long and some say cursed journey of turning the book into a movie. The sale made Thelma rich and very demanding.
He was told by Walter Percy that she was going to be problematic, and he was entirely right.
Wanting to be more involved with the film process, Thelma begins contacting Kramer regularly.
She caught wind of Bumbershoot Productions being in town to, I guess, look around New Orleans and maybe get a feel for the city. And they never came to see her. And when she found this out, she writes this letter to Bumbershoot and tells them how upset and offended she is that they did not even come to pay their respects to her. But in that same letter, she also says that she has 20 years of theatrical training, and she would like to be a consultant on the film and perhaps even play a part like Irene Riley.
She had already bought her gown for the Oscars. She wanted to make sure that the dialect was done right, that the costumes were done right, the right locations were involved. Thelma did have a dramatic background, I guess, in every sense of the term, and she definitely thought that if she wasn't in the film, she would be able to help realize the other actors' performances. I can't think of a worse recipe for a disaster than to have a busybody running around the set trying to micromanage everything. She would have been a real pain on set with. I don't think they would have been able to shoot 10 seconds of film before she yelled cut.
Despite Kramer's enthusiasm, for various reasons, the movie has a difficult time getting made.
Scott Kramer lost the rights due to all of these shakeups in upper management in Paramount. After that, it went from studio to studio. Eventually, it went back to Bumbleshot Productions, which officially sold the rights back to Paramount in the early 90s. That's when Steven Soderbergh, Scott Rudin, and Scott Kramer got involved with the attempt to bring the book to screen starring John Candy.
Around the same time, Rhoda Foss tries to get Thelma to commit to giving her a go-ahead on publishing the Neon Bible. Thelma says she will decide who will publish the book at a later time. An undeterred Rhoda sends Thelma a letter reminding her of her promise.
So Rhoda stepped aside for the Confederacy of Dunces, but she was sure that this verbal agreement that she had with the Neon Bible would be binding and was going to hold Thelma to it.
Irritated by Rhoda's persistence, Thelma demands that Rhoda return the manuscript.
It started as a friendship, but as with many of Thelma's friendships, it turned sour. She could turn on you in a second.
Thelma also instructs Rhoda to send back the Ken and Gottlieb letters she'd lent her. Rhoda tells her that they are lost.
Rhoda claimed that one of her employees dropped the envelope in the street and it was lost, and Thelma never believed that. She was very angry at Rhoda.
Meanwhile, Thelma knows that before anybody can publish the Neon Bible, she must have permission from her late husband's relatives. Thelma once again approaches the Tooles to ask them to sign away their rights. Aware of the success of Ken's first book, this time they refuse to make the same mistake twice. They're ready to fight for what they say is rightfully theirs, even if it means taking their aunt to court.
They realized that they had signed away a great deal of money.
But Thelma won't go away easy. She is willing to do whatever it takes to ensure her son's legacy doesn't get tarnished by her husband's money-grubbing relatives.
She wrote letters to the governor and everyone else trying to get the law changed.
After the success of Pulitzer Prize-winning author John Kennedy Toole's A Confederacy of Dunces, a dispute has broken out over his last unpublished work, The Neon Bible. While his mother promised the manuscript to publisher Rhoda Faust, legally half of the book belongs to his late father's relatives.
They realized that they had signed away a great deal of money. And so when Thelma Toole announced that there was another novel that she was considering publishing, the Tooles were not willing to sign over the rights. Just on the face value of things, it is a little strange. The Louisiana law states that the mother of the son that has passed would have to split the rights 50% with the extended family of her husband, and we're talking at this point cousins and nephews, that would go 50-50. I mean, I can relate to that. I mean, I think that is a little odd. On top of that, Ken was in some ways her project. I mean, so the Genius novel was not only the great work of her son, in some ways it was her work as well, because the Tooles really had not been there for all the times that she was exposing him to literature, and because they didn't have that role in his life, I think she felt that they did not have a just place as part of the estate.
Fueled by her contempt and dislike of her husband's family, waging battle with them became a sad obsession in Thelma's last years.
Thelma copyrights the Neon Bible and does everything in her power to twist the law.
She wrote letters to the governor and everyone else trying to get the law changed.
In her letter to the governor of Louisiana, Thelma writes that the surviving Tooles are ordinary working people with no sound education, no vestige of culture, and interminable quarreling in their family circles. They are basically and truly unfit to represent my son and share the fruits of his highly gifted creative ability. Her attempts to change the law, however, are futile. The Toole heirs launch a lawsuit while Rhoda Faust hires an attorney.
Rhoda basically started a lawsuit for a couple of different reasons. First and foremost, she wanted the rights to publish this book. Now, she didn't have a written agreement, but she had in her mind a very firm, ironclad verbal agreement that she was going to enforce. If she wasn't going to be able to publish this book, she wanted some damages, mainly $250,000, which would be compensation for her losing the rights to publish this book.
Battling two lawsuits, Thelma, now 82, is growing weak. She makes Ken's childhood friend and poet Kenneth Holditch her literary executor, but her time is running out. 7 days after Rhoda Faust files her lawsuit, Thelma dies in August of 1984. She donates all of A Confederacy's royalties along with her son's personal effects and letters to Tulane University. But as promised, the Neon Bible gets left to Kenneth, along with one last dig.
Thelma states in her will she does not want the Neon Bible published.
She left her half of the novel to her friend, the English professor Kenneth Holditch, on the condition that he would never let it be published because she did not want her husband's unworthy relatives to profit from the genius of her son.
Holditch tries to uphold his promise, but the Tooles sue the estate.
Kenneth engages in a 3-year battle with the Tooles, who want to see the Neon Bible published.
I've only spoken to Harold Toole, and he didn't seem to be the way that Thelma would have described the Tooles. He obviously recalled many of the things that Thelma Toole said about the family, and he was not too pleased with that. He had a sense that because it was their legal right in Louisiana to be on that estate, that they really deserved that place on the Neon Bible.
By this time, Rhoda Faust has begun pleading her case in court.
Verbal agreements are very difficult agreements to prove at the best of times. Typically, when you have a he said, she said argument, you're looking for collaborating evidence. Was a third party present when this verbal agreement was made?
Rhoda uses evidence such as press releases and personal correspondence as proof that she had a legitimate agreement with Thelma. But the courts in Louisiana do not recognize the validity of the verbal contract, and Gerald P. Federoff of State District Court rules against Rhoda. She decides to appeal in 1987, but loses again.
Rhoda ends up losing at both the trial and on appeal for a couple of different reasons. The person she was trying to enforce the verbal agreement with had passed away. She had no collaborating witnesses. After all, anybody could issue a press release saying that they were publishing a book.
Even worse is the fact that the judges found Rhoda's testimony weak.
When she gets on the stand, the judges find her unconvincing, quote unquote, in whether or not she actually believes that this verbal agreement can be valid and binding. Rhoda's case basically collapsed. The question becomes, even if Rhoda had actually won this case against Thelma, would it have actually mattered? Would Rhoda have actually won the battle but lost the war if she had actually convinced the court that this verbal agreement between her and Thelma was enforceable? After all she would have had was half the rights to publish the Neon Bible, and she would have had to go to the Toole heirs for their other half.
The Tooles, however, win their case. A judge declares that the Neon Bible must either be published or the rights be put up for public auction.
The Tooles, after 3 years, are successful in having a judge order the partition of the book unless the parties can come to a settlement. In other words, the judge is saying to the parties, if you don't agree on how the book should be published, then the book will be split between Thelma's estate and the Tooles, and perhaps published separately.
Kenneth tried to respect her wishes, but when it came up before a judge, he said, she couldn't leave you the book because she only owned half of it. And so if you can't come to an agreement, we're going to put it up at a public auction as if it were a piece of real estate.
After winning the lawsuit, the Tooles file to have the manuscript be publicly auctioned. Holditch knows that no matter what the outcome, legally the book is going to have to get published.
Obviously, this wasn't an ideal situation for all involved.
A person that owns 50% of a property cannot prevent the sale of it if the other 50% wants to sell it.
Meanwhile, natural disasters and early deaths stall filming for A Confederacy of Dunces.
Not one of these people lived beyond their early 40s.
Thelma DeCoing Toole, mother of the late Pulitzer Prize-winning author John Kennedy Toole, has died at the age of 82. Her last wish was to keep her son's second novel from being published and her husband's family from profiting. But after a 3-year legal battle, the Tooles have won that right. To avoid having the Neon Bible be put up for auction, Kenneth Holditch decides to make a deal with the Toole heirs.
It was determined that a person that owns 50% of a property cannot prevent the sale of it if the other 50% wants to sell it. So Kenneth Holditch was put into an odd position after the Louisiana judge said, well, if you can't decide to sell it, then it goes up for auction. And of course, that opened it up to all sorts of possibilities, and that's when they finally agreed, let's find a publisher.
Kenneth decides at this point to throw in the towel and basically agree that the Neon Bible should be published.
At that point, Kenneth and the heirs decided that they would sell the rights to Grove Press, which they did, and so the book was published.
Why publish the Neon Bible despite Thelma's wishes? A couple of different reasons. Given the success of the Confederacy of Dunces, it may have been within everyone's best interest from an artistic perspective to make sure the second great piece of literature was seen by the world. Secondly, from a much more practical perspective, after 3 years of various legal wranglings, most likely the costs of lawyers had gone up quite a bit, and someone needs to pay for the lawyers. After all, lawyers always get paid.
In 1989, the Neon Bible hits the stands.
When you consider that it was written by a 16-year-old, it's absolutely brilliant. It's sort of a pastiche of Flannery O'Connor. The reviewer in the New York Times actually gave it a better review than she gave to Confederacy.
The rights get evenly divided between Kenneth Holditch and the Toole heirs. Despite the fantastic review in the New York Times, however, the Neon Bible fails to make the same splash in the literary world as Toole's first published novel. With over 2 million copies in print worldwide and translated into 18 languages, undoubtedly, John Kennedy Toole's true legacy is still a confederacy of dunces.
I've been in the book business now for 22 years, and it probably is the single book that has sold more copies than any other in my store in those 22 years. Can't keep it in stock. It's constantly selling. It is a timeless and universal work of art. In a broader sense, I think the book has been instrumental in attracting people to the city.
Unlike many prize-winning novels, it's never been out of print. It's really become a classic of American literature. It's being taught in university and high school classes all around America.
Even though Hollywood executive Scott Kramer eventually regained the movie rights to a confederacy, the film has never appeared on the big screen.
There's a lot of talk about curses on this particular film project. The first actor set to portray Ignatius Reilly was John Belushi, and he quite famously died very early on due to health problems and drug overdose. After he had John Candy, who had died of heart problems. Before that, Divine, who was set to work with John Waters on a version of this, heart problems. And then in 1997, Chris Farley, heart problems and overdose. These are people who were at the top of the game and were just about to actualize this film project when they died far too early. Not one of these people lived beyond their early 40s.
Despite all the complications, people still believe in the project.
Closest that a Confederacy of Dunces ever got to even beginning production started in 2003 under Miramax. It seemed that this film was finally going to get made, and that's when Hurricane Katrina happened. That put an indefinite delay to the production. There was no way that they could shoot in New Orleans at that point, and there was no way they could not shoot in New Orleans. It's such an integral part of the book.
More recently, there has been talk of bringing the movie back to the big screen with Zach Galifianakis lined up as a potential Ignatius.
Despite all of these problems, it still has enough people who want to see it.
What would Ken Toole's life have been like had he actually gotten to enjoy his literary fame?
Ken became what he wanted to be, a famous writer, and it's just very, very sad that he did not live to know that.
If Ken had lived to see his book reach the success that it did, I think he would have been able to get a distance from his parents' house while still supporting them sufficiently so that they could live their life and that he could live the life that he wanted to lead.
I think he would have continued to be a brilliant writer. I think he would have gone to New York and led the literary life and enjoyed that very much. And I'm sure he had other books in him, but unfortunately we'll never be able to read them.
Powerhouse singer Etta James is on her deathbed, too weak to express her dying wishes.
It was almost amazing that she lasted as long as she did, given the fact that she had so many drug problems.
Instead of rallying together, her family is bitterly divided over how to help.
No, I did not assert any undue influence on my mother. People should know my mother. You can't make her do nothing.
Well, it looks like what Artis was possibly trying to do was take the money out of all my mother's accounts and put it into his name, as far as we know.
There was definitely a difficult relationship between Artis and the sons.
At the heart of the battle, who should control Etta's fortune and how she'll spend her last days?
My mother was a fighter, and she wanted to keep fighting to the end, and that's the reason why she didn't want the plug pulled.
(2012). After a roller coaster life of musical highs and drug-addicted lows, singer Etta James is dying, 50 years after her signature song At Last becomes a hit. In her 73 years, she's won 6 Grammys. She's been inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, the Blues Hall of Fame, and the Grammy Hall of Fame. Bobby Murray is her longtime guitarist.
She always gave her all and sang every song as if it was their last song to sing. And that caught on with the rest of the band. Jazz, blues, rock and roll, the golden era of soul. She loved country too. And it didn't matter, as long as she could put the depth and emotion into a song, the genre didn't matter at all.
But the powerhouse singer has become too weak to express her dying wishes. Etta's bedridden, and dementia has left her confused and disoriented. Christine Pelisek is a reporter for the Daily Beast.
She was under 24-hour care, and she had no control at all. And at the end of the day, it was very sad for this woman who, was this icon.
In a bitter fight, her divided family can't agree on how to help her. The sticking point: who should have control over Etta's money and end-of-life decisions? On one side, her husband Artis, who wants to keep her at home no matter the cost. On the other, her 2 sons by different fathers, Danto and Semeto.
It seemed like one of those kind of things that couldn't be settled over a cup of coffee.
At the end of the day, it became a battle over her fortune.
For Etta James, family turmoil is nothing new. January 25, 1938, Etta is born James Etta Hawkins in Los Angeles, the child of a child. Her mother, Dorothy Hawkins, is only 14 years old and an alleged con artist, prostitute, and drug user.
Her mother was this, teenager who ripped off people and I think had her own run-ins with the law and, left Etta, to be raised by somebody else.
That somebody else is Etta's landlady, Mama Lou. Dorothy shows up sporadically and whisks her daughter away to run-down motels. Until the landlady and music come to Etta's rescue. Joel Selvin, former music critic for the San Francisco Chronicle.
Etta James had one of the worst childhoods we can imagine. Never knew her father. Her mother was unavailable. Her career was a lucky accident that saved her from a life that would have been as terrible as her mother's.
It's rumored that Minnesota Fats, the famous pool shark, is Etta's father.
And apparently she told that story to people all the time. And apparently a reporter went up and asked him and he wouldn't, deny it. He wouldn't say one way or the other.
When Etta is just a child, she sings at church, and the power of her young voice blows away the congregation. Despite her troubled family life, she already seems destined for greatness. Then in 1950, when Etta is just 12 years old, her beloved Mama Lou dies. A year later, her mother Dorothy is thrown in jail for being in a house of prostitution, leaving Etta to fend for herself.
Etta was pretty much running wild. I guess the term at the time would have been juvenile delinquent.
By age 14, Etta's gone from choir girl to street singer in the Creolettes. This is where she's discovered.
She ended up meeting bandleader Johnny Otis. She was singing on a street corner in San Francisco, and he heard her singing along with her friends, and she had this unbelievable voice. And from there, he kind of took her under his wing.
Otis changes the group's name to the Peaches and reverses James Etta's name to Etta James.
He took her down to Los Angeles to make her first record. Dance With Me, Henry was a major hit in the rhythm and blues world.
As her musical star rises, so too does her drug use.
You know, she was a troubled girl. I mean, you know, she had a hard life.
By 1961, Etta's near the top of the R&B charts with the release of her signature song, At Last. It's the same year she uses heroin for the first time.
Etta was a heroin addict for most of her adult life and shot quite a bit of heroin, not just small amounts.
The 60s are a blur of touring and drugs. Some people can't work high, but Etta can and does.
It was almost amazing that she lasted as long as she did, given the fact that she had so many drug problems and so many issues with the law, and she had personal problems, many personal demons.
Etta sings to feed her habit, but it's not enough. By the mid-60s, she's writing bad checks to get cash for dope. She even does jail time for it. Etta's romantic life is equally turbulent. Donto James is Etta's oldest son.
My mother all her life tend to attract men that can protect her. You know, big men, you know, brawly most of the time, you know.
In her early 20s, Etta meets up with a man she calls the pimp. One night in a hotel room, he hits her over the head 9 times with a bottle. Soon after, she hooks up with Donto's father, Billy Foster, an ex-con. She gets pregnant.
My dad, I didn't have that much of a relationship at first with him. He was out and about and doing his thing. At the time, he was an alcoholic. So I didn't see much of him.
While pregnant, Etta stops shooting up, but she keeps snorting coke. And her drug use continues as Donto grows up.
Donto used to try to keep dope dealers away from her during her difficult times. He saw things that a son perhaps should not see his mother go through, but he stood by her.
January 1969, fresh out of jail, Etta meets a former pimp and war veteran, Artis Mills. They marry in May of that year. At first, Artis is against the hard stuff. But before long, the two are shooting smack together, going to extremes to support their habit.
She was in jail for some periods of time, and so it was really sketchy, a little bit back and forth from like the 60s to the 80s.
1972, while traveling through Texas, Etta and Artis are arrested for heroin possession. Against Etta's wishes, Artis claims the drugs are his.
But it was clearly Etta's heroin.
Artis takes the fall and goes to jail for almost a decade.
Etta's nickname for Artis was the Sergeant because he made sure things got done. Some of the less than glamorous things he took care of. And when it came time to stand up, he would be there, you know, and he backed her up completely or would take the brunt of things at times.
While Artis is in jail, Etta continues to use until the mid-70s when she's busted for failing to check in with her parole officer in Texas and writing bad checks again.
She had the choice either to go to jail, spend time in jail, or to go to a rehab facility. Of course, she decided to go to the rehab facility, which was Tarzana.
Tarzana is a facility that uses tough love techniques to help people clean up. For Etta, it's at times a humiliating experience.
When I saw her, she came out, and he said, your mother's coming, I haven't seen her in a long time. And she came out with a diaper, she had a clown nose, a clown wig, and a big piece of paper taped to her and said, I'm a baby. And so that, you can imagine that was a shock to me, but I was so glad to see her.
But rehab helps Etta stay clean. And she even meets a man there, Sam Dennis. He fathers her second child, Susan James.
Well, my dad, I was close with him up until the age of about 7 or 8 years old. And that's when I guess him and my mom had a falling out, and they split up from that point.
we ended up moving back into her house in Los Angeles, which she kept the whole time. And that was a really, really wonderful experience to move back into that house.
Then Artis gets out of jail in 1981 and shows up on her doorstep.
When I met Artis, he was in the room sitting at the edge of the bed, and he said, "Hey, you remember me?" And I said, I just kind of stood there. And I think he got a little angry about that, disappointed about it, but me and his relationship was pretty good.
But observers tell a different story, and family tensions erupt when Etta falls deathly ill.
There was definitely a difficult relationship between Artis and the sons.
In 1981, singer Etta James is out of rehab and back with her husband Artis. They live with her two sons by different fathers. The singer's career soars while she's sober.
She had actually moved off of the heroin later on, in her later years after she got out of Tarzana. So it was just rock and roll at that point that I saw.
Thanks in part to Etta's new manager, Lupe de Leon.
So much of Etta's professional success that she finally accomplished was the result of a really devoted and loyal manager, Lupe de Leon.
As well as Artis. It was the two of them that really, really catapulted her career and got her back on track. I mean, she ended up winning a Grammy Award, and she was inducted into the Music Hall of Fame, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and these guys like really, took her by the hand and did things that she never thought possible. I mean, her career just skyrocketed. It was amazing.
Etta's sons Sametto and Tonto inherit her musical ability, and they tour as a family.
Oh, my mother was real, She was very sweet person. She would do anything for anybody, but she had a very feisty side to her and some mood swings, awful mood swings. She would give the shirt off of her back to a person, but she'd also rip one off of you.
Danto and Etta had a very close relationship. They were able to speak, both of them, to each other quite frankly. He could ask her a question about life that was maybe in an area that normally you wouldn't speak to your mother.
The family is tight, but some say there's tension between Etta's sons and their stepfather.
There was definitely a difficult relationship between Artis and the sons.
There are some things that I would not be privy to with Artis and Danto. They had different roles, Artis would look out for many of the business aspects. Danto's job, when Artis wasn't on the road, was to look out after his mom too, which he did. Without assigning each other roles, it was just kind of an automatic thing. In the end, though, Etta was the boss.
Etta and Artis also have their ups and downs.
My mother's relationship with Artis, she loved him, but they had their differences at times. My mother's a hard person to get along with, and sometimes Artis can be. So they would have their things just like any other wife and husband.
By March 2008, Artis and Etta are at a low point. Artis goes to Texas for a family reunion, and Etta goes to stay with Danto.
And so she asked me if it was okay if she come to my house. And I said, sure. So we can hang out there until Artis gets back. And that seemed fine with me.
They were actually having marital problems, serious marital issues.
And technically, I don't want to speak on what exactly those problems were, but she decided that she wanted to file for a divorce from him for a few different reasons.
Behind Artis's back, she and her son go to see an attorney. Etta secretly files for divorce from Artis after 39 years of marriage, and she gives Danto power of attorney. That makes her son responsible for her healthcare decisions in the event that she becomes incapacitated. Etta also changes her will, leaving all her assets to her sons and nothing to Artis.
And in there, it basically said that Artis had no rights to anything. He was like completely written out of anything.
Records are sealed, and Etta's son Danto won't say why his mother made these changes.
She seemed pretty definite on what she wanted to do. However, I tried to talk her out of it. I said, hey, you've been together for a long time. You know, you guys have been together for a very long time, but she wasn't trying to hear that.
What in Etta James's life wasn't volatile? Her whole relationship with the world was volatile, turbulent, and contentious. I mean, right from the very start, she was in that kind of a corner, trying to fight her way out.
But just a few months later, Artis and Etta reconcile. Etta moves back in with her husband, and she cancels the divorce proceedings. She doesn't tell Artis about the changes to her will or that she gave her son power of attorney. By late 2009, Etta's back in rehab. This time for an addiction to painkillers. She's also got pneumonia, hepatitis, a bad urinary tract infection, and a very serious bacterial infection known as MRSA. She can hardly talk above a whisper. She can't stand, and she won't eat.
Because she had different problems, back problems and things like that, you know, she went to a detox center to try to come off the pain medication, okay? And at that time, while she was in there, she started getting sick.
Etta's mind is suffering, along with her body. She forgets where the bathroom is and gets confused in conversation. It becomes clear she's suffering from dementia. What is less clear is how long she's had it.
It's just a tragic and drastic situation. See people's abilities just drain out of them slowly but surely, and leaving this physical hulk behind that looks exactly like the person that she used to be.
Etta's treated in the hospital, but when she's released, doctors tell Danto that his mother needs 24-hour care.
The actual doctors didn't want to let her go home until there was a staff there to properly take care of her because she was still being treated with the antibiotics.
So Danto makes plans for his mother to be discharged to a nursing facility. But Artis wants Etta to come home.
Before she got ill, the two of them had talked that, you know, if they ever got ill, they didn't want to go into a nursing home if they had the money. That she and him both wanted to live at home for as long as they possibly could live.
Once again, Artis comes to his wife's rescue. He arranges for a doctor to move in permanently so that Etta can receive full-time care at home. That doctor is Elaine James.
I actually physically moved all of my things in the house. And that's when I'm going to change Etta's name to Grandma, because I did not call her Etta. Because in the South, it's rude for a younger person to call an older person by their first name. Because if I said Mrs. James, that's my mom's name. And if I said Miss James, that's my name. So I'm like, this is too confusing. I'm just gonna call you Grandma.
Elaine's relationship with Etta goes back years, to 2001, a time when Etta's clean except for painkillers, but she has a new battle to fight, against obesity.
My mother, she weighed close to 400 pounds, and I was very concerned, the family was concerned, and I didn't know what to do or what to say.
Etta's so big she wheels herself on and off stage.
She had one of those little motor carts. On stage, microphone, sings the show, ends the show, backs up off stage. She's getting a big ovation, so out she comes, waves at everybody, and backs up.
My mother was always a powerhouse. Didn't matter what weight she was.
She had such bad osteoarthritis that she couldn't walk. And her weight, well, contributed to the pain, of course.
So we found out that there was a doctor by the name of Phoebe that created his own, it's called the Phoebe pouch. And they call it, this the gastric bypass in today's time, the ring. And so she decided to get that surgery.
After surgery, Etta loses 200 pounds.
When she started losing the weight, yeah, a lot more energy she had and more stamina, and she looked great. And yeah, it was great.
Etta never liked to carry her cell phone and reliably answer them, so I would always call Mr. Mills to ask how Etta was doing. And she was losing weight, and he said, "Oh, Dr. James, her fans don't even recognize her." I said, "Oh, that's great." Oh, he said, and Etta's really shopping a lot. I said, "Oh, yeah, that's exactly what you do, go out and shop."
There was one time where I actually saw her fit. She went and bought this little small dress at the time because she was wearing big clothing. And it was a beautiful dress. And she was getting fitted for it in the room. And I looked in there and I saw her and she just looked so radiant in it. I mean, I just almost brought tears to my eyes, you know. I said, wow, my mother's back, you know. She's gonna be here for a while.
When Dr. James moves in with Etta in 2010, a new issue emerges. She's diagnosed with leukemia. And expenses for in-home care are running upwards of $30,000 a month. Artist petitions the court to get access to 3 of her bank accounts, totaling $1 million.
Artist Mills went to court because he wanted to get conservatorship over her money. And so he wanted access to it because at this point in time, she was bedridden and she really couldn't make too many decisions about what was going on in her life.
But Artist doesn't tell his stepsons Danto or Sumetto, and this omission drives a deep wedge in an already troubled family.
Well, it looks like what Artist was possibly trying to do was take the money out of all my mother's accounts and put it into his name, as far as we know.
After years working hard and partying harder, Etta James is diagnosed with leukemia. She's unable to speak and is under 24-hour care. Struggling to pay the bills, her husband, Artist, petitions the court to access Etta's bank accounts, worth $1 million. When Etta's sons, Danto and Sumetto James, learn what Artist is doing, they doubt his motives are selfless.
Me and Danto received notice from the courts of Riverside County, I guess for Artists petitioning to, gain access to the bank accounts. We were concerned and we had to find out what was going on.
My mother wanted her own bank accounts because she always said, well, he has his and I have mine, we have ours together. But she always believed that in a marriage, each person should have their own separate bank accounts. For whatever reason, she was dead set on that.
Etta's sons are mad Artist didn't consult them first, and they don't trust their stepfather to spend the money wisely.
Well, it looks like what Artist was possibly trying to do was take the money out of all my mother's accounts and put it into his name, as far as we know. That didn't look right. It wasn't necessary.
Danto is also not convinced that 24-hour live-in care at $30,000 a month is the best way to spend his mother's money. Paul Wright is his attorney.
We did have some concerns about where the money was actually going. We expressed those concerns and we tried to keep a tight rein as possible on the expenditures of the monies coming out of Etta's accounts.
Dr. Elaine James defends the medical expenses, the bulk of which is her salary.
Mr. Mills hired me as a 24/7 physician. That meant I worked 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 31 days a month, no vacation, no break. So I worked at a very exorbitant $27.70 an hour. You can't get a mechanic to fix your car for that. I was working 168 hours a week. Do the math.
Artis insists live-in care is what Etta wants, no matter the cost. But Danto and Sumetto don't agree. So in 2010, Danto contests his stepfather's petition and challenges Artis by petitioning for conservatorship or legal control of Etta's accounts himself.
Danto appeared to want her either in the hospital or in the nursing home.
We wanted Etta to be taken care of, but we didn't want the estate dissipated to the detriment of Danto and Sumetto and the grandchildren.
But Danto says money is definitely not the driving force.
It didn't seem like there was, for the family, the rest of the family, there was any accounting or any system in place to find out when, where, and how the money was being spent. And that's why we felt that it should be a conservator. I wanted either some kind of accounting or some other third party to step in and just watch things and just account, for things. And it just didn't seem like that's not what the other side wanted.
I think the battle at the end of the day came down to money, who was going to have control over her money. I think that, Etta James was definitely the breadwinner in the family. She was sort of the golden goose, And so once Etta lost her, faculties and, then I think it became an issue of, okay, who's going to control the money, who's going to take the money, what's going to happen to the money.
Between me and Artis, I believe we just wanted the same goal, However, we had our differences in a couple of different areas, but.
I was actually glad that I wasn't privy to some of that stuff. Danto was my best man. Artis helped get me the gig, so it was kind of tough choosing between the two.
What Artis doesn't know is that Etta made a trip to her attorney back in 2008, and Danto says the fact that he has power of attorney trumps Artis's role as husband.
Artis was incredibly shocked. I mean, all along Artis said that he wanted the money to be used for Etta James.
Growing up with my stepfather, we never questioned, anything that he said or anything. We always listened to him, he was always the father figure in the house. So stepping up and saying, well, maybe we don't want this, that was really tough at the time.
Artis fights back. He claims that when the documents were drawn up in 2008, Etta was already in the throes of dementia. Battle lines are drawn and two new people step into the ring. Pamela Valencia, a court-appointed attorney, and Dennis Sandoval, her supervisor.
Whenever there's a contested conservatorship, the court will appoint an attorney to represent that incapacitated person because that person is not able to speak for themselves.
I needed to figure out as best I could what those interests were. And I needed to not be swayed by any thought of supporting Artis or Danto, except in the matter of when I had decided what I thought my client wanted. And then I was a proponent for terms that I thought she wanted.
By 2010, Etta needs to be fed, bathed, and dressed, and she's becoming more and more confused. It's clear that Etta has full-blown dementia. What is not clear is how long she's been suffering from it.
In 2008, when Danto took Etta to see the estate planning attorney, it is probable that she was subject to his influence. She may or may not have had capacity. And so the documents that were executed, which was a will, a power of attorney, a trust, and healthcare documents, were questionable documents. We didn't know whether or not they were valid.
And if Etta was suffering from cognitive impairment in 2008, another question arises. Did Danto use undue influence to pressure his mother into giving him power of attorney and changing her estate plan?
In a simple sense, what undue influence is where you have a power imbalance in a relationship. One of the big problems with undue influence cases, especially in court, is people do have a right to change their minds, and it's hard to tell when it's being done naturally. The question is when does that relationship become insidious?
Danto and his attorney say the relationship was never insidious.
No, I did not assert any undue influence on my mother. People should know my mother. You can't make her do nothing. You can't make her do anything, okay? In 2002, she started her estate planning and with a power of attorney docs. She listed me as wanting me to be power of attorney over her health care at that time. So by 2008, all she did was to go back and to finalize those papers. That was her intent from the start.
These trust documents were drafted by a leading entertainment and highly respected firm in Los Angeles. So it was very difficult to see how there was any undue influence. It's an easy allegation to make, maybe not so easy to prove.
Undue influence may be hard to prove, but there is a lot of anecdotal support for the theory that Etta was suffering from dementia back in 2008. For starters, there's Etta's erratic behavior going back years.
The 10-ton gorilla really was Etta's medical condition in 2008.
It was kind of a sign of things to come. You know, she had started to, acting irrationally.
As singer Etta James lies on her deathbed in 2011, her husband and sons are embroiled in a struggle for control over her estate. At the heart of the debate, the question of when Etta James started suffering from dementia.
The 10-ton gorilla really was Etta's medical condition in 2008.
In 2008, Etta inexplicably bows out of a major tour partway through, then refuses to pay longtime manager Lupe de Leon.
At one point in time, he met her in New York, and he wanted to get paid for, some of the stuff, the work that he had done for her, and she had flat out refused to pay him. I mean, her manager said she started to act irrationally. She wasn't paying him, she always paid him. She left her husband. So there was things that were starting to occur with her that were, very strange, and it was totally out of character from her. And so he said that he, at that point in time, realized that there was more going on than what met the eye, and, that she was suffering from something.
Then in 2009, Etta is plastered across the tabloids for attacking Beyonce Knowles' cover of At Last at Barack Obama's inaugural ball. She even lashes out on TV.
Damn Beyonce, she had no business up there singing up there on a big old President Day and gonna be singing my song that I've been singing forever.
Some say dementia is to blame for Etta's outbursts.
It was kind of a sign of things to come. She had started to, acting irrationally.
There was times when I noticed, and everyone else, that perhaps she wasn't as lucid. She would even jokingly say, maybe I'm getting Alzheimer's, and make a laugh about it and say, I've been through a lot, and maybe some of the stuff is kicking me back now. She may not have had all of her faculties all the time, but her at 75% was better than 99% of the rest, in my opinion.
But others, like Danto, say Etta was perfectly lucid.
Yeah, well, the inaugural ball, I was with my mother, just me and her, and so we watched it. Beyonce started singing At Last. I noticed she went from, she had her spoon up here, she was eating, she went from this to And I said, Ma, what's wrong? She just shook her head, you know. He said, nothing, you know. And that was a song that she's been singing for a long time.
Understand that Etta wasn't really upset at Beyonce. She was hurt. She wanted to perform her song. She didn't think that she would make it for another presidency and be able to get the opportunity to do that. And in the end, Etta was right.
To me, it's just totally in keeping with the Etta James that I knew. I don't think she cared who she was speaking to. If she thought something was wrong, she would say so.
My mother was definitely knew everything that she was doing. You know, she went on 20 shows, okay? She performed 20 dates with performances within that time. First I'm hearing was dementia. Well, how can you perform at that level, you know, under those circumstances? I mean, that's a serious level. She really kicked butt out there on stage, yeah.
Dennis Sandoval agrees that since dementia is a progressive disease, in the early stages, people can make their own decisions.
A diagnosis of dementia or Alzheimer's disease does not necessarily preclude an individual from executing a will or a trust or a contract or any other kind of legal document. Dementia and Alzheimer's diseases are progressive diseases, meaning that the longer you have them, it more affects your mental abilities. And so if a person is early on in dementia or in Alzheimer's, they may still have the legal capacity to execute a will or a trust. And if they're further along in the disease, they may no longer have that capacity to execute that document.
Attorney Paul Wright says Etta had many reasons to give her son power of attorney.
There is no doubt in my mind that Danto had the closest of all personal relationships with his mother, and I later learned that Sameta did also. I believe the trust documents that were signed in 2008 were a reflection of Etta's wishes. The artist had been taken care of during her married and professional career, and Etta was looking back at her life, a highly accomplished life, and she wanted to take care of Danto, Semedo, and the grandchildren. And that was a very critical part of the relationship. Etta very much trusted Danto and wanted him to take her end-of-life decisions. She knew no matter what the circumstances and what the personal cost, would do everything in his power to keep Etta alive. And I think Etta was comforted by that assurance and knowledge.
My mother was a fighter, and she wanted to keep fighting to the end, and that's the reason why she didn't want the plug pulled. One thing she said to me, she said, son, if I'm on life support, do not pull the plug on me. Don't. And so I suppose that she trusted her son to make that particular decision.
But not everyone agrees Danto has his mother's best interests at heart. Pamela Valencia is Etta's court-appointed attorney.
Other people that I spoke to were fairly convinced that Danto was more concerned over the money than he was over his mother's health.
In late 2010, she receives a letter from Etta's agent stating her behavior throughout 2008 was erratic. Then another, this time from a Dr. David Kipper, saying she was impaired as far back as 2005.
The artist turned around and said was that he provided proof that that was not true. He was basically saying that Etta was not of sound mind when she gave her son Danto power of attorney. And so he ended up getting letters from her doctors, dating back, many years.
These letters call into question Danto's power of attorney and shift the case in favor of artists. Then Danto changes the focus with some astonishing accusations against Etta's live-in doctor.
Yeah, let's sling some mud. Gee, get some attorneys and let them sling some too, because I got compared to Conrad Murray's care of Michael Jackson. I'm like, oh God.
Etta James has full-blown dementia. The singer's husband, Artis, claims this means her son's power of attorney is not legally binding. But Danto's not ready to give up the fight. He claims his mother is not receiving proper care at her home with Dr. Elaine James, and he asks the court to move her to another facility.
Personally, if I had my druthers, and I'm sure my brother would feel the same way, if she could have went to a cancer institute, that would have been good.
By this time, Etta is suffering from far more than dementia. She has leukemia, kidney difficulties, and hepatitis. Dennis Sandoval is one of Etta's court-appointed attorneys.
One of the diseases that Etta was suffering from was leukemia. And Danto was making allegations that some of her treatments were unconventional because she wasn't doing everything as aggressively as possible to treat the disease.
Danto states he's gravely concerned about the care his mother is receiving in that house. And one of the other attorneys ends up saying, yes, that's just bad medicine. And I'm like, ooh.
There were some allegations of bizarre conduct at the house.
Danto and his attorneys referred to Dr. Elaine James as the Mrs. Conrad Murray. And, you know, obviously they were trying to insinuate that she was just as bad as Dr. Conrad Murray, who basically killed Michael Jackson.
I think it was Mr. Deering said, Dr. James is giving Etta James the similar care to the care that Michael Jackson received from Dr. Conrad Murray, who's now sitting in jail awaiting manslaughter charges.
She was very upset because, I mean, obviously they were trying to paint her out to be this witch doctor.
Danto says Etta would be better off in a hospital setting.
When my mother would get sick, when she'd go to the hospital, she would get well. And I would see this happen so many times, and I knew that I felt that she should have went there a few times in the past. She should have been taken to the hospital a little bit sooner.
I think he believed that, you know, the more time his mother spent in Riverside Community Hospital, the longer she would live.
No, it wasn't nothing personal with Dr. James. Me and Dr. James was all right. Yes, I just wanted my mother to get the best care possible. And that was it.
But Dr. James thinks it probably is personal. In fact, she used to treat Danto, but stopped.
I found out that he was receiving medications on the outside, so I was not happy about that, and I dismissed him as a patient.
Dr. James speculates Danto remained bitter.
There was a personal antagonism between Dr. James and Danto, and that caused a lot of tension.
So they said, we want a restraining order. We want a restraining order to stop her from treating Etta.
Judge Karaman orders an independent medical examination of Etta James.
So the judge said, wait a minute. Before we do all this, how about get the court-appointed attorney to get another physician, an independent physician who may know of her case, to go over to the house and examine the patient. And then ask Dr. James for her charts. And then get 2 other physicians to independently review her work.
Pamela, at the order of the court, had 2 independent doctors come in and evaluate the situation at the house.
The investigation concludes that Etta James is receiving excellent care at home.
I didn't get from the stories that were handed to us from the court investigator, I didn't get that Etta was in danger. I got that there were people who really thought that Dr. James was odd.
A peaceful settlement between her husband Artis and her son Danto seems unlikely. Eda's health is in rapid decline. Will there be a settlement before the inevitable? Pamela Valencia decides she has to do something to move the case forward, and fast.
She had put a letter with a proposed settlement in it and submitted it to the other attorneys.
Danto's attorney, Paul Wright.
I think Pamela had a leading role in fashioning the settlement agreement, and so I give due deference to that. But we do believe that Pamela made it quite clear that she had sort of more sympathy for artist's position rather than Danto's and Sumetto's, and that was a source of disagreement throughout the process.
On September 16, 2011, Judge Karaman proposes a shortcut to reaching a settlement.
Judge Karaman is a man of action. He likes to have things done quickly, and we had already shown ourselves to be pretty slow. Everything took a long time for one reason or another. So rather than send us back out and say, well, go craft a settlement, he pulled my letter out of the file and said, well, here are the terms right here. Let's discuss these and come up with a settlement right now. So he held the letter on his desk, and he went down line by line with it, and he had everybody put in their 2 cents worth about whether that was an okay thing or needed to be modified.
Artis is granted conservatorship over Eda's estate, and he can spend up to $350,000 from her accounts to pay for her care. He's also required to account for how the money is spent.
And so we decided for Artis to be conservator, if he would like to be conservator. And that would work out perfect, because actually that's what we were looking for from the beginning, is somebody to account for the money.
Decisions about life support will be shared equally by Danto and Artis.
Ultimately, that was resolved, I think, in a satisfactory manner, so that both Danto and Artis had basically joint input and decisions over Etta's end-of-life decisions.
He can't, she called pull the plug, and we can't do it without his, so we all have to agree upon it at the same time.
And Eda will stay at home unless independent doctors deem otherwise. As for the estate,
it was basically a 50-50 split, but with enforcement mechanisms.
Finally, the case is settled, when only a few months later, Eda's health takes a turn for the worse.
She was just having a hard time breathing, so they contacted, they called 911. And so 911, the paramedics showed up and basically took her to the hospital at that point.
And next thing you know, we could hear a bunch of alarms and sirens and blue lights and stuff going on in the hospital, and we just knew it wasn't right.
So it was just me and my brother there at the time. And I said, Ma, it's okay, you can let go, you can do this. I'm here with you. I love you. You've been a good mother. I said everything I needed to say.
After several attempts to revive her, Eda dies the morning of January 20th, 2012, with family by her side.
I was right there with her, so that was a good thing. And I'm so glad that I was there. I'm so glad that I was there.
I'm very happy that she is now comfortable and not fighting and suffering, and she fought a really good fight. Eda was just a tough little soldier, and kicking and biting the whole way,
Finally, at Eda's death, her family is able to resolve its differences.
I can understand where they would come to loggerheads. But it was very reassuring to me at the funeral to see Danto and Artis together, a show of unity.
Yeah, I don't think that permanent damage has been done to me and Artis' relationship. I don't think anything's permanent unless people want it to be permanent. I think we can move on from here and be okay.
Her friends and fans hope that she's at peace at last.
There was lineups all down the street of people waiting in line to see her. It was a really respectful thing for a woman who gave so much of herself that, she had all her fans come back to, see her in the end.
Her songs affect so many people to this day. People have these memories associated with their songs, and it's a part of the fabric of their life. In the end, it's the songs that stand, and they certainly stand.
In 2004, Swedish journalist Stieg Larsson dies at age 50.
I think he was the most important activist in Sweden the last 30 years.
Expo magazine was incredibly important.
The reactions from the groups that we wrote about, the far-right activists, was very aggressive.
But it's a trilogy of unpublished novels he leaves behind that propel him to literary superstardom.
Everybody said the books will not sell so much. And so we said, okay, Stig is dead and the story is over.
No one can put Lisbeth Salander away. She is a magic creature. The books by Stieg Larsson have sold in more copies than the Bible.
The success of the books will plunge those closest to Larsson in a bitter feud over control of his estate and the Millennium Millions.
I think this is sort of a contest of who loved Stig the most. And who can you say that, who's the winner of that?
And leaves the world with one final question. Was there another book?
He had a manuscript for a fourth book. 2/3 of it was already finished.
November 9th, 2004. Writer and journalist Stieg Larsson arrives at the Stockholm offices of Expo, the magazine he founded in 1995. He feels ill and weak. A steady diet of coffee, cigarettes, and fast food are starting to take their toll. Daniel Poole is a former colleague of Larsson's at Expo.
Stig wasn't the role model if you wanted to live a healthy life.
Investigative reporter Ali Fagan explored the case in his documentary, The Millennium Millions.
He smoked a lot, drank a lot of coffee, didn't work out, and worked extreme amounts a day.
Larsson's chest pains grow more severe. His co-workers decide to rush him to the hospital. One of his colleagues collects Larsson's backpack off the floor, a random act that will prove meaningful in the months to come. Writer and architect Eva Gabrielsson, Larsson's girlfriend of 32 years, is away on business.
And she got this call, and they told her what happened, and she, of course, ran to the train station and on the way to the hospital.
He has a heart attack, and hospital staff spends the next 40 minutes trying to revive him. In vain. The 50-year-old Larsson is declared dead at 4:22 p.m. Larsson's hands are still warm when Gabrielsson wraps them in her own.
After losing your life companion, the person you have lived with for 30 years, shared everything with, if you lose this person, of course it's gonna take you hard, and you're gonna be in a deep shock and sorrow.
Larsson's father Erland and his brother Joachim arrive from the north of Sweden. Magdalena Hedlund will later serve as their agent.
They were in complete shock when your son and your brother has died. It's a natural reaction, I would say.
Stieg Larsson biographer Jan Erik Peterson.
There was a lot of grief, a lot of sorrow, and a lot of bewilderment among those who worked with him because they didn't know what would happen to Expo.
It didn't take a long time before we decided we have to show all the people out there that we can actually exist without Stieg, because that is what he wanted us to do.
Gabrielsen chooses the day the Nobel Prize is to be awarded as the day for Larsson's funeral. This way, the burial will go mostly unnoticed by enemies of Larsson's.
Stieg Larsson, he was quite famous as a journalist here in Sweden, writing about covering right-wing political extremism and the neo-Nazi movement.
Anna-Lena Lodenius collaborated with Larsson on a 1991 book exposing right-wing movements in Sweden.
We had a very special situation in Sweden at the end of the 80s, the beginning of the 90s, because you could see that the racism and xenophobia were growing a lot, and you had lots of people reacting on that.
While Gabrielsen is searching for mementos of her life with Larsson to share at the funeral, she comes across his 1977 will. In it, Larsson bequeaths all of his personal things and his writings to her.
She knew that there was a big heritage of Stieg Larsson, all his texts, all his political texts, all his books, and these new novels that was about to be published.
Larsson's wishes are clear, but the will isn't witnessed, and so it isn't valid. Eva learns from her lawyer that under Swedish law, that's a problem, because Larsson and Gabrielsen aren't married.
There is a very weak protection for couples who are not married under the Swedish law.
Eva Gabrielsson and Stieg Larsson, they lived together for more than 3 decades, and they practically shared everything. She was also involved in his projects like Expo. She was very much involved in discussing with him the details in the novels, the characters. Some of her knowledge as an architect you can find in some of the novels.
When Larsson dies, ownership of his estate is up in the air because Gabrielsen is not his next of kin. Kurt O'Baxey is Stieg Larsson's friend and colleague at Expo magazine.
Everybody said the books will not sell so much. So we said, okay, Stieg is dead and the story is over, but the story is not over.
What is going to happen? We were thinking at the time, because we did not know if the books were going to be able to be published.
The books in question are 3 novels Larsson completed in the years prior to his death. Novels featuring journalist Mikael Blomqvist, who, like Larsson, strives to expose Sweden's social and political injustices. Linda Altrov Berg is a literary agent for the Swedish publisher Norstedts.
When we got to know that he had passed away, we had already indications from the market in Sweden that this was going to be something huge.
A battle is brewing over control of Stieg Larsson's legacy, one that will divide those who loved him and tarnish the beliefs that Larsson held most dear.
She was very bitter.
There is a really nasty blackmailing story here.
Stieg Larsson and Eva Gabrielsen are lovers, colleagues, soulmates, but they are not married. When Larsson dies without a valid will in 2004, leaving a trilogy of soon-to-be-published books in his wake, Gabrielsen is left wondering who will control how the Millennium novels will be released to the world. Carl Stig Erland Larsson is born on August 15, 1954. His family moves to Stockholm when Larsson is 1, but the city's cramped living conditions force his parents to send him away to his grandparents, 500 miles north of Stockholm.
They left him to his maternal grandparents, who were living outside a small village called Bjursele. So one can say that Stieg lived right in the middle of nowhere.
Fredrik Quistberg co-produced The Millennium Millions with Ali Fagan.
The Larsson family was not poor, but they were sort of a middle-class, hard-working family from north of Sweden.
His grandfather was a leftist man, and also his mother was a social democrat. And I think they gave him a lot of values when he was a very little child.
According to girlfriend Eva Gabrielson, this separation will mark Larsson's relationship with his family. 1963. Stig returns to live with his parents after his grandfather Severin dies of a heart attack in his early 50s. The Larssons now live in Umeå in the north of Sweden, where the young Larsson becomes a voracious reader.
One of the things that intrigued him with the science fiction was probably that it says something about the society today.
Stig was brought up in a political family, in a family where you discussed, in a family where ideas were important.
He liked to write, and he got a typewriter when he was 12, I think, from his parents, so he sat there writing all the time.
And you have to remember that Stig was a really nerd when it comes to crime novels.
The idea of creating Lisbeth Salander, I think Stig got from reading Astrid Lindgren's famous Pippi Longstocking about this anarchistic girl. And he was kind of thinking that when Pippi Longstocking would become like 21, 22 years old, she would be diagnosed with some brain disorder and put into an institution. And then she would come out and maybe be filled with revenge feelings and hatred against society.
Vivian Larsson, the mother of Stig Larsson, was the first lady who started an equality community in the north of Sweden. And she had a big heart for everybody, and she died very early in her life.
This period is crucial in shaping Larsson's political views. Larsson grows restless and is eager to see more of the world. He relocates to Stockholm in the early 70s. Larsson meets political activist Eva Gabrielson shortly thereafter.
They shared more or less everything, from politics, ideology, science fiction. They discussed everything every day, and they more or less worked together.
She was part of his projects, and she knew a lot about the things that he was writing about, and she was very interested in that.
Larsson begins his career as a journalist, writing and speaking about the rise of right-wing extremism in Sweden.
He was probably the foremost expert on right-wing political extremism in Sweden.
I don't think that Stig Larsson made a self-portrait when he created the character Mikael Blomkvist, but there are of course similarities. Both are investigative journalists, and they have a strong drive, both of them. Always trying to find out the truth, not afraid to dig in the sordid things in society.
It's actually risky to stand up for democracy. It's actually risky to say that you like the idea of a multicultural society. It's actually risky to say that you don't like racism.
Larsson is placed on a neo-Nazi list of dangerous journalists whose careers should be cut short.
We know for a fact that he received a lot of threats from neo-Nazis. I have myself heard sound recordings from his telephone, people threatening him to death.
It was the result of a political movement and the ideas in that political movement, which is about the right to kill people that you don't agree with, the right to kill people that are not allowed to be a part of your society or the society that you dream of.
Despite the death threats, Gabrielson remains by Larsson's side. In fact, they are inseparable, but they decide not to marry.
They were, in one sense, one person, doing things together and discussing and thinking about different projects and so on. So they were kind of, they belonged to each other in a very clear way and a very beautiful way from what I saw.
They could easily have been getting married, but as many people in the leftist movement, and they would say that it's not important to be married. It's an old-fashioned way of being together and all that.
There is another reason that prevents the two from marrying. Martin Schultz is a law professor at Stockholm University.
one of the reasons they never got married is because of the work Stieg Larsson was doing, especially on extreme right-wing, on the extreme right-wing movement.
If they would have gotten married, some of the contacts, details of their addresses and things like this would go public. That's how the registers work here in Sweden.
He didn't want to risk Eva's being dragged into that world, basically.
Keeping things private is Stieg's way of keeping Eva safe. Decades later, the decision not to marry will come back to haunt Gabrielsen. She spends the first half of 2005 trying to establish her legal entitlement to Stieg Larsson's estate. Larsson's father, Erland, and brother Joachim, who are initially supportive of her efforts, are now increasingly hard to reach.
She, of course, contacted the publishing house and asked what was going on. And first, I think she thought that she had the rights to be involved in the process of publish these books.
But a letter from the Swedish Tax Bureau confirms her very worst fears. She is to inherit nothing. Larsson's father and brother are the legal heirs to the estate, and immediately begin discussions with Norstedts on how to release the Millennium books, the books Larsson had been working on up until his death.
When the Swedish law finally decided that the estate, the father and the brother, should have the legal inheritance, we had to start talking to them about things that had to do with Stieg's affairs.
Eva, in that situation, it was very hard for her. First, she lost her life partner, and then she lost control over everything they worked with together.
Legally, there are no question marks at all in this case. Joachim and Erland Larsson inherited Stieg because there was no will between Stieg and Eva.
When the Larssons realized that they were, to inherit all these rights, they were also very surprised. They didn't know at first how they should handle all this.
Larsson's writings include not only the Millennium books, but a vast collection of articles and several non-fiction books about Sweden's tumultuous political climate.
Stieg Larsson, he wrote several books on the subject of right-wing extremism. One was called Extremhögern, probably one of the most in-depth reportage books on the subject.
We decided that we should make some kind of investigation and telling who are they and what groups are operating and who's back of them.
Sweden Democrats is a nationalistic party with roots into the back in the neo-Nazi movement. They're in the parliament. Their only focus is basically issues of immigration, and nowadays they're also very much focusing on the question of Islam in Sweden.
The book, released in 1991, raises the ire of the neo-Nazi party's staunchest supporters.
And during that time you could see race of xenophobia and racism in Sweden, and particularly many Nazi groups.
He dedicated his life to the anti-racist cause. And one thing that made him so special, I think that differs him from most other journalists, that he really took a debate with the right-wing people.
So I think he was the most important activist in Sweden the last 30 years.
Larsson co-founds the Swedish Expo Foundation in 1995 to counteract the growth of the extreme right and white power culture. He also becomes editor of Expo magazine.
Expo magazine was incredibly important, and he knew that they had Searchlight in Great Britain, they had like Monitor in Norway and Demos in Denmark, and he was a friend of all those people, and he wanted to do something similar in Sweden. So he talked a long time before he started Expo magazine that he would do something like this in Sweden.
We had a large group of young journalists and reporters who wanted to work for Expo, but there wasn't money enough to give a salary.
I've asked some of the persons who have worked with him, and they say that, well, maybe Millennium is some kind of idealized Expo. It's the Expo that Stieg would have wanted and loved, because it's got a much higher circulation, it's got much bigger resources than Expo and so forth.
There was Stig, he was the eldest person in this group, and a few guys, and two girls. And I believe today that these two girls, they gave also their character and their clothes and their tattoo to the character of Lisbeth Salander. Without these girls at the Expo, we would never have this Lisbeth Salander as we have today.
The reactions from the groups that we wrote about, the far-right activists, was very aggressive. They weren't used to getting reported about. They were used to living in the shadows, basically. So the reaction was to try to stop the magazine. He actually was there almost all the time, almost all his spare time. So even if it was a very small magazine, even if we had financial problems, he gave all his time for this magazine.
Starting in 1997, Larsson spends his evenings and weekends working on a new type of book, a fictional tale whose themes of violence against women are inspired by an event he witnessed when he was a teenager. It's a traumatic event that eventually leads to the creation of one of the most famous literary characters of the 21st century.
Two of his friends, they raped a little girl, and Stig didn't do anything to help to this little girl.
Stieg Larsson dies and leaves an immense body of work that includes 3 unpublished novels. Some say he loosely bases Millennium's Mikhail Blomkvist, the book's crusading journalist, on himself, while Lisbeth Salander takes the shape of a ghost from Larsson's past.
In the summer of 1969, Stieg Larsson and 2 friends went to a camping house, and 2 of his friends, they raped a little girl, and Stig didn't do anything to help to this little girl. And when Stig came home, he felt very bad and he could not sleep.
The girl's name is Lisbeth. The rape would forever mark the author, who vowed never to let such acts go unpunished, at least not in his novels.
And now Stig has written over 2,000 pages, 25, 30 years later, just an answer maybe to this little girl in the north of Sweden. So this is the story.
Larsson begins writing the Millennium Saga in 1997.
When he was working at Expo, his colleagues used to see him sit and, grin with a smile on his face. And that was when he was actually, instead of writing things to publish in Expo, he was actually working on his novels because he was so passionate about it.
His main project was to finish those 3 books, and he wrote them at the same time. And before he even went to the publishing company, he had these 3 books.
He had a way of writing, a way of expressing himself, which you, by the way, can see in the books. I remember the first time I read the books, I could almost hear Stig's voice, basically, because he was this very Stigish way of writing.
And he was very interested in crime novels that tries to tell something about problems in the society and the political situation. So when I learned that he actually tried to make these kind of books himself, I was not surprised.
The themes in the book, for example, violence against women, is a part of what Stig always talked about, but that he couldn't write in Expo because Expo was kind of isolated to confronting organized intolerance.
He was not expecting all these success. All these things to be famous, and these books would sell so much. He said me he wanted to sell about 1 million copies in Scandinavia and Germany. That was his dream, It was the biggest dream he had.
Some people, have a garden. Some people watch football, and he writes crime novels.
In the fall of 2003, Gabrielsen returns home with a copy of the manuscript for The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. It has been returned to sender from one of Sweden's largest publishers. But Gabrielsen isn't going to take no for an answer.
Well, Eva Gabrielsson, she has always been a tough person.
Weeks later, the pristine manuscript is sent back to Larsson. In fact, it's too pristine.
They received the first manuscript of the first book, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, but They actually never read it.
A friend of Larsson's with connections to Swedish publishers offers to pitch the novel to Norstedts. The reaction from the company is immediate.
We at Norstedts were so thrilled when Stig came to us with his 3 wonderful manuscripts, and we started to make plans together with him both for publishing his books and selling them, rights for translation as well as film rights.
Stig wanted to use the money that he got from the books to secure the magazine Expo. And he also wanted to get money for different anti-racist activities. That was part of the goal.
So normally when an author comes to a publishing house, they have 1 script, hopefully 1 script. And in this case we had like 3. 2 entire scripts and a 3rd one almost done. And our plan was to publish 1 every year.
Norstedts gives Larsson an advance against future royalties on the 3 books of 591,000 Swedish krona, or $88,000 US. He and Gabrielsson agree to use the money to pay off their mortgage and slowly begin to make plans on how to use future payments, including donating royalties from a 4th book to Expo magazine.
Stig Larsson had plans on writing 10 books about Lisbeth Salander and these characters.
Stig was very excited when the books were accepted by Norstedts because he really wanted to become a successful and good and established crime writer on the same level as the well-known Swedish crime writers like Henning Mankell.
He said that, well, except from buying a house outside Stockholm, I will use this money as a platform to spread my ideas. Not have to care about what people think or what I'm writing, not have to be scared of losing my job.
Publisher Norstedts chooses the Frankfurt Book Fair, the biggest such fair in the world, as an opportunity to sell the international rights to the books.
And it turned out that there was a lot of interest, and international publishers queued before the Norstedts stand to get reading copies.
We thought that there was so much time with Stig, but there wasn't.
But by May of 2005, Eva Gabrielsson, Larsson's longtime companion, learns that Joachim and Erland Larsson are the rightful heirs to her late partner's estate, including his unpublished novels. She believes that they are unworthy of managing his legacy and claims that Larsson's relationship to his brother and father was tenuous at best.
It stood quite clear that they weren't that close. I mean, Joachim Larsson, when I asked him, when did you meet your brother last time? He couldn't answer first. And then he said about 2 years. 2 years before he died. That was the last time they met.
When I was getting a ticket to go to Umeå, he told me, you have to visit my father, because I haven't visited him, which is a very strange thing to do. But he asked me to visit him, and just to pop by and say hi. And I did.
Every time I visited his town, Umeå, he asked me to have a lunch with his father. And he always called his father for Erland, not father, as we say in my mother language, Kurdish. And I was very angry to him, how he can say Erland to his father.
They live in different parts of Sweden. They could, I think, have a closer contact. But, you know, Stig Larsson was a very political person, and he was very concerned in politics. He didn't share this interest with his brother that much as he shared it with Eva Gabrielsson. That's obvious.
Magdalena Hedlund does not agree.
The relationship Stig had with his father and with his brother, it seems to me as it was a perfectly normal relationship. They lived far away from each other, but they had contact on the phone and by email, and they saw each other every now and then.
She thinks that she is the one who knew Stig, and that's the reason why she wants to have control over his writings.
I think this is sort of a contest of who loved Stig the most. And who can you say that? Who's the winner of that?
The memories of those days are far from Gabrielsson's mind upon learning that Joachim and Erland Larsson will inherit the entirety of Stieg Larsson's estate, and they have very different ideas about how it should be managed. It will soon create a divide between Gabrielson and the Larssons, and things are about to get ugly.
It's really one of the worst deals in the film history, I think, for a success script like the Millennium Trilogy.
She was never interested in the money. She was only interested in the heritage of Stieg Larsson, her life companion.
Eva Gabrielson claims that her lover and life partner, writer Stieg Larsson, was never close to his brother Joachim and his father Erland, and that only she has the right to manage his estate. As the release of The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo grows near, the publisher Norstedts and the new heirs of the estate revisit Larsson's unsigned publishing deal. New negotiations are begun, negotiations that to some are to the Larsson family's disadvantage.
If Eva Gabrielsson would have had the rights to the novels and to all Stieg Larsson's texts, it would have been much trickier for Norstedts, the publishing house, to make new deals. Had to write new contracts, this time with the legal heirs, Joachim and Erland Larsson. And we actually got hold of these new contracts and showed them to some experts, and most people told us that these were lousy. I mean, having the fact that this was an international success, these were lousy contracts.
That, of course, was very convenient for Norstedts. Here they have two, older guys from northern Sweden that didn't know anything. Of course, that was much easier to deal with than this Eva Gabrielsson, who was really a fighter.
Neither the Larssons nor Norstedts revealed the exact dollar amounts. But according to Ali Fagan and Fredrik Quistberg, it's clear that the publisher makes the most of the Larssons' lack of knowledge of the publishing world.
If it would have been Eva Gabrielsson they would have to negotiate with, it would have been a completely different affair.
For the publisher Norstedts, it's an opportunity to build a franchise.
The first book had come out, and it was already a big hit. And everybody was expecting the second book, and everybody knew there were 3 books, a trilogy. But, I mean, it all exploded.
Gabrielson disapproves of the English title of the first book, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, and will write in her autobiography that the late author preferred the more literal translation, Men Who Hate Women. She suggests that the characters and events portrayed in the Millennium books are based on her life experiences with Larsson, and teases that while she didn't necessarily ghostwrite the books, she and Larsson did often write together.
In some situations, you could have a special case for compensation, and that would be if Eva would have been seen as an author of some of his works. It's very difficult to bring proof on that afterwards, that it was in fact a collaborative effort.
It wasn't easy for her to find herself so put aside from everything that they had shared together. So I think she started to fight to get these rights back.
Even though she's at risk of losing her home, Gabrielson's true motive appears to be neither the money nor the Millennium books themselves.
The big thing for her was not the 3 novels. This was a hobby project for Stieg Larsson and for her also in a sense. The real concern for her was the political text, the books that he had written about the right-wing movements here in Sweden, all the texts that he had been written.
Gabrielson believes that Larsson's 4 non-fiction books on Sweden's extreme right movement and the countless magazine articles he wrote are just as important a commodity as the Millennium books. If not financially, then at the very least intellectually. She wants control over all of his work, both fiction and non-fiction.
I don't think Eva Gabrielsson is a gold digger. She made a proposal to Joachim and Erland Larsson that they should be given all the money from the Millennium Trilogy. She just wanted to have the control over the books. She wanted that control, she explained to us, because she didn't want to see Stieg's works too commercialized.
Ali Fagan explains the finer points of Gabrielson's proposal.
They actually said that if you want, you can put in how many % of the income from the books that you want Eva Gabrielsson to have. And they said that if you put 0, it's 0. If you put 50, it's 50. But so they could actually fill in the amount of money. If they didn't want to give her any money, they could have written 0.
But the Larssons refuse her proposal. Meanwhile, the first book is beginning to make waves all around the world.
Not only in Sweden, not only in Norway, in Denmark, in Germany, in France, in Spain, in Italy. They saw it everywhere. And when the books were launched in USA, Canada, UK, that's when the explosion came through with readers. It was immense.
This is kind of book that you would take it up and then you wouldn't put it down. I mean, this is what makes a success. But I could not have realized how big. I mean, this is huge, worldwide.
The book is a hot topic of discussion.
I think every publisher and every reader, in fact, has his or her idea of what they think is the magic in the books. No one can put Lisbeth Salander away. She is a magic creature. Before Stig, no one had described a female main character who wasn't afraid of anything, who had this strength, who had had a tough life, but who stood up and had strong ideas and ideals.
I think the Millennium books are not really great literature, but they are really great crime writing.
Well, the popularity of his books didn't mean that much for Expo, surprisingly enough. My idea was that, now his books is famous all over the world, which means that we will have, a lot of people subscribe to the magazine, a lot of people giving us money and, supporting us. But no.
Linda Altrov Berg recalls Norstedt's initial pact with the author.
So when Norstedt signed Stig Larsson, our promise to him was, of course, to sell as many books as possible in Sweden, first of all, but also to sell the rights for translation in as many countries as possible. Plus, we also had this agreement to sell his film rights.
Not so, writes Eva Gabrielsson in her book. She claims that Larsson owned the film rights and had been holding out for a Hollywood adaptation when he died. Nevertheless, Norstedts orchestrates a deal for the Larssons in which the 3 books will be turned into 6 movies for Swedish television, then released worldwide as a trilogy of theatrical films.
The deal that Alan and Joachim closed, it's a very crappy deal. It's really one of the worst deals in the film history, I think, for a success script like the Millennium Trilogy.
Neither Norstedts nor the Larssons divulge any details. When Gabrielsson makes a plea to the Larssons for editorial control over the films, they tell her in no uncertain terms that she will not have any. Further proof for her that the Larssons are building a commercial empire out of her late partner's legacy, which goes completely against what Stig would have wanted.
It would have been completely understandable if she was interested in the money, because it's huge amounts of money. But she was never interested in the money. She was only interested in the heritage of Stig Larsson, her life companion.
October 2005. After months of legal squabbling, Gabrielsson learned she has no claim to the late author's estate. She will lose everything, including her apartment, unless she fulfills one important request.
He had a manuscript for a 4th book. 2/3 of it was already finished.
A file on the laptop computer recovered from the Expo offices on the day Larsson died becomes a huge bargaining chip. Could Eva Gabrielsson be in possession of a 4th Millennium book?
This is a commercial dynamite.
Eva Gabrielsson learns that she will have no say over the legacy of her late partner, author Stig Larsson. She watches in horror as the estate's legal heirs, her de facto in-laws Joachim and Erland Larsson, are given full control over how to release and possibly exploit 3 of the most popular novels in the 21st century. But could there be one more? On the day he died, Stieg Larsson carried with him not only a dying heart, but a heavy laptop computer as well. The computer, property of Expo magazine, contained an unfinished novel.
He had a manuscript for a fourth book. 2/3 of it was already finished. And this was all in his working laptop that he used when he was working for Expo.
There has been, of course, a lot of rumors, and people are claiming that there are so and so many pages written, 150 pages, 300 pages, and so forth.
Upon leaving Expo, one of the magazine's staff members takes the backpack containing Stieg's laptop with her. It's practically an afterthought.
This is a commercial dynamite. After all this success, there is a fourth manuscript already almost written, clear, finished. So, of course, Erland and Joachim Larsson, who actually has the legal rights for this, what is written in this computer, they tried to get a hold of this computer.
What happens to the computer in the days and weeks following Stieg Larsson's death is unclear. Expo releases a statement saying they are unaware of its whereabouts, while Gabrielsen teases that she knows where it is, without admitting that it's in her possession.
Joachim and Erland Larsson, they actually own half of the apartment that Stieg and Eva were living in. So what they did was that they said that if you don't give us the computer back, we will make you thrown out of the apartment. So I think she took that very, very hard.
But the fourth Millennium manuscript is Gabrielsen's ace in the hole, and she isn't giving it up without a fight.
There is a really nasty blackmailing story here.
In December 2005, Joachim threatens Gabrielsen's lawyer that Norstedts will cancel the publishing of the second and third novels in the series unless Gabrielsen delivers the computer to them. Norstedts, however, say they know nothing about the existence of a fourth book.
As far as Norstedts and I'm concerned, we have never seen a fourth manuscript. We have read about it in papers, we have heard people talk about them in TV shows, but we have never seen not even a glimpse of it. So rumors, as far as it comes to us, are rumors.
I know very little about the fourth book. What I know, I have basically read in the papers, lots of speculations. Joachim and Erland do not know where the manuscript is. I don't know if Eva knows where it is.
The Larssons' threats prove baseless as Norstedts releases the second and third books in 2006 and 2007. Like the first novel, they are huge bestsellers. Mysteriously, the fight over the fourth book is dropped entirely, and no explanation is ever given.
In 2008, Eva Gabrielsson and Erland and Joachim issued some kind of statement that the book was not going to be published. As far as I know, this is how it stands right now.
For people loving Millennium, it's a shame that it hasn't been published. But the question is, who would finish it?
In a way, I think that maybe it's good enough. Why longing for a fourth book? I think 3 books might be enough.
Of this great work of Stieg Larsson, what has come out? A bitter conflict. Who would have wanted that? The least person that wanted that would be Stieg Larsson himself.
Stieg Larsson was a very idealistic person, and he didn't care about money. And to see this process about money afterwards, I think it's very sad in many ways.
However, there is no denying the success of the Millennium Trilogy in its first 7 years.
The 3 books by Stieg Larsson have sold in approximately 65 million copies worldwide. You are in Sweden, and in Sweden we are 9.5 million inhabitants. We have sold close to 3.5 million copies of all 3 books.
Well, I think it's important for Joachim and Erland to handle the rights in a respectful way and to try to think what they think Stieg would have wanted to do and to manage it as well as possible. But Of course, they would have been happier if it could have been done in cooperation also with Eva.
I want to mention Denmark, which is a small country. The publisher says that the books by Stieg Larsson have sold in more copies than the Bible. I do not know how she had counted it, but I'm sure she's right. It's amazing. It's totally like cuckoo. How could it happen?
Gabrielson's continued attempts to obtain the rights to Stieg Larsson's work are met with the same answer each time: no.
The fight and the media publicity over the money is maybe one of the saddest things about the success of his books. And I would guess that Stieg would be the one who hated the situation most of everyone.
At first, I think that a lot of people felt compassion to Eva Gabrielsson's story, and the media picture of the Larssons family was that they were very greedy.
Well, I would say initially they have kind of suffered in silence. They have responded to some of the journalists' questions, but they have also felt for a long time that the journalists weren't really interested in reporting what they had to say.
Then, in the fall of 2007, something unexpected happens. The Larssons give their share of the apartment to Gabrielsson. Skeptics believe the Larssons are bowing to public pressure.
The Swedish media had a very fixed picture of who the bad guy was in this story and who the good guy was.
The Larssons' apparent goodwill doesn't end there.
On one occasion, Erland and Joachim were offering 20 million kronor to Eva Gabrielsson.
The Larssons' offer also includes one of the 3 seats on the board which manages the Larsson estate. But further inquiries reveal that Gabrielsson's power would be limited to accessing contracts and financial statements. Full control over the estate would remain with the Larssons.
She didn't want to have that. She said she didn't want to be bought by this money.
Because this is not a question about the money. It's a question about who has the control over the legacy of Stieg Larsson.
In April 2010, Gabrielsson's lawyer asks the Larssons for control over the author's political writings only. 2 months later, the Larssons announce that they wish to permanently stop all negotiations.
There's like a canyon between them.
She has wanted to handle the rights on her own and to be the one who has the saying about what should be done and not. And there the discussion have ended. So.
2011, Gabrielsson releases a book of her own, an autobiography. In it, she makes inflammatory accusations against the Larssons and how they handled the estate.
This was her way, I think. I do not know her. This was her way of answering a lot of questions to a lot of people at the same time.
In it, she suggests her life with Larsson inspired the characters and events in the Millennium universe, and speaks out against what she considers outdated Swedish laws that prevent common law partners from enjoying the same rights as married couples. She also suggests that she knew Stieg Larsson better than anyone, including his own family.
I think that Joachim was upset when reading Eva Gabrielsson's book, partly because it contains things that are not true, and partly it very much gives the impression that Stieg should not have had any contact with his father and brother.
The Larssons take to the internet to challenge some of Gabrielsson's accusations. The website and further interviews appear to improve the Larssons' public image.
I think people then started realizing that the situation wasn't as easy as it had been pictured before.
Internationally, we know for a fact that Eva Gabrielsson has a lot of support. But here, I think that people think that, well, they had the legal rights. What could they do? This is not a legal question, it's a moral question.
In 7 short years, the Millennium books have sold more than 65 million copies and spawned a successful trilogy of Swedish films, as well as an American remake.
Some of the money that nowadays comes to Stig's brother and his father actually are given back to Expo, a very small part of the money though. It's 2 million Swedish crowns a year, which makes it possible for us to have like 4 or 5 people hired, which is very important. I mean, we're very thankful for that.
In 2008, publisher Norstedts and the Larssons established the Stieg Larsson Prize, which is awarded to a person or an organization working against racism and oppression. But the ending of Stig's story is far more ironic than that of any book or movie.
Joachim and Erland Larsson, they are in a tricky situation also because, I mean, they're probably one of the wealthiest people in north of Sweden. If they started to flash with this money and, you know, buy villas and cars, and people would probably be annoyed and point fingers at them and say, look at the greedy Larsson family.
Naturally, they are sad that he was never able to experience the success that he had on his own.
The Larssons are at a moral impasse.
I don't think that they can actually use all this money before they solve the situation with Eva Gabrielsson. How that is going to happen, I don't know. But until then, all these Millennium millions, they're still on a bank account somewhere.
Stieg Larsson was a fighter and would have no doubt used his international fame to keep fighting. But his death raises the question, had he lived to see his success, how many more books did he have in him? And more important to Stig himself, how much more might his pleas for tolerance have resonated around the world? The queen of country music, Tammy Wynette, dies suddenly at the age of 55.
I will always believe that her death was not an accident.
The surprise is not that Tammy died. The surprise is that she lived.
After a lifetime of anguish, she's portrayed once again in death.
We went there to expect to hear exactly what Mom had told us, and it was not at all what Mom had told us.
Leaving her children to wonder why the First Lady of Heartache continued to stand by her man.
Something was not right, and we had to know what the answers were. Her will, God played out exactly how she would have wished after what they did to her.
On April 6, 1998, country music star Tammy Wynette is found dead inside her Tennessee mansion. Tammy's friend and former hairdresser, Nanette Nichols Crafton, is phoned with the news.
Well, they called me and said Tammy's died. And I went over to the house, and it was so sad that she was just laying there dead on the sofa.
Tammy's youngest daughter, Georgette Jones, learns of the tragedy in the worst possible way.
The day my mother passed away, April 6, 1998, I was working as a registered nurse at a local hospital in Alexander City. One of the nurses came and said, "You need to call home." And I said, "Oh my, what's wrong with my children? Are my children okay?" It's my first thought. She then told me that another nurse friend of mine had seen on TV that my mom had passed away. And I think that I went numb.
Tammy's children are devastated by her death.
Still very emotional, still very raw. For a long time, I couldn't listen to her music. I could not watch anything that she was on.
It hasn't always been easy having such a famous mother.
She had her differences with her daughters, don't get me wrong. There were times where she wasn't talking to one or the other.
She was gone for certain pivotal things in our lives, and I know it bothered her. At the end of the day, she truly loved her family. She took care of us, and we never wanted for anything.
The relationship Tammy had with her own mother was not easy. On May 5, 1942, Virginia Wynette Pugh, or Tammy Wynette as she was later to be known, is born to a family of cotton farmers near Tremont, Mississippi. The happy household doesn't last long.
Tammy's father died when Tammy was just an infant, which had a big effect on Tammy. I think the cliche of looking for a father figure definitely applied to Tammy throughout her life.
As a teenager, Tammy and her mother Mildred's personalities clash.
She was a rebellious child. I think my grandmother probably had a lot of problems with her, but I think a lot of that was due to her creativity, because she was wanting, even at an early age, to start her singing career.
Mildred was very bullheaded, and so was Tammy. There was no way anybody was going to tell Tammy what to do, even at that age. And that set up a whole dynamic that I think lasted her whole life.
At 17, Tammy begins dating 22-year-old Upal Bird. One night after arriving home late from a date, her mother hits her in the face with a belt, hard enough to draw blood.
Upal was older, and it just drove Mildred crazy that Tammy was out with him, came home late for dates, and after one particular date, I guess she got a walloping, and she just said, "That's it."
Even though she is only 1 month away from finishing high school, Tammy decides that the only way to escape her overbearing mother is to marry Upal.
She just needed to get out of there, and getting married was the way she could do it.
Tammy and Upal have 3 children together, Gwen, Jackie, and Tina, but the relationship falls apart.
Marrying Upal Bird did not make her free, to say the least. They had a lot of fights.
By 1966, after 7 years of marriage, Tammy takes her 3 daughters and moves to Nashville. She dreams of becoming a star.
Tammy was independent. She was going to do, as I say, what Tammy wanted to do.
After knocking on door after door in Nashville, Tammy eventually lands a lucky break.
She finally went to CBS Records, where that day the receptionist had taken a lunch break, and she just walked in with her guitar, walked right into his office and said, "Hi, I'm Virginia Wynette Pugh, and I want a record deal."
She looked like somebody at the end of their rope, is how I think he put it. And she came in and pitched him some songs, and he heard nothing, but something in the back of his mind said, "Don't turn this chick down."
She signs a record deal with producer Billy Sherrill, and he changes her name to Tammy Wynette. Her first single, Apartment Number 9, peaks at number 44 on the country music charts.
All of her peers heard that song. They all told me, Loretta, Dolly, George Jones, when we heard that song, There was somebody there to be reckoned with.
2 years later, in 1968, she and Cherelle write the song she will forever be known for.
If there's a song that is classic Tammy, for better and for worse, it is Stand By Your Man. And it really came about by accident.
Tammy showed up at the recording studio. She recorded 2 songs, and Billy had hired the musicians for another hour. And he said to Tammy, he says, let's go upstairs to my office and write a song. They went up to his office, and 20 minutes later, they came back down with Stand By Your Man, which went on to be the biggest selling single in country music history.
By 1970, a mere 4 years after signing her first record deal, she's already won 2 Grammys and 3 CMA Awards. She will continue to rule the country charts for the next decade.
Well, Tammy was the very best. She was the first lady of country music for a reason. She was the first female artist to sell over 1 million records, and that's when they called her the First Lady.
Tammy's personal life, however, is not so rosy. By the time she's 34 years old, she has 3 ex-husbands: Upal Bird, musician Don Chappell, and country legend George Jones, the father of her 4th daughter, Georgette.
Tammy loved being in love. She always was looking for the ultimate love. She had to have a man.
In the summer of 1976, she decides to try her luck again with real estate developer Michael Tomlin. The marriage is a disaster, and she has it annulled after just 44 days. With 4 failed marriages, Tammy decides that the next one has to be for keeps.
She was like, my fans won't stand for another divorce. And we go, oh, yeah, they will, man. They love it when you get divorced. New songs, new hits. Come on, your fans love it.
Her friend George Ritchie has been providing a shoulder for her to cry on through her many breakups. Their relationship develops into a romantic one, and in 1978, she finds herself saying, I do, for the 5th time.
I do remember the day Mom came to us and said, Richie, she called him Richie and I are getting married. And I think for me, it was, I so wanted Mom to be happy. So if Richie made her happy, then I was all for it.
Richie will change Tammy's life, some say for better, and others for much, much worse.
You could just feel that he wasn't right.
Country music star Tammy Wynette believes she has finally found a man to stand by in husband number 5. But is Richie really the knight in shining armor that she thinks he is? George Ritchie, born Richardson, has been a friend of Tammy's for years. A songwriter and producer himself, Ritchie's worked with some of country's greatest, like Merle Haggard and Johnny Horton.
George Ritchie, who's a very well-respected person here in the Nashville music industry and very accomplished as a musician and a producer and songwriter in his own right.
He and Tammy were definitely friends. At some point in here, Ritchie confesses to Tammy that he is in love with her and always has been.
Unlike Tammy's other marriages, this one sticks. She will stay with Ritchie until her untimely death 20 years later. Sheila Slaughter Ritchie marries Ritchie 3 years after Tammy passes away.
Tammy and Ritchie had an extraordinary relationship. It was inspiring, actually. The love that they shared was remarkable. If Tammy was not happy in her marriage, trust me, she would have made sure that she found her way out. No one could have made her stay in that.
Mom spoke in public about how she loved him and he loved her, and so it appeared to be that she finally found that knight in shining armor she always looked for.
Some of Tammy's friends and family, however, saw a darker side.
George Ritchie was one of the most controlling people that I've ever known anything about. You could just feel that he wasn't right. He controlled when Tammy saw who and for how long, and I tried to stay on his good side all the time because he had gotten rid of Jan, he had gotten rid of Nan, he had ostracized her from Gwen, he had pretty much eliminated all of her close friends.
Tammy's daughters and friends say that she even tried to leave Richie.
I lived just right around the corner from her, and I drove up, actually, and she was sitting on her suitcases in my driveway. She came inside, and she said, I'm going to leave him. And I was ecstatic. I said, okay, you can stay here. And then as she stayed, I think she got frightened because I remember her telling me many, many times that he would always tell her, you're nothing without me.
Those close to Tammy actually insist that her heart belonged to another. Her third husband, George Jones. They were married for 6 years before they split.
I believe, after talking to so many people in Tammy's life, George Jones was the love of her life, remained so till her dying day. She just couldn't live with him.
During her marriage to Richie, Tammy's health rapidly declines. Plagued with intestinal problems from an early age, she goes under the knife many times throughout her life.
Tammy had 32 or 33 stomach surgeries, one of which, I think maybe the second last of which, she was in surgery for something like 12 hours, and she had, I think, 8 or 9 inches of scar tissue that they had to cut through to get to the problem.
While only in her mid-50s, she appears aged and frail. After being estranged from Tammy for a period of time, friend Janine Nichols Smith is surprised by her altered appearance.
Just knocked my knees out from under me. I couldn't believe what she looked like. My beautiful girl was just... She didn't even look like Tammy Wynette anymore. She looked all hollow and skinny and frail and vulnerable. She just looked like if you touched her real hard, she'd crumble apart.
Her constant illnesses forced Tammy to realize her time is short.
She always was prepared to die. She always was. That was something that she had been taught and had come to grips with early in her life. And so at any point, she was ready for God's plan for her.
The lesson is brought home when Upal Bird, the father of Tammy's 3 eldest daughters, dies suddenly in a car crash in 1996. Tammy calls all her children, as well as Richie's son and daughter, together that very night for a meeting.
My mom had signed a new will, and she told all 6 of us that she wanted us to meet with her and Richie and discuss what was in it.
Tammy tells them she has taken out 2 $1 million life insurance policies.
One was to go to Richie, it was for $1 million, and one was to be split between the 4 of us girls.
We, at that time, of course, we told her we really didn't want to hear about all those details, but she insisted that she wanted to tell us everything. So she continued to explain that the house and the business and everything else that Mom had, such as her awards and things like that, all of those things would be kept together, that Richie would own those until he passed away. And then at that time, everything that was left then would be divided between the 6 of us children, his 2 kids and the 4 of us girls. Richie only spoke up at the very end to explain that the will had been signed, it was filed, it was final, and that now that they had made us aware that he wanted all of us to understand that the will could never be contested.
Tammy also tells the girls which of her personal possessions she wants to leave them, saying that she has written each name and item down on a yellow legal pad.
My mom almost, I would have to say, to a degree, was somewhat obsessed with that legal pad. I think it really worried her that one of us would feel left out somehow, or someone might feel like someone else got something more.
And then she also had this horrible feeling that the Richies were going to get all of her stuff, and her children weren't going to get anything. So she was going to fix it.
Tammy even starts writing their names on pieces of masking tape, sticking them to various items around the house.
Maybe there was an oriental rug, or there was a china set, or a fur coat, or something like that of that nature. She would take little pieces of tape and stick it to the item, write initials on there, and then for her, she would go back and write everything down on the pad so that she could keep things even as she added things new.
Less than 2 years later, Tammy Wynette dies inside her Tennessee mansion. but her death is not reported for several hours.
And I'll tell you what has infuriated me over the years is so much was said about, well, he didn't, pick up the phone and do this, he didn't do that. And I want to say to them, where's the owner manual when, okay, I've found my spouse dead on the couch, what are the steps I'm supposed to take now? You don't know what you would do when you find someone, your love, dead beside you.
Although he doesn't call 911, Richie does pick up the phone to call Tammy's personal physician, Dr. Wallace Marsh in Philadelphia, and asks him to fly to Nashville. It's a decision that will later seem suspicious.
I think Richie just hid it from everybody until he thought he could get Dr. Marsh here so that Dr. Marsh could pronounce her dead.
When her daughter Jackie arrives on the scene hours later, she's surprised to find her mother's body still curled up on the couch.
I didn't want to look at her. I did not want my last memories of her to be like that. I did not look at her face. I just remember turning my face and touching her.
When Dr. Marsh finally arrives later that evening, he determines that Tammy has died from a blood clot in her lung. 3 days later, 1,500 people, including some of country music's greatest artists, gather for her funeral in Nashville.
When Tammy Wynette passed, the country community was really devastated. In fact, CNN covered her funeral live. It was the who's who of the country music community.
Afterwards, Gwen, Jackie, Tina, Georgette, and Tammy's stepchildren Kelly and Deirdre gather at a lawyer's office to hear the reading of Tammy's will. And they're about to get the shock of their lives.
They weren't just Tammy Wynette's riches. They were George Ritchie and Tammy Wynette's riches.
Country music legend Tammy Wynette has died suddenly at the age of 55. Her daughters Gwen, Jackie, Tina, and Georgette have gathered to hear the reading of their mother's will.
On the day of the reading of the will, my sisters and I and Deirdre and Kelly, Richie's 2 children, went together. Richie, which we felt odd at the time, stayed at home. He didn't come to the reading of the will.
The lawyer states that her husband Richie and his brother Carl have been appointed the trustees of the will and the estate.
As co-trustee, he had the power to distribute income, the money earned by the trust property, and principal, the actual assets of the trust.
The girls are not happy about this. They feel that someone from Tammy's family should have been appointed a co-executor.
My sister Tina just totally reacted defensively. She just kind of stood up and said, "This is crap." And, the rest of us, like I said, my sister Georgette and my sister Gwen, basically kind of just sat there in a daze.
Tammy's children listen as the will goes on to state that $10,000 has been left to each of the grandchildren, and that the house, all personal property, and control over her business assets are to go to Richie. No money is given to her children.
We went there to expect to hear exactly what Mom had told us, and it was not at all what Mom had told us.
At this point, Tammy's children still assume that they will be inheriting one of their mother's $1 million life insurance policies. After the meeting, they're asked to stop by Richie's house. He tells Tammy's daughters that they must sign an affidavit confirming the will's authenticity.
Richie said that we had to sign a form saying that we were agreed on the will, reminding us that if we contested that then upon his death, none of us would inherit anything of Mom's.
Tammy's will contains a no contest clause stating that anyone challenging the contents of her will takes a risk of being disinherited.
The no contest clause in Tammy's will favored Richie. It forced the children to accept a will that they didn't think was fair to them.
All of us, with the exception of Tina, signed it.
They sign in good faith, believing that their true inheritance is yet to come. Richie then tells Gwen, Jackie, and Georgette that he will give them each $5,000. Tina receives nothing, while the other girls consider it an advance of what will eventually be theirs.
If we went ahead and signed the waiver, he would give us our first distribution of the money that Mom was going to leave to us. Not the full $250,000 apiece per child, but he would give us $5,000 now, simply because we had to wait until all of the tax assessment had been done, and then he would distribute the rest.
Still expecting to inherit $250,000 each, they are satisfied for the time being. But a bigger bombshell is about to drop. Despite being told otherwise by their mother before her death, they discover they were not, in fact, named as beneficiaries of either life insurance policy.
Tammy's will left everything to Richie. She left all her personal property to Richie. Then she left everything else, all the significant assets, the royalties, copyrights, and other life insurance, all the other assets, to Richie in trusts.
I don't know what happened to the insurance policies. That's the, $24 question. Other than, I'm assuming Richie received his portion, and then from what I understand was the second life insurance policy went into the Virginia Richardson trust.
Gwen confronts Richie, wanting to know why they weren't named like their mother had promised. Richie claims that Tammy changed her mind.
Richie later told me that they had been told that they were going to get, a life insurance policy. But I know from my own experience, I've changed my own personal life insurance many times. So Tammy probably decided to change it.
The will states that the money can be used to provide for and support her husband. Any leftover money could be paid at Richie and his brother's discretion to the children.
It's not common when you have children from a prior marriage to give your spouse that much power and access to the trust money, because you are setting up a situation where that spouse is not going to want to spend money for his stepchildren.
Richie tells the girls that he will decide what money they get at a later time.
Richie had a lot of power over all the assets in those trusts. He was the trustee. He was the beneficiary as long as he lived. He had no obligation to give any assets to the daughters during his lifetime.
They weren't just Tammy Wynette's riches. They were George Ritchie and Tammy Wynette's riches. They built it together. George Ritchie was a wildly successful music executive. He was president of Capitol Records. You just couldn't get or find a better producer or writer or piano player. He was as equal to her. So to say that George Ritchie wanted Tammy's riches is a total insult, and you can see that that's not the way it really was.
To top it all off, the yellow legal pad, the list Tammy had painstakingly made detailing each daughter's intended possessions, goes missing.
Richie's explanation to no list being found was that, oh, honey, I don't know where that list is, and your mom changed it all the time. So there was no list filed with the will, so therefore we never received any items at all, not our baby books, not anything that my grandmother left to our mom for us. Essentially everything that my mom had, clothes, personal items of all kinds, including things of ours, my sisters and I, none of those things were given to us.
I know that there's been a lot of question of where was this list of things that Tammy wanted to give out. And he told me that she wrote them out, not daily, but constantly. She'd get mad at this kid and it would, they would be scratched off. You get mad at this kid. She was constantly revising it.
For Tammy's daughters, the change in their mother's will is upsetting. But as they learn more details about her death, they soon have even bigger concerns.
Mom had been doing so much better. And we were just really shocked that it had happened then, and we couldn't figure out why. We had asked questions with family and of Richie and of the doctor that cared for my mom, but instead of getting answers, it seemed like we just had more and more questions. Something was not right, and we had to know what the answers were.
Did Tammy Wynette actually die from natural causes?
Dr. Marsh stated in my office, had Tammy Wynette been taken to the hospital the night before, she would be alive today.
Country music superstar Tammy Wynette has passed away at the age of 55. Suspicious about the events surrounding their mother's death, Tammy's daughters begin to question if it really was from natural causes. September 1998. Hoping to gain public support in their quest for the truth behind their mother's death, one of her 4 daughters, Jackie, airs her frustrations in a tabloid interview.
I contacted Star magazine after Mom's death, particularly because I felt like we weren't getting anywhere. I wanted people to know what had happened. I wanted them to know what happened the night Mom died.
In the article, Jackie states that she and her sisters question the circumstances surrounding their mother's death and that they want an autopsy performed on the body. But not everyone believes Tammy's daughters' intentions are so honorable.
Well, I think you could see their credibility by the news outlet that they chose to bring their story to. I mean, the Star magazine isn't the most honorable place that I would start if I really believed something had happened legitimately to my mother.
I don't think they're guilty of anything except being loving children that were devoted to their mother. And if there's one thing that Tammy wanted to do was to provide for her daughters. Nowhere do I see anything by Tammy saying, you know, I want my daughter screwed out of my fortune.
And she had reasons to want to provide for her family. Tammy Wynette struggled with health issues for most of her life.
People told me stories of how she would come off stage just clutching her sides and collapse after giving her all to the audience because she was in such pain.
To deal with the pain, she begins taking prescription painkillers.
I know where it started. Tammy was in a lot of pain, so this doctor gave her some Demerol for the pain. The doctor said, I have called in a prescription, and there's like a drugstore that was over by a college here. I got it in the car and went over and got it. And that was her first shot out of the hospital. We were totally innocent. I mean, we didn't know. The doctor said, do it. We did it. And that was the very first one.
Tammy is given powerfully addictive painkillers like Demerol and Dilaudid.
She needed the drugs, there was no question about it, and the doctors prescribed them. I mean, she was in pain, bad pain, and she endured a lot. At the same time, there were plenty of times where she didn't need the drugs and she craved them. I mean, there's stories of Tammy jamming a pencil in her ear to get drugs, throwing herself down the steps to injure herself, or at least the appearance of an injury, to get drugs.
John Doe wrote Tammy's book. John Doe once said, the surprise is not that Tammy died. The surprise is that she lived.
After years of injecting drugs, the veins in Tammy's arms collapse, and she begins shooting the drugs between her toes, and later has a permanent catheter inserted into her back to allow a needle to directly shoot the drugs into her bloodstream.
Tammy was full of drugs. Legal drugs, drugs that he had given her, drugs that Dr. Marsh had prescribed. A lot of Versed, and Versed is a hypnotic, and even before the needle is finished depressing, you'll be out. You wouldn't be able to give yourself a shot of Versed. It would be very unusual if you were able to.
I can't even, as a nurse, give that medication on my own. But yet, Richie was giving this to my mom in her IV at home.
I didn't actually realize that Mom had even any kind of a drug issue until I was married. She covered it up so well, but that's what addicts do, I guess.
Some of Tammy's friends and family say her addiction is fueled by her controlling husband. But others paint Richie as a caring husband, someone who would do anything to help if you were sick.
There's nobody that you would have wanted on your team more than George Ritchie when you were sick or when you were down. He was at his very best. He was a love at that. He was better at that than anything.
Being an addict is starting to hurt Tammy's reputation, and the topic of rehab is brought up with her friend Janine Nichols Smith.
Tammy and I were in this hotel across the hall from each other. We could open our doors and talk to each other. And our doors were open, and she said, "Jan, come over here. I want to have a serious talk with you." And I said, "Okay." So I go over and pop in bed with her, and I'm like, "What's up?" She said, "Do people in Nashville think I'm a drug addict?" And there had been a little bip in the newspaper about she was high on something besides country sunshine. And I said, "Yes, Tammy, they do." And she said, "We need to fix it." And I said, "Yes, we do need to fix it." I thought, oh my God, here it is. Here's the chance. And I had it, man, we were ready. We were ready to go. We were ready to go to rehab.
Ed Yarborough, Tammy's daughter's lawyer, says the family tried to help.
There was an attempt, at least once, maybe more than once, for the family to intervene and see if she could be weaned off of the powerful painkillers. Mr. Ritchie was not totally cooperative with that.
Tammy enters the Betty Ford Center, but after a 3-week stay, she collapses from a life-threatening bowel obstruction and undergoes a surgery to remove a quarter of her stomach. It's not long before Tammy is back on the painkillers.
Tammy's daughters tried to stand by their mother. They tried to help her. But you gotta understand, Tammy was hard-headed. She didn't want the help. I mean, it has to be said. She had many shots at having people help her get off drugs. In the end, she didn't decide to do it.
Her daughters believe drugs were the real reason for their mother's death, but with millions at stake, who stands to gain from covering it up? They formally request an autopsy to be performed on their mother's body, but it gets dismissed by the medical examiner.
The Tennessee law has always given the attending physician or the family physician quite a bit of latitude in terms of filling out a death certificate and deciding whether an autopsy is necessary. In this instance, Dr. Levy, who was the medical examiner for Nashville at the time, he stated that he was satisfied with the explanation the doctor gave and saw no need for further investigation.
I think Ritchie didn't want an autopsy performed because he knew that they would find something in Mom's system. He was very smart in that respect.
George Ritchie was never asked the questions. The questions came when he found out about it on the news, just like you and I. They pointed their questions, to the tabloids. So he didn't know that there were questions. He didn't know they wanted an autopsy. I mean, it all came as a surprise to him.
Determined to have an autopsy performed, Tammy's daughters look for new ways to keep the pressure on.
We had hired a private investigator who had found a lot of information for us. Ritchie never called 911 after he found Mom. It wasn't until many hours later when the family attorney arrived that he called 911 many hours later. The investigators showed up. They, in fact, and the coroner asked for a full listing of Mom's medications, and both the doctor, via telephone on the airplane, verified Mom's medications, and Ritchie verified Mom's medications. Both of them left off the fact that she had been prescribed and been given regularly IV Dilaudid, IV Versed, and IV Phenergan. Having denied those medications, the coroner felt no need, looking at the other medications, to do a full autopsy. Ritchie, in fact, when asked if he wanted one just for the peace of mind of knowing what actually happened, he refused autopsy, and in fact very quickly wanted Mom's remains to be prepared and ready for funerals.
Equipped with this information, on April 5, 1999, one day before the first anniversary of their mother's death, the girls file a $50 million wrongful death lawsuit against Ritchie and Tammy's personal physician, Dr. Wallace Marsh.
We hired Ed Yarborough, basically begged him to listen to us and just let us know if he felt like there was anything, that we could do. He looked at the paperwork we gave him. He looked at everything and felt like we had something.
Dr. Marsh flies into Ed Yarborough's office from Pennsylvania with 2 lawyers to fight off the wrongful death lawsuit.
They came, I believe, to try to talk us out of filing the lawsuit. So we spent about 2 hours or so one evening in my conference room, primarily listening to the doctor and his lawyers give us all the reasons why he was not responsible for the death of Tammy Wynette.
Instead, Dr. Marsh ends up giving Ed Yarborough more ammunition than he had to start with.
What they actually did was provide a lot of evidence against the doctor, because it was then pretty much admitted that he was sending Dilaudid and Versed to Tennessee by way of airplane. And it was also admitted that he had not been present when her symptoms had become worse the night before. Mr. Ritchie and Dr. Marsh talked, and Dr. Marsh had suggested that she might need to go to the hospital. That opened up the possibility that the failure of Mr. Ritchie to follow the doctor's advice, if indeed that was the advice, might have been a causative factor in her death. The issue here is that when Dr. Marsh stated in my office that had Tammy Wynette been taken to the hospital the night before, she would be alive today. That was a statement that was new information to us and probably to Mr. Ritchie as well.
Ritchie finally agrees to an autopsy, but after a year, the results come back inconclusive.
There was actually two different conclusions. The coroner said that it was unknown, because one of the results from a lab came back saying that there was Versed and Finnegan in her system, and then other tissue samples that were taken showed that there was nothing in her system.
You can't get drug levels and things like that months after the death. So the autopsy resulted in a cause of death of cardiac arrhythmia. Basically, her heart stopped. And that's not a very specific finding. It's kind of a catch-all for situations where you can't be sure what caused the death.
The daughters drop Ritchie from the lawsuit and agree to resolve the case with Dr. Marsh for an undisclosed amount.
From a legal standpoint, we felt he had to be dropped from the lawsuit at that point, because there was no longer any basis for saying that his failure to take her to the hospital was a cause of her death.
I believe George Ritchie got very poor legal counsel in that suit. You know, instead of standing up going, wait a minute, you know, you can't sue me for this. I didn't do anything. You know, come back. Stand up for yourself. I mean, I was just furious with him for it.
It would never have brought Mom back, obviously. I would certainly much rather have Mom here than whatever we got from the wrongful death suit. But it was our way of saying, you know, having people listen to us and letting people know that we're not crazy after all.
Meanwhile, Ritchie marries Sheila Slaughter, a TV producer, 30 years his junior in 2001. Tammy's daughters are less than thrilled with the union.
I don't think it was me personally. I think that anybody that would have been in my position, they wouldn't have liked.
For the most part, the couple stay out of the public eye for the next 9 years. But then Ritchie's health starts to decline.
Ritchie suffered for many years with COPD, with emphysema, which is certainly not a disorder that is pleasant by any means. He certainly did not have a peaceful, easy way out of this world.
When George Ritchie dies on July 31, 2010, Tammy's daughters feel certain that they'll finally inherit the money and personal items they feel entitled to. But little do they know that the biggest shocks are yet to come.
When Tammy Wynette's daughters sued George Ritchie for $50 million and basically called me an accomplice, that's pretty much a game changer.
When Tammy Wynette's fifth husband dies, her daughters expect to finally inherit what they feel they deserve.
When Ritchie passed away, I thought, okay, now maybe things will be okay. Maybe we all can get back to normalcy and life will be okay.
My sisters and I expected that upon the passing of our stepfather, that both his two children and the four of us would then inherit the rest of Mom's belongings and what was her name, her likeness, image, everything that was related to her business. All of those things then would be divided between the six of us.
But what Tammy's daughters don't know is that Ritchie ran up expensive hospital bills while he was sick, and he used Tammy's estate to help pay for the treatments.
Apparently, there is a clause that says if for some reason if he lives much longer, and he becomes very ill at some point in his old age where he's unable to care for himself medically and unable to care for himself financially, then it would be acceptable for him to sell off things if he needed to in order to pay for his medical care.
They didn't see George Ritchie for 12 years, so they had no idea the life that he was living, how difficult his life was, his health problems. You know, they never came to see him one time in a hospital. He had many, many bills to pay and, you know, medical expenses, so they would have no knowledge of that.
He was the beneficiary as long as he lived. He could take all the income from those assets. He could take any principal from those trusts, as long as he had a need for his health, his education, his maintenance and support. The words on the page of the will still stand, but they only say if there are any assets in the trust at Ritchie's death, then those assets go in equal shares to Tammy's 4 kids and Ritchie's 2 children. There were no assets to pass at that time.
While there's no money left in the trust, the girls are still hopeful to regain control over their mother's song catalog and her business, until they discover that that too is gone.
Then we found out that Ritchie, prior to his death, had sold off everything about 5 months before he passed away. They sold everything for $2+ million. Mom's full catalog, everything she'd ever written, everything she'd ever done, her name, likeness, image, all of her business assets, everything that was left that he hadn't already spent was then sold.
We were screwed when Mom died, and then we found out we were basically screwed when Ritchie had died. So it was a double whammy.
Tammy's daughters also learned that before Ritchie's death, he donated many of Tammy's personal items to the Country Music Hall of Fame.
Those items were not Tammy's girls' items, they were George Ritchie's, and he did not want them to end up on eBay. She was a member of the Country Music Hall of Fame, the highest honor that any artist could have. So why not have her things in a elegant, beautiful, honorable situation that where she could be safe? And Ritchie he really wanted to try to make things right.
Tammy's daughters tell a different version of what happened, though the Country Music Hall of Fame won't confirm either side of the tale.
After the 1-year exhibit at the Country Music Hall of Fame, everything was then going to be shipped back to Sheila, so we were able to stop that. It's still being held in the warehouse there at the Country Music Hall of Fame, which I would much rather it be there than in her hands. At some point, we are hoping that those things then will come back to the 6 of us.
In George Ritchie's will, neither Tammy's daughters nor the 2 children he had prior to his marriage to Sheila are left anything.
So he felt in his heart that he had done all that he was responsible to do for those children. He was disappointed in his career. He didn't have the amount of money that he had expected to have. When Tammy Wynette's daughters sued George Ritchie for $50 million and basically called me an accomplice and ruined his name and his career, that's pretty much a game changer. I don't think you could have expected that man to wrap up a beautiful will and leave what was left of his life with a pretty bow on it and say, "Here, girls, thank you for the nice life that you allowed me to have."
A year after Ritchie's death, his daughter, Deirdre Hale, an attorney, asks Tammy's daughters for permission to change the name on Tammy's tomb. Deirdre says it will help in any future legal challenges the daughters may make against George Ritchie's estate.
She explained to us that for legal reasons, she felt it important to change Mom's name to her legal name, which we assumed she meant her maiden name, which would be Virginia Wynette Pugh. She explained to us it would be a temporary measure. Once this was over, then we would be able to change Mom's name back.
Instead, the tomb reads Virginia Richardson, her legal name when she was married to George Ritchie.
Why she would do something like that is beyond imagination, be against everything that Tammy would have wanted and that I know for a fact George Ritchie wanted.
The name change fails to help Tammy's daughters in any way. Instead, it seems to keep her another step further from her daughters.
Tammy Wynette loved being Tammy Wynette. She's not even Tammy Wynette. They even took that away from her. She must be turning in her grave.
Many people are still trying to understand why she did not name her children as the beneficiaries on her life insurance policy.
Tammy should have left that $1 million policy originally payable to her children. That way they would have got that $1 million straight up at her death and without Richie being able to take it from them.
And I know damn good and well, when she signed that will, she thought it was a contract. I'd swear my hand on the Bible she did not read that will. She didn't know what was in that will. It was 35 pages long.
I think it's important that people know that Tammy loved her children very much and her grandchildren and wanted to see that they had a legacy from their grandmother. We all knew what Tammy's plans were for the children in her will. And she was very excited that she thought she had worked this out. I don't think she would have ever signed that if she had understood what she was signing.
Still, there are others who hold Tammy accountable for her actions.
She used to talk about it in interviews. I want to make sure my daughters are taken care of. Well, at the end of the day, it didn't happen. It just didn't happen. And Tammy has to bear some responsibility in that because she was an adult. She could have done other things. Everybody blames Richie, you know? And there's a lot to blame Richie for, you know? You could fill 10 volumes. But you got to look at Tammy, too. She just wanted somebody to make the world go away. And Richie did what she wanted. He made the world go away. And you have to hold Tammy responsible for her life.
We can't go inside that room where Tammy met with her attorney when she wrote that will. It's clear from reading the will that at that time, she was more in love with Richie than she was her children. Or she was more concerned with Richie's financial security over the rest of his lifetime than she was with the financial security of her children.
I know, without question, Tammy's first priority was George Ritchie, and George Ritchie's first priority was Tammy Wynette. That's how it was. I saw Tammy. I watched her with Richie. I know how protective she was over him. Her will was carried out to the letter, how she would have wanted it after what her children did to her after she died. And I'm a very compassionate person. They've never reached out to me in kind. If they had, they would have gotten a very different response.
Tammy's daughters insist that all they are really looking for is their mother's wishes to be respected.
We didn't want anything from Mom. All we wanted was what Mom wanted. We just wanted her last wishes to be honored and to find out what really happened to her so that she could rest in peace.
While Tammy Wynette was not able to leave a part of her legacy to her children, she lives on through her music.
Tammy Wynette truly changed the face of country music. There have been many female artists, famous female artists, who have covered some of Tammy's songs, but nobody can sing like Tammy Wynette. Nobody has a voice. No one can match Tammy's vocals. No one can match Tammy's style. Many have tried. Many have done justice to what Tammy's done, but nobody will ever take her place.
Legendary blues artist Robert Johnson dies at the age of 27 under very mysterious circumstances.
Before he died, he crawled on his hands and knees and barked like a dog.
As they say, they slipped him a Mickey.
He dies penniless and unknown, and at the time, no one could have predicted the value of the music he left behind.
It's the greatest rags to riches story in the history of rags to riches stories.
Or the number of people competing for a piece of his estate.
You know, he just pops up out of nowhere saying that, hey, I'm Robert Johnson's son.
Leaving a trail of broken hearts behind him. It's not easy to know who's telling the truth about this enigmatic ladies' man.
People today may not know Robert Johnson by name, but if you mention, he's the guy that sold his soul to the devil, they've all heard of that.
Robert Johnson is considered the most influential blues musician of all time, inspiring the likes of Eric Clapton, Led Zeppelin, and even Mick Jagger. He was among the first to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and has been credited with laying the foundation for rock music. Even more amazing is that the man who accomplished so much was only 27 when he died. August 16, 1938, Greenville, Mississippi. Robert Johnson lies inside a stranger's home, doubled over in pain. No one knows for sure what's wrong with him. Only 3 days before, he was performing at a country dance hall. Johnson has been playing gigs in the area since July. He has good reason to stick around. A woman has caught his eye.
Apparently, he had taken up with a woman here in Greenwood who was the wife of the man who ran the juke joint out at Three Forks. Robert Johnson would approach a woman if he liked her, if he was attracted to her. It didn't matter whether she was married. If her husband was sitting right next to her, he'd make a play for her.
What happens next is uncertain, but there is one popular myth.
And of course, the owner wasn't too crazy about that. He knew that Uncle Robert was a drinker. And so, as they say, they slipped him a Mickey.
And as legend has it, it happened during a performance at the juke joint.
Robert was brought an open bottle of whiskey, and as he began to drink, it was knocked from his hand. And he told the person who knocked it from his hand, "Don't ever knock away a bottle of whiskey from my hand." And they said, "Don't ever drink from an open bottle. You don't know what could have happened to it." And then when another bottle open was brought to Robert, he drank from it.
No one knows for sure who served Robert the spiked drink, but one of the most common beliefs is that the juke joint owner did it because he was racked by jealousy. Hours later, he becomes ill.
He attempted to play some requests from people who knew his records, and he eventually collapsed and was taken into a back room and laid down.
Back in the United States, and particularly in the South, in the 1930s, the murder weapon of choice was arsenic or cyanide. People didn't have guns. Not that way.
Robert is taken into the home of one of his female fans, but no one can afford to bring in a doctor. After 3 days of excruciating pain, he dies.
Well, from all reports, before he died, he crawled on his hands and knees and barked like a dog.
His death certificate reads, "No doctor" as the official cause. Robert's body is reportedly buried in a graveyard nearby, where he will remain relatively forgotten for the next 30 years. Much like his death, the life of Robert Johnson is shrouded in mystery. It starts in Hazelhurst, Mississippi. 1910, Robert Johnson's mother, Julia Major Dodds, has been abandoned by her husband. She starts up an affair with field hand Noah Johnson.
I was told by Robert Johnson's half-sister that whenever Mr. Johnson would come around to visit his mother, she would ask little Carrie and whoever else happened to be around the place at that time to go outside and play for a while.
Enough of this, lady.
Soon, Julia is pregnant with Noah Johnson's child, but the good times don't last. Robert Johnson is born on May 8, 1911. But Julia doesn't stay with his father, Noah. 5 years later, she remarries to a farmer named Dusty Willis. Robert's half-sister Carrie helps her mother to raise him and his other siblings. As a teenager, Robert develops a passion for musical instruments, in particular the harmonica and jaw harp. It causes friction with his stepfather, Dusty.
Dusty always wanted Robert to work, and Robert always wanted to get out of it and find other things to do.
Carrie, on the other hand, encourages her brother's interest in music and even buys Robert his first guitar.
The relationship between my grandmother and Robert Johnson was very close. She spoke of him often and very fondly so.
But Robert doesn't take up music full time. He falls in love with Virginia Travis, and they marry in February 1929.
I think Robert focused on her and having a family and settling down. He was not a professional musician at that time. He was a wannabe. He was very much enchanted by music and loved it, but he was willing to be a farmer for her.
Before long, Virginia is pregnant. The newlyweds are happy, but a year after they are married, things take a dark turn. Virginia dies in childbirth.
It was the end of a lot of things for Robert. He had wanted to be a farmer, but certainly only for her. And he wanted to have this baby, very likely because he loved her so much. And it just wasn't going to happen. She was gone.
Where's the baby? Where's the baby?
The baby, too, is gone. Virginia's family and the community blame the deaths on Robert's love of the devil's music. In his grief, music is the only thing that can console Robert.
And so the next thing we know about Robert is that he's gone. He's in a little place called Martinsville in southern Mississippi, back down where he was born. And it was there that he was, his fire was lit for this kind of music that he was going to be involved in.
Johnson's music may take away his grief, but he won't have long to enjoy his success.
John Hammond wanted Robert Johnson to appear at a concert at Carnegie Hall in New York in 1938.
But Johnson was dead by the time Hammond sent the word out to bring him to New York.
Blues musician Robert Johnson is devastated by the death of both his wife and child. He turns to music to deal with his grief, beginning a journey that would later turn him into a legend. (1930) Mississippi. Robert Johnson travels throughout the Delta, playing music wherever he can. He's known for charming the ladies every place he goes.
he liked to mesmerize the women, as I would say. Married, single, it didn't matter. You know, when he performed and he got a little looker in him, you know, he was a woman's man.
In 1931, Robert marries Coletta Callie Kraft, an older woman with 3 children of her own.
She took very good care of him. She brought him breakfast in bed. She cooked for him and washed for him and did all sorts of things that a wife would do for a man, and he loved it.
But this time, Robert is unable to settle down. He leaves and never comes back. 5 years later, in 1936, Robert heads to Jackson, Mississippi to become a professional musician. He eventually meets Ernie Ortle, a talent scout for the American Record Company.
And it was through Mr. Ortle that Robert Johnson was eventually taken to Texas to record.
Robert records 16 tracks, including Kind-Hearted Woman Blues and Sweet Home Chicago. Decades later, musicians like Keith Richards would be in awe over Robert's unique sound.
He could play a guitar with 2 hands and make it sound like there were 2 guitars being played by 4 hands. No one has ever figured out how he did it, to this day. There's an interesting story that is told that he faced the wall while he made those recordings. Some people think that he just wanted to concentrate. Some other people think that he didn't want anyone else seeing his technique.
One of the tracks was Terraplane Blues, which turned out to be Johnson's biggest hit. It sold 5,000 copies. Now, in those days, for a rural recording of black blues played in solo acoustic style, that was a lot of records. So he became a household name in the households that appreciated that kind of music.
The following year, Johnson records Traveling Riverside Blues and Hellhound on My Trail. Robert is paid in cash for the songs, but never receives any royalties.
He wasn't making much, if any, money. He may have made a few $100s from the recordings he made in 1936 and 7, but he was essentially a pauper.
Record companies did own the rights. They paid for it, and that was it. They owned it. They paid you to make the records, and see ya.
Producer and talent scout John H. Hammond hears Robert Johnson's music and searches him out.
John Hammond wanted Robert Johnson to appear at a concert at Carnegie Hall in New York in 1938.
After spending years playing to small crowds in country dance halls and juke joints, it would be his largest show to date. But then on August 16, 1938, Robert Johnson dies.
Johnson was dead by the time Hammond sent the word out to bring him to New York.
After his death, Robert remains in the shadows, a distant memory until 1961, when Columbia Records releases his album King of the Delta Blues Singers. It's not a commercial success, but does influence aspiring musicians like Bob Dylan and Eric Clapton.
He was a revolutionary, he was a pioneer, he had a style like none other, and he wrote music like none other. Today, he is credited with having laid the musical foundation for rock and roll.
But it takes another 13 years before Robert Johnson's notoriety really takes off, thanks to music historian Steve Levere.
I was working in a record store in Las Vegas in 1961 when the very first King of the Delta Blues Singers came out on Columbia Records. It was the first full album devoted to a pre-war blues musician. And my coworker asked me, she said, "Have you heard this record?" And I said, "No." And she said, you better listen to it. It took me quite a while to get used to listening to Robert, but of course once I did, I saw the beauty of it and loved it ever since. But that first album didn't tell me much about Robert Johnson, so a mystery is building in my mind.
In 1973, LaVere tracks down Robert's half-sister Carrie. They strike a deal that will turn Robert Johnson into a blues legend.
I did some research and found out that the intellectual property that she had inherited from her brother, which were the compositions, they had never been copyrighted, and so the songs were still available. And I said, by the way, do you happen to have a picture of your brother? And she said, you know, I do. I said, great, I want to see that too.
In fact, Carrie possesses the only known photographs of her brother, and they will become extremely valuable.
When Carrie Thompson brought that photograph of Robert Johnson and put it in my hands, I took one look at it and I said to myself, is this an album cover or what? It was a remarkable photograph. He's all decked out in a pinstripe suit and a hat, patent leather shoes, and a guitar that looks like it's seen 40 miles of bad road, and it was just a great, great picture.
November 20th, 1974. Inspired by the photographs, Steve LaVere proposes an idea to Carrie.
I told Carrie that I thought we could do something remarkable for both of us. She had the inheritance, I had the energy and the time.
LaVere wants to ensure that Carrie can represent Johnson's interests and sign a deal. As Johnson's only living sibling, Carrie believes that she is her brother's next of kin and tells this to LaVere.
Carrie Thompson represented that she was the sole heir of Robert Johnson, and she believed she was. She didn't know of anyone else, and she thought she had good reason to know if there would have been anyone else.
Robert Johnson's sister Carrie enters into a contract with LaVere, handing over her purported rights to 2 photographs and, more importantly, all of Robert's musical works and recordings. Typically, agents earn roughly 15 to 25% at most, but LaVere gets 50%.
Agents often get a cut, but they don't get ownership. Somehow or other, LaVere succeeded in getting Carrie Thompson or her lawyer to agree to this.
Steve LaVere insists everything was above board.
She had an attorney. I asked her if she had one. She said yes, and I said, okay, we'll have your attorney communicate with my attorney and we'll write an agreement that essentially gives me the right to do what I want to do with this property. And she said, okay, so that's what we did.
But I think what is so important with LaVere's efforts is that he made sure that the music and the photographs were copyrighted, which had never been done.
With Robert Johnson's music rights and photographs in tow, LaVere starts shopping for a record deal.
I called John Hammond at Columbia Records and told him what I'd found, and he was very excited about it, and he said, we've got to do something with this. And I said, well, great, that's the way I feel. I think we ought to repackage both of the King of the Delta Blues singers with this photograph on the cover of both of the albums.
But the process is slow going, and Carrie is frustrated with the deal.
In 1980, she became very unhappy with LaVere. She felt he hadn't performed, he hadn't accounted, she had not received any money, nothing was happening.
Carrie decides to overturn the contract.
LaVere tried to renegotiate it, he tried to make a new deal with her. He hoped he could change her mind.
But whether or not the contract was actually rescinded is unclear.
Carrie Thompson did make some efforts to try to rescind the contract, but she never did. She hired a number of attorneys, but the contract that Carrie Thompson signed with Steve LaVere was never rescinded.
There is, I believe, a significant argument that the contract was rescinded and that LaVere at that point, no longer had any authority as the representative of Carrie Thompson. He believes he does, and we are still arguing that question.
LaVere continues working on the re-release of Robert Johnson's work. And it's about to go big, making some people very rich while leaving others out in the cold.
She didn't receive anything, but very little money for what she did. There's been Grammys issued, awards issued. She got none of that.
Rock and Roll Hall of Famer and blues icon Robert Johnson passes away without leaving a will or any known descendants. Half a century later, agent Steve LaVere signs a deal with Johnson's half-sister Carrie to turn her brother into a household name. Steve LaVere works hard for the release of Robert Johnson's music, but it's slow going.
As Steve LaVere worked with Columbia, they had some turnover, and people would come and go, and there'd be some interest in the project, and then nothing would happen. Steve LaVere wouldn't give up. He continued to push for Columbia to put out the complete recordings.
By 1981, Carrie is growing ill, and she issues power of attorney to her half-sister Annie C. Anderson. In February 1983, Carrie dies. In her will are 2 codicils. One states that she has rescinded her contract with LaVere, while she leaves Johnson's music and photographs to Annie and her grandson, Robert Harris.
Annie Anderson was appointed by Carrie Thompson as what's in Maryland called her personal representative, which is the equivalent of the executor, the person who administers the estate. And Annie and Robert were named as her sole heirs in equal parts.
But since the validity of the contract is unclear, LaVere carries on.
So he continued to act on behalf of the contract, claiming that he didn't know who her heirs were.
Annie Anderson files the will in Maryland, hoping the judicial system will help her fulfill Carrie's last wishes. But as the heir presumptive, she may not have been Robert Johnson's successor in the first place.
Mrs. Anderson was a half-sister of Mrs. Thompson, but she was no kin to Robert Johnson. We might say here in the South that she was on the other side of the family, but they are the ones that opened the estate. Mr. Harris was a relative, only a very collateral and distant relative of Robert Johnson.
Carrie Thompson's rights to her brother's estate were never questioned before because at the time of his death, his estate wasn't worth anything. But there's about to be more to fight for. In 1990, Columbia Records finally releases the 2-CD set of Robert Johnson, the complete recordings. LaVere is listed as producer, and the album goes platinum. It even wins a Grammy Award for Best Historical Album. It generates more than $2 million, but with Robert Johnson's heir still undetermined, Annie and Harris don't see any of it. Instead, half of the royalties get funneled into the Johnson estate.
It's the only set of pre-war blues records that has attained that number of sales.
Despite his success, the secret behind Robert Johnson's talent remains a mystery. New Africa, Mississippi, 1931. Broken after the death of his first wife, Virginia, Robert Johnson now has only one thing on his mind: learning to master the guitar. Robert meets noted blues musicians Son House and Charlie Patton, though he fails to impress them.
Whenever they would put down their instruments, he would pick it up and try to play something, and he was just awful. Son House said people would come to me and say, "Man, go get that kid off of that guitar. He's driving us crazy." So Son would have to go in the juke joint and say, "Man, put that guitar down. You can't play nothing."
Robert is more determined than ever to master the guitar.
He went away for a while and came back, and he was doing all these different riffs and chord progressions and everything. They couldn't explain how he could not play one minute and then the next minute he could play better than everybody else.
It's said that upon his return, he's able to play any song in any genre after only hearing it once. It seems to happen so quickly that it raises suspicion. Legend has it that Robert Johnson's talent came from making a deal with the devil himself.
Apparently, you were supposed to go down to a crossroads. You take your guitar with you. You sit down. You play your best song. You know, you trim your fingernails back till they bleed. You play your best song, and the whole time you're sitting there wishing that, wanting the devil to come, and eventually he would walk up.
A guitar player could go to a crossroads with a guitar and expect that the black man would take his guitar from him and tune it and give it back to him, and at that point in time, you'd be able to play. The person who owned the guitar would be able to play anything he wanted to play, but it would cost him his soul. People today may not know Robert Johnson by name, but if you mention, he's the guy that sold his soul to the devil, they've all heard of that.
In reality, it's more likely that he developed his talent after spending time with guitarist Ike Zinnerman.
Ike took him under his wing and taught him how to play and how to make a cohesive unit out of the pieces of music that he was playing. And Ike's wife told me that they would sit up all night, some nights, knees to knees, in two chairs across from one another, playing guitar to one another and studying each other's manner of playing. And that's really how Robert Johnson became a professional musician.
Despite Robert Johnson's undisputed talent, Stephen Nevis says without the photos, Robert Johnson would have remained relatively unknown.
We believe the photographs are the reason that Columbia Records, which became Sony, issued and reissued the Robert Johnson music in the 2-CD set in 1990 and has since issued a number of others. We believe that without those photographs, that never would have happened because they added dimensions to the life of a musician who only had left recordings.
As Carrie Thompson's heir, Robert Harris thinks his grandmother was instrumental in helping turn Robert Johnson into a blues legend, even if most of his accolades happened after her death.
She didn't receive anything but very little money for what she did. There's been Grammys issued, awards issued. She got none of that.
But others see things a bit differently. Without LaVere, there would be no Robert Johnson as we know the blues legend today.
Stephen LaVere had spent countless years researching the man and the music and the myth, and was really in a great position to tell the story of Robert Johnson like no one had done before him. And so had he not done that and secured the copyrights to the music and the photographs, then the music and the photographs could have fallen into the public domain.
And if all had fallen into the public domain, then no one would have made any money. Luckily for some, that's not what happened.
Steve LaVere and Sony earned millions from the 2-CD set. Carrie Thompson got $300. That was it. Nothing more, nor have her heirs seen another penny.
The photographs grace the front and back covers of the album jacket.
I feel like they thumbed their nose up at us, and they've just gone on about their business and forgotten all about us.
But it is in 1992 that lawyer Jim Kitchens gives the Robert Johnson case the biggest shakeup yet.
He said, yeah, Robert Johnson was my daddy.
Blues icon Robert Johnson passes away in 1938. And for more than half a decade, it is believed that he died without any descendants, entitling his half-sister as the closest relative to his estate.
Under Mississippi law, Carrie Thompson, as the sole heir and the closest relative, would be entitled to the Robert Johnson estate. However, with a son or a spouse, the son or the child or spouse would be the heir over Carrie Thompson.
In 1991, the Lafleur County Chancery Court, in its search for legitimate heirs, deals a blow to Annie, Carrie's half-sister and legal heir.
What the court did was it removed Annie Anderson as the executor of the estate, saying she's an heir and therefore had a conflict of interest, although heirs are very often executors of estates.
Willis B. Brumfeld, Chancery Clerk of Lafleur County, is chosen to replace her.
And Brumfield, in turn, hired Stephen Levere as his agent, his expert, to help determine who the heirs were.
A petition is sent out calling on any potential heirs of Robert Johnson's to come forward.
There were a good many others who claimed to be some sort of cousin or some other kind of relative of Robert Johnson. People saw money and they started trying to get their hand in the pot.
After false heirs come out of the woodwork, in 1992, Mississippi lawyer Jim Kitchens comes forward with a bombshell. He announces that he has found Robert Johnson's illegitimate son, Claude Johnson. Hazelhurst, Mississippi, 1931. Robert Johnson has been on the road playing music since the death of his wife a year before. During a stop into Hazelhurst, he meets Virgie Smith, a girl who likes to go to parties from time to time.
My grandmother told me that Robert Johnson was her first boyfriend, her first love. And she was really, in love with him.
Robert also falls for the 17-year-old and allegedly asks her parents for permission to marry her, but they refuse. The two part ways.
Because her dad was a Southern Baptist preacher. And during those times, the blues was considered the devil's music.
December 16, 1931, Lincoln County, Mississippi. Virgie Smith gives birth to a baby boy. Claiming the baby is Robert's, she names him Claude Johnson. Claude is raised mostly by his Baptist grandfather, a sharecropper. Upon hearing news that he has a son, Robert visits Virgie.
Robert Johnson came the first time looking for Claude's mother. And Claude was out front, and his grandparents made him go inside. They knew who Robert Johnson was, knew him by sight, and they would not allow Claude to go out and see him or touch him. The Smiths were sincere in their religious convictions, and they did not want their daughter to have anything to do with anybody that played the blues. The next time he came, he knew that the mother was not there. So Claude knows that Robert Johnson came to the Smith home, to his grandparents' home, to see him, and that's very important to him. Again, the grandparents wouldn't let him talk to Robert Johnson.
A few years later, Claude's mother, Virgie, marries Marshall Pletchakane, and she moves away from home.
When Claude tried to live with his mother and his stepfather, the stepfather was very, very hard on him and treated him very differently from the way he treated his own children.
It's Claude's grandparents who reveal his true father's name, that he is none other than blues singer Robert Johnson.
Claude had been told by his grandparents, upon whom he totally relied, that Robert was his father, and this information developed before there was a penny to be had from the music of Robert Johnson. So there was no motive for him ever to fabricate anything about it.
My dad knew that he was Robert Johnson's son all along, but even my dad didn't know the significance of Robert Johnson and the name and who he really was, because, he was never in his life.
Years later, in 1989, Claude Johnson learns that the estate of Robert Johnson is looking for rightful heirs. Not sure what to do, Claude drops into the office of longtime friend and prominent trial attorney Jim Kitchens.
He was a little bit reticent, I think, to broach the subject with me, but he said, "Jim, do you know who Robert Johnson was?" And I said, "Sure, he was the father of the blues." So Claude said, "Well, that was my daddy." I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, Robert Johnson was my daddy." And this hit me like a ton of bricks, because I knew how important Robert Johnson is to the music world.
Jim becomes his attorney, and before long, Claude is summoned to appear before the court.
I'm suspicious of Claude Johnson in just how the whole situation came about. He just pops up out of nowhere and saying that, "Hey, I'm Robert Johnson's son."
As Carrie's heir, Annie Anderson files a motion to dismiss Claude's claim, arguing that it is too little too late. Initially, the courts agree, but then it is decided that Claude can continue his heirship proceedings. Finally, in 1998, Claude is given the chance to argue his claim, and the trial begins. For Annie Anderson and Robert Harris, designated heirs by Robert's half-sister Carrie in her will, it is a shock to have a stranger on the scene, claiming to be Robert's son. To them, Claude is another charlatan trying to rob them of the family's legacy and Johnson's millions.
Being as close as my grandmother and my uncle were, Claude Johnson is somebody that we never heard about in the family.
When Annie and Harris's lawyer look into Claude's case, the thing that raises a red flag is Claude's name.
He identified himself when he got his Social Security card, and later, I believe, his driver's license, as Claude Kane. And in fact, Claude had lived for a better part of his life as Claude Kane, not as Claude Johnson.
As far as Claude's opponents are concerned, things just aren't adding up.
Claude explained he used the name Kane because Mr. Kane threatened him and was abusive to him, and what he implied but never said was that Mr. Kane did not want him to be using the name Johnson. We wondered about that because Claude only lived with Marshall Kane for 2 years. He spent most of his growing up life with his grandparents, the Smiths.
A month before Claude turns 21, he begins using his biological father's name.
And he went down to the courthouse and got a marriage license. And that is the first record that appears that was generated by Claude Johnson, in which he, in effect, forsook the Kane name and took the Johnson name, which was his legal name.
To prove Claude's claim, Jim Kitchens brings in a videotape deposition from Eula May, who was not only Claude's mother Virgie's friend, but also her aunt, making her Claude Johnson's great aunt. Virgie Smith is just 17 when she goes to see Robert Johnson perform at a country dance hall in Hazelhurst, Mississippi. She's with her friends Eula May and Eula's boyfriend. At the end of his song, the four go for a walk.
They decided that they were going to leave the rest of the people and go out into the woods. And they went into the woods, and to hear Miss Eula May tell it, they did what came naturally.
Miss Eula May, she was very forthcoming. She was very erudite, and she was very graphic in her descriptions of the events that had resulted in the birth of Claude Johnson.
When she was asked during her deposition if they had sex, she said, well, we didn't know to call it that then, but that's what I understand people are calling it today, and that's what we did.
You're saying to me that you were watching them make love while you were making love. You don't think that's at all odd? Have you ever done that before? Or since? Watch other people make love?
Yes, I have done it before. Yes, I've done it after I'm married, yes.
You watched other people make love?
Yes, sir.
Other than Mr. Johnson and Virgie King?
Right.
Really?
You have?
No, really haven't.
I'm sorry for you.
But not everyone is convinced by Eula May's story. A DNA test is the next obvious solution to determine whether Claude is a legitimate heir to Robert Johnson's fortune.
It would prove once and for all, that he is who he claims to be. I think that's something that needs to be done. In my opinion, I think a lot of people would like to know, for sure.
But there's a hitch. No one knows for certain where Robert Johnson is buried.
There are 3 official grave sites of a man who died in 1938 and was placed into an unmarked grave.
So you go to digging up DNA back there, you don't know who you're gonna dig up.
Claude Johnson is determined to prove that he is blues icon Robert Johnson's flesh and blood, putting him in line to inherit millions of dollars of royalties. But there are obstacles in his way. The next obvious step is to do DNA testing.
So if you're trying to do DNA testing on Robert Johnson, where are you gonna find his body? That's a mystery in itself.
It's just an impossibility. There are 3, official grave sites for Robert Johnson. 3 official grave sites of a man who died in 1938 and was placed into an unmarked grave.
When I talked to Claude Johnson's lawyer, he said, it was probably a shallow grave and it's under an almond tree, and the almond tree roots have probably destroyed the remains. So even if he is there, it would be not productive to do it.
An alternative could be taking DNA samples from Carrie Thompson and comparing them with Claude Johnson. But bodies are usually only exhumed for criminal cases.
So you go to digging up DNA back there, you don't know who you're gonna dig up.
What Claude Johnson does have going for him is a birth certificate from the state of Mississippi, listing his father's name, R.L. Johnson. Through Levere's research, he discovers that Robert Johnson went by none other than R.L. Johnson at the time when Claude was born, the same initials on Claude's birth certificate.
At that point, I said, yeah, he's bona fide. Nobody could make that up. And they'd have to know that R.L. was Robert Johnson.
But according to attorney Stephen Nevis, the birth certificate isn't valid.
Mississippi state regulations require that before the father of a child can be certified or put down on a birth certificate as being the father has to consent. The mother simply can't name anyone she chooses or someone she believes to be the father.
The alleged R.L. initials, and thus the paternity of Claude Johnson, could belong to someone else.
What we found interesting was that one of Robert Johnson's closest friends, who lived in Memphis, was known as R.L.
But this argument isn't enough to turn the case. In October 1998, in the face of all the evidence presented, Claude Johnson is declared to be the biological son and sole heir of Robert Johnson. This entitles him to an initial inheritance of more than $1.3 million.
That's basically, I'm not satisfied in my mind that he's, that he's a relative.
Not ready to give up what was left to them in Carrie Thompson's will, Robert Harris and Annie Anderson launch an appeal. On March 21, 2000, they also file a second lawsuit against Claude Johnson, along with music historian Steve Levere and Sony Music Entertainment Incorporated. Their complaint alleges fraud, misrepresentation, and breach of the 1974 contract Levere had signed with Johnson's half-sister Carrie, concerning the right to use photographs of Robert Johnson commercially in exchange for royalties.
The pictures belonged in my grandmother's estate and was never a part of the Robert Johnson estate. Without my grandmother's input, pictures, liner notes, there would be no Robert Johnson music collection. What we're looking for is compensation, of course, but mostly what we want is recognition.
Claude Johnson's lawyers don't agree.
The problem is that Annie Anderson, when she filed accountings on behalf of the estate, she identified the music, the name, the likeness of Robert Johnson. She also identified the two photographs of Robert Johnson as being assets of the estate. And that was all fine and good for Annie Anderson to do when she thought she was going to inherit the estate. But it wasn't until after Claude was determined the heir, to the exclusion of all others, Annie Anderson then came out and said, no, these weren't part of the estate. These were Carrie Thompson's assets.
A second lawsuit over the rights to the photographs still rages on. But Harris and Anderson lose their appeal, and Claude remains the rightful heir to Robert Johnson's fortune. In 2002, Claude Johnson is handed a six-figure check.
It's the greatest rags to riches story in the history of rags to riches stories. At the time that Mr. Claude was adjudicated the sole heir at law and the Supreme Court had ruled in his favor, there was about $1.5 million that had accumulated in the estate.
In addition to the new financial windfall, Robert Johnson's heritage honors Claude in another way. Prestigious Grammy Award for Lifetime Achievement. Eventually, Claude establishes the Robert Johnson Blues Foundation in his father's memory.
The foundation each year gives scholarships to people attending various music schools. We have different festivals throughout the year, and we have musical contests where we select someone who's under the age of 18 to be the Robert Johnson Award winner for that year, present them with a Gibson guitar, a Robert Johnson signature Gibson guitar.
Despite the battle for his royalties, Robert Johnson's music lives on. He is still a favorite among blues fans.
Robert Johnson is extraordinarily popular all over the world. Worldwide, Robert Johnson is just a blues icon, and he is seen as really the father of the Delta style of blues.
Johnson's music is so special because it's a culmination of all that came before, and it's the beginning of everything that came after. It's a watershed period of time when Robert Johnson created his music and recorded it. He was years ahead of his time.
For Robert Johnson's grandson, Stephen, the mystery surrounding his otherworldly talent and his death is just part of the legacy.
Basically because of the way he lived, the way he died, and the legacy that he was supposedly have left behind. There's gonna always be doubt, there's gonna be questions, but when you think about that, that keeps everything exciting about Robert Johnson.
James Brown, the godfather of soul, dies and leaves behind an incredible 50-year musical legacy.
There would be no Prince, there would be no Michael Jackson without what James Brown did on stage.
He's like lightning in a bottle. You know, he'd dance across the stage, blackety hairdos, the shiny shoes, just amazing talent. And I think one that anyone who saw him, he was a showstopper, you know?
But the entertainer leaves his family with next to nothing.
With his voice very elevated, Mr. Dallas, they are not gonna ride my back when I'm gone. Do you hear me?
It drives a stake into the Brown family, pitting his loved ones against one another.
In the late 90s, my grandfather was sued. Not by some record company, not by his trustees, but by his children.
Christmas Day 2006. Funk music superstar James Brown dies in an Atlanta hospital of congestive heart failure after a bout of pneumonia. He is 73 years old. Just 2 days earlier, James Brown is on his way to the hospital at the request of his dentist, who thinks he's too sick to undergo routine dental implant work. In the days before his death, Brown's son Daryl has urged him to slow down and take better care of himself.
You gotta get your health together, man. You gotta get yourself together. You know, you ain't no spring chicken, you know, and everything. And we talked for a long time. He said, "Thank you, son." He said, "Thank you for talking to me like that."
Brown's daughter Yama is in Atlanta, preparing to celebrate Christmas with her children.
My dad hated hospitals. He did not want to go. He fought tooth and nail about going.
Brown stays overnight for observation, but by December 24th, his condition is no better.
He was real sick, man. I could hear it in his voice. He's very shortness of breath. And you can hear the ammonia. You can hear the breaking up real bad.
I called him the day before and I said, "Look, I'm coming to see you." And he's like, "Nah, don't come." And I said, "Well, tomorrow's Christmas." And I said, "So if you're still in the hospital, I'm coming to see you on Christmas."
Brown's wife, backup singer Tommy Ray Heine, is on the West Coast. She and her son James Jr. are on their way home to South Carolina to be with Brown for Christmas. She has no idea that time is running out. Albert Buddy Dallas is Brown's lawyer of 24 years and one of his closest advisors.
It was 1:20 in the morning, Christmas morning. I received a call from Mr. Charles Bobbitt. Mr. Bobbitt was a long-time road manager, personal assistant to Mr. Brown, was with Mr. Brown when he passed. And it was the voice of Mr. Bobbitt saying simply, "Mr. Dallas, he's gone."
And I just screamed. I couldn't even, what do you mean? I couldn't say anything. I couldn't believe it.
And it's like when JFK was killed, when Dr. King was shot, we all kind of remember where we were and what we were doing. And, you know, this is the way it affected me and so many others.
I went from grieving literally for about maybe 15, 20 minutes to getting thrust into, now you gotta get everything together.
It's kind of like you'd like to be able to press the rewind button, you know, go back to a time that had not occurred, but that's not reality.
R.J. Smith covered Brown's life and music in his biography, The One.
It wasn't a Christmas anymore. It was a sad day. And I listened to a lot of his music that day.
He was the greatest, just like they say he was. You know, I mean, as a musician, I'm not saying it because I'm son, but I'm saying it because as a musician and what he's done for the music, what he's done for music, American music, rhythm and blues, soul, funk. He's the creator of funk.
Grandson William James Brown remembers the godfather of soul.
He's like lightning in a bottle. You know, he'd dance across the stage, the lackady hairdos, the shiny shoes, just an amazing talent. And I think one that anyone who saw him, he was a showstopper, you know?
While Brown's family and friends are in mourning, Albert Dallas steps into his role as trustee of his late client's estate.
I was named as trustee and personal representative along with two others, Judge Al Bradley, who was a magistrate judge there in Aiken, South Carolina, and who was road manager with Mr. Brown from 1991 until 2002. David Cannon was Mr. Brown's financial man in the organization.
Within hours, Cannon approaches Yama Brown about some of her father's business affairs.
He's like, well, we got this movie deal we gotta close. You know, your dad didn't get a chance to sign this. We've got some other things we're working on. We really need to get together and talk about how this is gonna go forward.
Immediately, she suspects that something's not right.
I said, no, what we really need to do is figure out his funeral. You're talking about business, and he hasn't even been dead 2 hours. It was ridiculous.
Brown's spouse, Tommy Ray, returns to the mansion, the home she shared with Brown for the past 10 years, and is shocked to find it off limits. Her strained relationship with Brown's adult children leads her to assume they are behind this.
We told her several times, we are not responsible. First of all, we're not the trustees. We don't have the ability to close the doors, lock the doors. We don't even have keys.
Brown's children aren't the only ones who are on the outs with Tommy Ray Heine.
And I secured it. I have no apology for securing it. In fact, had I not done that, I'm sure I would have been sued for not doing my job.
Dallas's decision apparently stems from a long-standing friction between Tommy Ray Heine and the three trustees, who question the very legitimacy of her relationship to the much older Brown.
There was a lot of controversy around her because she came so late in his life and there was so many years difference.
There are 36 years between the two.
When he met her, she was in Vegas. She was not exactly the type of woman that you would bring home to your mother.
January 2007, as tempers die down over the new year, Yama and Daryl and their 4 adult siblings, Terry, Larry, Venetia, and Deanna, gather for the reading of the will along with Tommy Ray, but they're all in for a shock.
He left to 6 named children my household personal effects.
The children are to receive nothing else.
There are certain things that he wouldn't do, and one thing he wouldn't do is ever cut his family out of things. And when I say that, I don't mean financially, and most people think that's what I mean. I'm talking about making decisions about his future.
Was I surprised when the reading of the will? No. No. Surprised by what? James Brown did what he wanted to do, man. Nobody make him do that.
Brown allocates a part of his estate to the Brown Family Education Trust for his grandchildren's educations. The rest go to Brown's pet charity, the I Feel Good Trust.
He then left a provision that says, everything else on the planet I leave to needy and underprivileged children to be educated in institutions in the states of Georgia and South Carolina.
Everything else on the planet is Brown's house and the royalties from his music, estimated to be worth at least $20 million. According to Albert Dallas, Brown knew what he was doing when he first thought up the I Feel Good Trust for needy children in 1987.
I said, Mr. Brown, I'm just fascinated by your announcement of leaving everything to the I Feel Good Children's Trust for needy and underprivileged children. I said, it's just awesome that you plan to do this. But do you mind telling me what you plan to do for your children in a cat-like manner? He literally came down right in front of me with his finger in my face, with his voice very elevated. Mr. Dallas, they are not gonna ride my back when I'm gone. Do you hear me?
Yama Brown denies her father would ever make such a statement.
He never made any indications like, I'm gonna cut you guys out of the will and I'm giving it to somebody else because I just don't love you.
The will also makes no provisions for Tommy Ray Heine or James Brown Jr.
Tommy Ray came forward. That was not a good time for everybody. You know, it was just like, I'm the wife. I get to say this, get to say that. And of course, the trustees were saying, you're not even in the will.
He did what he wanted. That was James Brown. He did it his way.
To leave out his wife, to leave out his child, I don't know.
The will sparks an immediate debate over Brown's last wishes. His grandson, William James, defends the will from the get-go.
A lot of needs have come about in this legal process since he's passed away. A lot of needs, I might say, that run contradictory to the needs of James Brown, who only had a need to educate children.
Giving hope to children comes naturally to Brown, who grew up without it on the main streets of Augusta, Georgia.
He lived in a neighborhood called the Terry. They called it the Terry because it stood for the Negro territory.
The only place they could stay was an aunt that he had. Honeybell, she ran a prostitution home.
He saw a lot of things at a really, really young age that I can't even imagine.
Learned to sing and dance for nickels, dimes, and quarters. I think he supplemented that income with the theft of some hubcaps along the way.
Before long, Brown has a setback that will really leave him singing the blues.
You could knock him down, but incredibly, he'd get back up again. It's just the mentality of James Brown.
James Brown's family is shocked to learn that the majority of the musician's estate will not go to them. Instead, it will go towards the education of needy children. James Joseph Brown is born into poverty on May 3, 1933, the son of farmer Joseph Brown and his wife Susie.
My grandfather was born in Barnwell, South Carolina, in the middle of a shack out in the middle of the woods.
You know, dirt poor, playing in the woods, making beats and sounds in the woods.
His mother, Susie, leaves young James and his father Joseph for another man when James is still a toddler.
Unfortunately, my great-grandmother and my great-grandfather had some issues that were not always the best of sorts.
The future soul superstar comes to see his mother's early departure as more of a betrayal than the regular beatings he endures from his father.
The only place they could stay was an aunt that he had. Honeybell, she ran a prostitution home. And for many years, my grandfather had to sleep in a prostitution bed. And of course, when the ladies needed work, he'd have to give up that bed.
So he saw a lot of things at a really, really young age that I can't even imagine. I have kids of my own, so I can't even imagine them growing up like that.
School takes a back seat to a more basic need, survival. Brown hits the streets of Augusta and earns his first few dollars as a performer.
Augusta was a big city, and Augusta was a tough city.
Learned to sing and dance for nickels, dimes, and quarters. I think he supplemented that income with the theft of some hubcaps along the way.
So there's not much you can do with a sixth grade education back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. But the one thing he did have was talent. So he was, focused on, I've got a talent, I need to discipline myself to grow my talent.
His education was from the University of Hard Knocks and from Survival University.
It's this lack of education that leads Brown, decades later, to devise the I Feel Good Trust.
The intention of that trust was to educate children, young poor children. And he specifically didn't want color. He thought that we'd gone through that too many times for far too long.
And that what we really needed to do was focus on helping every child that's poor get an education, because that's the only way that you're going to get an education.
Brown doesn't have a team of advisors when he is arrested for stealing clothes at age 16. He quickly learns firsthand the difficulties of being a young black man incarcerated in the South.
Mr. Brown was always a survivor. You could knock him down, but incredibly, he'd get back up again. It's just the mentality of James Brown.
Here's a man who grows up from nothing in a prostitution home. And he goes from a prostitution home to the White House. And talent takes you there. Hard work takes you there. Every child can relate to that in this country, to start from nothing and become everything. He is what we teach every child to be every day.
You know, and there's something about music, man. I don't care how bad things are in your life. When you hit that note and you play that music, everything goes away.
In his third year of juvenile detention, while playing baseball against a local team, he meets civilian Bobby Bird. The two become fast friends. When Brown is released from prison in the early 1950s, Bird invites Brown to sing in his band, the Famous Flames. Gospel music will be Brown's salvation.
Bobby Bird was a very loyal sideman to James Brown throughout his career. A lot of people know him as the godfather of the Godfather, in a sense. He really looked after him and was really there from the start.
Brown has his first hit with the Famous Flames in 1955. Please, Please, Please sells over 1 million copies. Brown assimilates all of his musical influences and invents his own sound.
There's all these moving parts going in and out. There's a lot of tension created between the drums and the bass, how they're together and apart at the same time. It creates this sort of anticipation that makes us feel a certain energy, that makes us dance.
And of course, my grandfather being boisterous and someone who, was in your face a little bit. It wasn't long thereafter he was released that people knew this man can sing, James can sing. And he started singing with Bobby in the choir. And it wasn't too long after he started singing, he wanted to be up front.
And he was so at peace, it was just his comfort zone. He loved the stage. And I believe that's what kept him alive for so long.
He had a little pep in his step. He had style, he had charisma. He had that thing that makes you want to look at him and watch him do his thing on the stage.
As a physical performer, it's really tough to match James Brown. He was incredibly influential. There would be no Prince, there would be no Michael Jackson without what James Brown did on stage. I'm not even talking about music, I'm talking about the way this guy moved his body.
Brown's popularity eventually supersedes the other band members, and he becomes the main attraction. His 1962 recording of Night Train reaches Billboard's top 40, and his constant touring in several business ventures earn him several nicknames.
It's the Godfather of Soul, the hardest working man in show business, Butane James, the new minister of the super heavy funk. He was a big fella.
Brown appears in the 1964 concert movie The Tammy Show and upstages the headliners, the Rolling Stones.
If you had the privilege of going to a concert, you saw a man really give everything he had.
He was a born performer, and the thing that was amazing about him is he just exuded this tremendous amount of energy, but he kept it very tightly controlled on stage.
That control includes keeping a tight rein on his musicians as well.
You had to show up to the show looking proper, you had to be dressed properly, every detail had to be in its perfect place, and then he would just go on stage and explode out of these really tight sort of situations.
When you would see him spin around and point his finger at a member of the band, it just cost that band member $50 because he was slightly late or off-key.
Darrell Brown played lead guitar in his father's band for many years.
And he had a thing, where you flick his hands, and that's $5, $10, $15, $20, $25, $50. I got fined one time, man. It's funny, and he never took the money, but it was still a lesson, because I knew what I had did. I knew exactly what I did. I'm not telling, but I knew what I did, and it was like, and I was like, God.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone move their feet as fast as James Brown could move his. And he says, well, Miss Dallas, when you're out there on the Chitlin circuit and you're coming through Louisiana and the sheriff decides that he wants to see you dance and he starts firing bullets at your feet, he says, Miss Dallas, you can move them really, really fast.
As the civil rights movement gets underway, James Brown's music in many ways becomes the soundtrack for the struggle.
Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. That sort of became a rally cry. These are lyrics that became a rally cry for the Black Power movement and for black pride and black identity in general.
I think at that time he recognized who he was and what he had to offer in terms of the love, the ability to speak to his people, the ability to transcend, again, race and color and creed, to speak to the voice, the frustrations of a generation of people.
I will keep on going. I will, say what I need to say. It's gonna be unpopular, but I'm gonna do it anyway because I just feel like it's the right thing to do, and I feel like I need to pull up my people in the process and just make them feel proud of who they are.
The 1970s are a peak period for Brown, with hits like Get Up and Get Up Off of That Thing, but he's later knocked off the charts by the disco movement of the late 70s.
Disco was not about sweatiness and rawness. It was a little more glossy and a little smoother. It was about new stars, not old stars that we already knew.
By the early 1980s, Brown's fortune is nearly depleted.
It was tough for him because he wasn't kind of at the top like, he was before.
Now, on the verge of bankruptcy, the hardest working man in show business can't get a job. Enter lawyer Albert "Buddy" Dallas.
The banks really didn't want any of his business. He really was not a very popular figure in 1984. Mr. Brown and I developed quickly a personal friendship in addition to our professional relationship.
My grandfather was going through the IRS, coming in to try to take his possessions and his assets in a time when no one would deal with my grandfather. Banks, financial institutions. He was at the very bottom of his luck at this time. Buddy Dallas came in, took him on as a client, paid his bills up to a point where he could just get them back to zero.
They were impounding vehicles he owned and other things. I think he was in danger of losing a house he really loved on Beach Island in South Carolina. And Buddy Dallas bought the house for him and turned it over to James Brown.
It was kind of hard times. I mean, there was very little money, and many times I would have to cover expenses myself. But I did that in 1984 and 85 when we were trying to resurrect things. I was the only source of credit because Mr. Brown didn't have any.
With Dallas's help, Brown manages to turn things around and enjoys a resurgence with the hit single Living in America and several movie and TV appearances. But Brown's newfound popularity makes him a target for those wishing to profit from him. Some suspect that Tommy Ray Heine tried to take advantage of James Brown from day one.
Everybody figured she was a gold digger and she was after his money, and she could have been, she could have been after his money.
And then there's some shocking news.
The child produced through the supposed marriage could not have been his child.
Mr. Brown was totally humiliated by the developments with Miss Ray.
She refused to come see this man on his deathbed and decided rather to stay in Las Vegas and have her a good time.
Before his death, James Brown decides to leave much of the wealth he's accumulated over his 50-year career towards the education of needy boys and girls, leaving his children and spouse out in the cold. 1994, Tommy Ray Heine is 25 when she auditions to be a backup singer for Brown, who is 36 years her senior. Within 3 months, they are a couple.
I don't know what her initial intentions were, but I'm sure he afforded her a different lifestyle than she never had, so most people would have probably went for it. You have James Brown interested in you, and you're gonna go for it.
Tommy Ray gives birth to a boy in June of 2001. Brown is elated at the prospect of a half-black, half-white son and names him James Brown Jr. The couple are married later that year.
He fell in love with her. That's the woman he wanted to be with.
But on Christmas Day 2006, newly widowed Tommy Ray can't believe what is happening to her.
Why would you lock Tommy Ray out? Hell, Tommy Ray had been gone since October. She was not a resident of the mansion anymore. She had no right to be there after Mr. Brown left us.
Everybody figured she was a gold digger and she was after his money, and she could have been, she could have been after his money.
The trustees turn Tommy Ray away because they claim her marriage to Brown is not valid. The claim opens up a can of worms from Tommy Ray's past.
Tommy Ray claims to be the spouse of Mr. Brown. We all know that Miss Ray was married to another man at the time that she engaged in a ceremonial marriage to Mr. Brown.
Years before his death, Brown is shocked to learn that Tommy Ray is already married. In 1997, she had wed a Pakistani immigrant in an alleged green card fraud. The union is only annulled in 2004, long after the couple's 2001 wedding. Under South Carolina law, this renders her marriage to Brown null and void.
Mr. Brown was totally humiliated by the developments. Miss Ray sought an annulment. There were agreements between Miss Ray and Mr. Brown's counsel that she would never, ever seek to claim a common law relationship with Mr. Brown.
I think he tried to make her into the type of woman she ought to be. I just think he failed at it.
James Brown is free to remarry Tommy Ray Heine after her previous marriage is annulled, but he never does. And to many in Brown's circle, the marriage controversy is just the tip of the iceberg.
The child produced through the supposed marriage could not have been his child, for the simple fact we now know that my grandfather had many procedures done that would not have allowed him to have a child.
According to Albert Dallas, Tommy Ray Heine's son is born nearly 2 decades after Brown undergoes an irreversible vasectomy. Brown and Tommy Ray Heine are nowhere near each other during the 10 months prior to the birth of James Jr. To Dallas, it boils down to a simple question of geographical impossibility.
Mr. Brown's over on the East Coast and she's in Vegas or LA during that period of time.
Depending on who you talk to, DNA testing of James Brown Jr. is either kept private or it never happens at all. His paternity remains unresolved to this day. Meanwhile, a legal battle is brewing over the I Feel Good Trust, which ignores the interests of Brown's spouse and children in favor of children he doesn't even know.
When I look at his will, I think about, gosh, how did he ever, how could he have signed this without being properly advised?
Albert Dallas is quick to respond to this.
Anyone who could make such a statement as that obviously did not know Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown was a person that would influence you, but I absolutely assure you, you were not going to influence Mr. Brown.
Nobody's there pulling your damn arm. Okay, nobody's there telling you, no, don't put that there, don't do that.
When your lawyer tells you one thing, and that's your friend, you believe it. And he didn't look at all those contracts, he signed them.
Trust and estate lawyer James M. Kane shares his take on it.
I'm not suggesting James Brown didn't read his document, I don't know. But even clients who read the documents closely will not have the recall ability generally to tell you what all these various provisions are.
Dad never got higher than a 7th grade education, and he felt like that stifled him in the sense because he didn't know a lot of things about contracts.
But Brown did know a thing or two about Tommy Ray Heine, according to his grandson, William James.
The fact she refused to come see this man on his deathbed and decided rather to stay in Las Vegas and have her a good time, gave him all the knowledge about this woman he needed to know, such that in his last hours he would request of my father, don't let this woman come around, do not let this woman close to anything that makes James Brown who James Brown is.
Nevertheless, on February 1st, 2007, Tommy Ray files a petition asserting that she is Brown's rightful widow and has a 2001 marriage certificate to prove it.
Miss Ray has proceeded as if she was Mr. Brown's spouse. Mr. Brown never remarried Miss Ray, even in the face of numerous requests by Miss Ray that he remarry her.
She also claims that the August 2000 will used to determine the division of the estate is not the most current one, and that Brown often had the tendency to change it according to his temperament. Albert Dallas stands by his client's recognized will.
Mr. Brown's documents speak for themselves. Did he devise or not? And the answer is he did. Are we not then duty-bound, obligated to enforce his wishes in a court of law? I think we are.
The accusations continue to fly, and before long, allegations emerge that James Brown may have been duped by his closest advisors.
Within the course of 2.5 years, that money went from about $25 million down to zero.
While years before his death, Brown himself is named in a lawsuit filed by his own children.
Mr. Brown said to me, they don't know what that's cost them.
James Brown dies and makes little to no provisions for his family. While widow Tommy Ray Heine fights her own battles, children Yama and Deanna Brown suspect foul play on behalf of the estate's 3 trustees and decide to take matters into their own hands. January 2007, Albert Dallas and his fellow trustees are unable to present a complete portrait of Brown's financial status at the time of his death. To Yama Brown, it's just not good enough.
I don't know what else I could have done to have made everything transparent to the children.
On January 26th, less than 1 week after the reading of Brown's will, Yama and Deanna Brown's lawyer files an emergency petition for the termination of the estate's trustees.
We asked for their removal. That was one thing that we asked for after there was they couldn't account for certain things.
Dallas is shocked at the children's decision. He remembers Brown as someone who never mixed family with business.
One literally had to have an appointment to get in to see him, and that was true with the children. I mean, Mr. Brown was a very private man when he was not on the road. Fortunately, I was one of those that he allowed in that circle.
The children paint a complicated portrait of what it was like to grow up a Brown.
Picture your dad, okay, and then you having about 1 million brothers and sisters, you know, because we had to share them with the world. So picture that. Just imagine that way, and that was James Brown, the dad.
I could hug him, you know, nestle in his chest, just like any daughter would do their father. But there was always that flip side when you got to be around James Brown, the entertainer, and then you had to share him with the rest of the world.
He wasn't there very often. You know, he was out trying to hone his talent, trying to be James Brown, trying to travel the Chitlin circuit in the South as it was. And he was not allowed, really, to spend too much time with his family and be James Brown at the same time.
My mom would always have to explain to us, you know, Dad's working, you know, he'll be back, and things like that.
Relations between Brown and his children are put to the test when he's arrested in 1988 following a high-speed, drug-fueled car chase with the police. Brown is armed and is high on PCP, angel dust.
To me, it's amazing that he survived that car chase. So many police around him with shotguns, shooting out the tires of his car.
I don't know where they thought Mr. Brown would be going. I mean, everybody in the world knew who he was.
Brown serves just over 2 years in prison. His arrest causes a media frenzy.
As a child, it was difficult, and people don't really think about stuff like that. They don't think about how it affects his family, his wife, his kids, things like that.
No one knows exactly when he started smoking PCP. Some people say it might have been as early as the early 70s. A number of people say he smoked it on and off for the rest of his life.
We sometimes wonder, well, why do these artists and entertainers, you know, wind up with drugs or drug charges and so forth? Trying to stay up to give a performance and the grueling schedule they keep is probably the answer.
Him having a rough time with drugs, I always look at it as him having a rough time with himself, his demons. Okay, he was still human, man. He's just like anybody else, you know what I'm saying?
According to Yama Brown, her father's habit makes him susceptible to manipulation.
A lot of people took advantage of him during that time period because he was not thinking in his right mind and things like that.
Brown's last hit single, Living in America, drops in 1985. And by the time Brown is released from jail, money is tight again.
He had enormous amounts of debt from years on the road and traveling with, entourages of dozens upon dozens of people.
In 1999, Brown takes out a $25 million bond as an advance against future royalty revenue. The bond is set up by his accountant and future trustee, David Cannon.
Within the course of 2.5 years, that money went from about $25 million down to zero.
Brown is unaware that Cannon receives a check from the fund for $5 million during this period and buys property in Honduras. This sets off alarm bells for Yama Brown.
That happened while he was still alive, and he didn't know it because he trusted him to do the right thing with his nest egg. God knows what they're going to do when you're gone and you're not here to defend yourself.
David Cannon didn't deceive anybody, says Albert Dallas.
Let me tell you something. Mr. Brown could go ghetto on you pretty damn quick. And to suggest that someone took Mr. Brown's money, I would say to them, Mr. Brown didn't know to the penny what he had, but he damn sure knew to the dollar.
Yama Brown's lawyer will later use Cannon's alleged wrongdoings as an argument to have him removed as a trustee. Meanwhile, William James Brown has an allegation of his own, this one against his aunts, Yama and Deanna Brown.
In the late 90s, my grandfather was sued. Not by some record company, not by his trustees, but by his children. He was sued by his children for songs they claimed they wrote.
In the mid-1970s, Brown creates a publishing company in the name of his daughters, Yama and Deanna, to manage the rights of certain songs.
Because he put the songs in our names, obviously when we were very young, he wanted us to have something, to have something that was ours.
Not so, according to Brown's grandson.
My grandfather put these songs in their name to avoid taxes.
Deanna and Yama sought to recover those songs from Mr. Brown against his will, against his wishes, and brought litigation to collect royalties on those songs.
My sister and I, Deanna, sued Warner Chappell, and my dad was named in the suit because he was a performer on the songs that we sued about.
Yama also claims that Brown is on their side during the entire process. The lawsuit is settled in Yama and Deanna Brown's favor, but it leaves a sour taste in the mouths of many who claim that Brown was incensed at his daughter's betrayal.
That did more to influence James Brown, to put his values and his assets and everything he had inside this trust to educate children and not leave it to his family than any trustee could have ever done.
Mr. Brown said to me, they don't know what that's cost them.
January 2007. While Tommy Ray Heine fights to be recognized as Brown's rightful widow, his children wait to hear about their emergency petition to have Albert Dallas, David Cannon, and Alfred Bradley removed as trustees of the estate.
Mr. Brown's children wanted to become managers or trustees of the trust.
That's the thing about trustees, whether they would do a better job or whatever. That'd be like me, going into, say for example, walking on a job to drive a crane, and I've never driven a crane before.
Doing what the will and the trust directs. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Nothing pleased anybody. And the only person that should have been pleased was Mr. Brown. He directed it.
If he wanted you to run it, you'd have been running it.
Yama and Deanna Brown move forward and point to a clause in the I Feel Good Trust for Needy Children that allows the trustees to keep up to 50% of Brown's estate as administration fees. To them, an unheard of amount for a charitable trust.
We know most people are going to take up to 50%. If it allows them to, they're going to take it.
With the stage set for a three-way battle of wills over the estate of James Brown, differences within the Brown family lead to infighting. Brown's family is divided, with its members challenging each other's credibility.
If you lay cheese out, rats are eventually going to go get the cheese.
They wanted to paint this picture that we were lying, we just wanted more money, and that was it.
Grandson William James hits where it hurts.
There is no difference in hanging a black man from a tree in 1965 than there is hanging a black man in a courtroom in South Carolina in 2012.
James Brown's death leaves family members upset over how his estate is to be managed and divided. 2 separate petitions are filed in order to contest Brown's last will and testament. February 20th, 2007. As requested by Brown's daughters Yama and Deanna, the court replaces trustees Albert Dallas, David Cannon, and Alford Bradley with temporary trustees who will monitor the alleged wrongdoings. William James Brown can't believe it.
If he saw no right to get rid of these men at any time, who am I to pass judgment on them? Who am I to say they handled James Brown's business wrong? If James Brown thought his business was being handled just fine, who am I to offer an opinion about it?
I have only sought to carry out what Mr. Brown directed that I do. I didn't ask to be Mr. Brown's personal representative or trustee. I didn't ask for that job.
There are increasing tensions in the Brown family between those who oppose the will and those who accept it. William James and his father Terry stand by the will from the start.
Unlike the rest of my family, I don't want a dime from my grandfather. He's already given me everything I need. He's given me the tools to go out and compete in the world and make something of myself.
He took care of me, took care of my family. You know what I mean? What the hell can I say about the man because he didn't leave no money? It's his damn money. You know what I'm saying? And that's where the greed and all that craziness comes in, man.
For members of my family to try to perpetuate the idea that he was unduly influenced in some way, I think further shows how out of step, how out of touch, and how much they did not understand my grandfather.
The accusations put Yama Brown on the defensive.
They wanted to paint this picture that we were lying, we just wanted more money, and that was it.
It's just like if you lay cheese out, rats are eventually going to go get the cheese. That is to say, they all want to be something or have something that they're not entitled to, that they are not.
I mean, our family really thought about it and really talked about what our dad would have wanted. And what we know he would not have wanted was all this turmoil over his estate.
I don't know what my sister's after. You know, I can't speak for them. You know? I mean, if that's the case, if they're after something or whatever, I wish them luck. I hope they find it.
While Brown's 6 legitimate children are divided over the will, many others claim to be his illegitimate offspring.
Mr. Brown loved women. Let there be no doubt about that. And he never wanted for women.
The 1960s and 1970s are a time of free love, and that certainly proves true for James Brown.
He had wives, he had girlfriends, he had one-night stands, and he had people working for him who were sort of air traffic controllers who had to make sure that none of these bodies collided or ever met each other. It must have been a fearful job.
He was a player, man. He's James Brown, man. You know, what woman wouldn't want a man of power like that? You know, it ain't like he had to go out here and stand on the corner and wait. They came to him. Remember that.
But Brown's philandering will come back to haunt him. DNA tests prove that he fathers at least 3 illegitimate children over the years. As a result, Brown's illegitimate grandchildren will be eligible as beneficiaries of the Brown Family Education Trust. 2007, the temporary trustees hold an auction of Brown's belongings in order to cover legal fees and maintenance on his house. But this decision doesn't please everyone.
A lot of us were for it, but some of us were against it because some of the things that were sold were things that we did not agree on.
Unsatisfied by the current management of the estate, Brown's children decide to propose a settlement to the courts. They invite another key player in the battle against Brown's will to join them, Brown's widow Tommy Ray Heine, mother of James Brown Jr.
Their son was our family, you know, that was like our brother, you know, and he's a kid. He's the same age as my son. And so we felt an overwhelming sisterly, brotherly responsibility to make sure he was gonna be okay.
The settlement takes several months to prepare. It proposes to divide Brown's estate into 4 equal shares, one for his 6 adult children and another for Tommy Ray Heine and James Brown Jr. The remaining 50% is to be split between the Brown Family Education and I Feel Good trusts.
Did Mr. Brown have the right to expect that his will and trust would be enforced by the court? Absolutely, as any other individual who makes a will and trust. They have the right to expect the courts to enforce it according to its terms.
The settlement is submitted to Judge Doyet A. Early in the Circuit Court of Aiken County, South Carolina in 2009. The settlement is approved on May 26, 2009. Dallas and his fellow trustees are shocked. Was justice truly served?
She, Tommy Ray, claimed to be the spouse, and now apparently is going to walk away with 25% of the total estate that has previously been entrusted to needy and underprivileged children, that I find to be absolutely unbelievable.
For William James Brown, the judge's decision is a slap in the face to his grandfather's original wishes.
I can say this much about it. There is no difference in hanging a black man from a tree in 1965 than there is hanging a black man in a courtroom in South Carolina in 2012.
How can there be any question about what Mr. Brown's intentions were? Read the document. It tells you unequivocally what he wanted. Why has the Attorney General of South Carolina turned its back on James Brown's wishes?
The decision represents a victory for Yama Brown. After all, half of Brown's estate is still being allocated to education.
We respected his wishes, and I still feel like we respect his wishes.
The 2 charitable trusts fall under the jurisdiction of the Attorney General of South Carolina.
They are there to make sure that that trust gets carried out. We asked for the judge to bring a party in that could help administer that. In other words, we as the family aren't even administering that. We won't even, quote unquote, touch that money. We'll help in the process determine who gets it and things like that.
As for the money itself, it's still tied up in legal red tape.
Do you know that not only has not one child received 1 penny to be educated, but 30+ lawyers have billed tens of millions of dollars in the face of those children not being educated?
5.5 years later, to my knowledge, not 1 dime. Isn't it ironic?
We couldn't do anything because we were tied up in this court, all this court stuff. So any monies that were coming in were going to more attorneys.
The underprivileged kids right now, those are the ones who are suffering. They suffering. They need educations, man. His grandchildren, you know, their education ain't secure, you know.
Mr. Attorney General, you have a fiduciary responsibility to help educate children. You have a responsibility to protect this trust. The legal courts in South Carolina, you have a responsibility to give a man due process, to give a man's will the respect it deserves.
In June 2007, Albert Dallas, David Cannon, and Alfred Bradley resign as trustees, or are forced to resign, according to Dallas, who points out what he sees as the bitter irony in all of this.
Whomever winds up doing all of this will be charging the same kind of fees that Mr. Brown provided for. And it was Mr. Brown's choice whom he wanted to carry out those duties. That's the thing that's so hurtful about all of this.
These were good men. They were decent men. They were honest men. They were loyal. They did what Mr. Brown, my grandfather, asked them to do, without question, without fail, every single time.
I've often thought, wouldn't it be great if Mr. Brown could walk into the courtroom, would be held to pay. Be held to pay.
Daryl and William James Brown have already paid their price for trying to uphold the Godfather of Soul's final wishes.
Does it hurt that you've been ostracized by your family? Of course it does. Does it hurt on holidays you can't see your family? You can't pick up the phone and say, hey, I love you. You can't gather together. Sure, those things hurt.
You know, like any other siblings, man, you know, we have disagreements, you know what I mean? We don't agree with each other all the time, you know what I'm saying? And we would like to be closer, you know, at times.
But at the same time, I owe as much to my grandfather to do the right thing, to stand there, resolute and firm, to carry out his wishes, regardless of what the consequences are. Because in the end, without James Brown, there's no William Brown. Because he lived, I live. That's the bottom line to it.
It's a strain, man, you know what I mean? But the funny thing about it is that, you know, you put us all together, we all look alike.
It's a lot of work for my brothers and sisters and I to continue on, but it's worth it. You know, he came from nothing and built all of that. So the least I can do as his child is to continue it on in a positive way, in a way that would make him happy.
I love the man. He was my friend. He trusted me to see that his wishes were carried out, as I did for 24 years during his lifetime.
In the end, the music lives on.
James Brown, he's known as the Godfather of Soul, but he's really one of the most colossal figures in American pop music. I mean, this is a guy who really defined a sound, that sound being funk music, and its legacy just trickles on down through the decades.
Play Pass the Peas, play Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud, play all that amazing music, play the funk. Just play it once, and it washes away all this other stuff.
Jimi Hendrix, considered by many to be the greatest guitar player in music history, is found dead at the age of 27. With no will to be found, the rights to his music and image are up for grabs.
It's the single most expensive estate battle in the history of rock and roll other than the Beatles.
A battle erupts that spans over 4 decades and leaves a family divided.
He starts yelling at her, calling her names, and I says, Leon, you gotta stop this stuff.
But when the stakes are worth an estimated $80 million, emotions can run high.
It was like a slap in the face. I wasn't angry, but I almost wanted some revenge.
Guitar legend Jimi Hendrix is found dead in a London hotel room.
Jimi dies in 1970 from mixing alcohol and sleeping pills. He had shacked up with a woman, a groupie type woman that he had just met, and she had sleeping pills that were in German, and they were much more powerful than American sleeping pills. Jimi, in all likelihood, thought the otherwise, thought they were weaker, and took a handful of them, took what would have been about 30 times the recommended dose and happened to drink that down with a significant portion of red wine.
Emergency service workers find the superstar alone in his room. Jimmy's management team calls his father Al in Seattle, Washington to break the news. Jimmy Williams was Jimi Hendrix's best friend growing up in Seattle.
I got a phone call from my sister, and she's turned on the radio. You know, Jimi Hendrix just died in London or something. And I said, oh, no, you know, that's not true. And so I turned on the radio, and they were doing the announcement, and I says, I got to go over and see Al. So she said, I'll go with you. So I went over there, and Al was pretty, he was just broken.
Jimmy's younger brother Leon has been behind bars at the Monroe Reformatory for just over 6 months. On the morning of September 18th, he's awoken with the bad news.
Everybody's got a radio. It said Jimi Hendrix dies of drug overdose. And then everybody said, turn that radio off. That's his brother upstairs. You know, so everybody turned their radios off. And then the chaplain came over the loudspeaker and said, Leon Hendrix, 415-617, report to the chaplain. And then that's when I knew that it was true.
There's a phone call for Leon.
My dad was on the phone. He said Jimmy died, and you know, and we were both crying. But then the whole prison seemed to have this respect for some reason. When I came back, the whole prison was silent.
Leon is devastated.
They put me in solitary confinement because they thought that I might want to commit suicide.
For Leon, Jimi Hendrix was more than just an older brother.
Jimmy was in charge of me. Anything that happened to him, I had to go. When he went to play, band practice, he dragged me along.
Their relationship, it was special because it wasn't just a brother to Leon, he was like a father. And they kind of lived in an impoverished life, so it was kind of Leon and Jimmy against the world.
I didn't know we were poor. You know what I'm talking about? There was no reason for me to ever think that, because I always had a sandwich or, something, and Jimmy used to provide it for that.
Jimmy and Leon's upbringing has been rife with struggle. Their parents, Al and Lucille, divorced in 1951.
My mom was, we didn't get to see her much because after my dad and her split up, he took custody of me and Jimmy.
There was a lot of troubling things between Lucille and Al that I think Jimmy, hid, from his friends and stuff.
An alcoholic with a gambling addiction, Al has difficulty paying the bills.
My father did the best he could with what he had. We would wake up early in the morning in the summertime, and he'd drag us out, and we'd go recycle cans and bottles and glass and copper wiring. And every now and then, he'd send us down with my little wagon, my little, red Flyer wagon with a big 5-gallon diesel can from the Army, and we go get diesel. We bring it back to the house, and that was our heat for like 3 days.
Often, Al is forced to work nights, though there are other times when he just doesn't come home.
Well, Al was definitely a heavy drinker during Jimmy's childhood. There were stories that neighbors told me of Al literally knocking, or not even knocking on the door, just walking in to a house, laying down and falling asleep on the sofa. Al thought that was his house when his house was a block away.
He went to work at 3 o'clock when me and Jimmy got out of school. And he didn't come home until 12 or 1 o'clock at night. So it was hard for him, but he did it. I love that old guy. He's cool.
Social services receive tips from neighbors saying the boys are being left home alone.
The welfare people were trying to take me and Jimmy from my father. Every day, they'd park outside and wait for us to come out and try to capture us. And my dad said, don't answer the door,
While they managed to avoid the social service agents for a while, Leon is eventually taken into foster care. Fortunately, he is not too far away.
Leon tells stories of often leaving the foster home he was at and going to find Jimmy. There was definitely a very strong bond between these two boys.
But it's not the first time Al Hendricks' family is broken up. Back in 1948, Lucille and Al have a third child, Joe, who was born with health issues that include a club foot, a cleft palate, and one leg shorter than the other.
He was born with a number of birth defects, and they raised him, they loved him, and they seemed to be doing relatively well with his upbringing. He would go a couple times a week to this place called Children's Hospital in Seattle for therapy.
After Joe, a daughter, Kathy, is born blind, while another daughter, Pamela, and a son, Albert, have minor health issues. They all become wards of the state and are put into foster care. For 3 years, Lucille and Al try to keep Joe, but the financial strain is too great.
That's the part that's heartbreaking, is that Joe had been around for a while. Joe is old enough to have had memories of it.
Some say that for Al and Lucille's relationship, it's the straw that broke the camel's back.
There got to be a point, though, where Al Hendricks thought it was too much. It was one of the biggest points between Al and Lucille. Lucille wanted Joe to stay with them. Al wanted Joe to be given away to the state for foster care. And eventually Al won that argument. They dropped Joe off at the hospital.
Though divorced, Al and Lucille maintain an on-again, off-again relationship. When she dies in 1958, it hits the family hard.
You know, one of the most heartbreaking stories of Jimmy's childhood is that his mother dies when Jimmy's just a young teenager, when he's 15 years old. And she died of cirrhosis of the liver, in all likelihood. Her spleen ruptured.
My dad said that Mom had passed and we're gonna go to the funeral, but then he had got so drunk that he missed the funeral by like 8 hours. You know, we went to the funeral home and they said, oh, that was at 2 o'clock. And we went there at 8, you know, at night. And so Jimmy was pretty upset about that.
Jimmy becomes introspective and turns to music. He idolizes Elvis Presley, Elmore James, and Little Richard, and practices playing guitar, first on a broom, then on other stand-ins.
First guitar was actually a ukulele. And he was, you know, he played Peter Gunn on it. Dun, 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 dun. And then he would tune it up to get to the next key, and he played over and over again. Dun, 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 and then he tuned it up. Dun, 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 dun. You know, that's how he started playing guitar.
Soon after, Jimmy finds a used guitar he likes for $5, but initially his father refuses to buy it for him.
He said, no, I'm not giving you $5 for a guitar. Are you crazy? You need to work with your hands. Jimmy, actually, we were having dinner at our auntie's house, and Jimmy said, Aunt Ernestine, there's a guitar for $5, but my dad won't buy it. And my aunt went crazy over my dad, slapped him. He said, if you don't buy that guitar, I buy it.
When you see the skill that he showed when the world discovered Jimmy at 21, it appears that Jimmy at that point had been playing for decades. And the truth was he'd only been playing for a few years on very, very crude instruments.
The guitar is an obsession for Jimmy.
Some point, Jimmy was showing up with his guitar strapped to his back, neck, you know, downward, and didn't have an amplifier, but he went around and played, you know, for anybody who would ask him to play. And that guitar went every place with him. I mean, he played it constantly.
Seattle, Washington, 1967. Leon is working in his father's landscaping business. For 5 years, Jimmy has been chasing his dream of becoming a professional musician. Preoccupied with life on the road, Jimmy hasn't communicated much with his father and brother. One day, during a lunch break, Al and Leon hear loud music coming from a neighbor's apartment.
These people downstairs are playing this loud rock and roll music all the time. And for some reason, my dad said, you know, that sounds like Jimmy.
Leon discovers they are listening to a record by the Jimi Hendrix Experience. It's the first time Leon's seen the album, and he takes the record over to show his father. They're floored.
It's like, wow.
Just a year earlier, Jimmy was playing $6 gigs at small clubs in Greenwich Village.
It was very different for an African American to suddenly be in white people's land, in folk music land, But Jimmy began playing some of the exact same songs he'd played in Harlem, but they played very differently in the Village. They were exotic. Jimmy combined that with playing the guitar with his teeth, playing behind his head, playing with one hand. Those things to a white audience in the Village seemed extraordinary.
He is soon discovered by Animal's bassist turned music producer Chaz Chandler.
One day at a club in the Village called the Cafe Wah, Chaz Chandler, who had been the bass player in the band The Animals, and saw Jimmy doing that. Chaz infamously spilled a milkshake on himself. He was so impressed by what Jimmy was doing.
Chaz becomes Jimmy's manager and takes him to England.
Jimmy packed up one suitcase, that was all he owned, got on a plane and flew to London in 1966. Within 10 days of arriving in London, he was a star. It truly is one of the most extraordinary rise to fame in music history ever.
He forms a band, the Jimi Hendrix Experience.
His career took off like a snowball at that point. It went just out of control.
Hendrix went to London to launch his career. He kind of did this reverse British invasion thing where he went overseas to get things started and then came back to America as a rock and roll hero. This is a guy who defined the psychedelic era and did a tremendous amount of groundbreaking work in a very, very short amount of time.
In less than 2 years, the Jimi Hendrix Experience is looking for their big break in North America. After landing gigs at Monterey International Pop Festival and Woodstock, and with 2 more albums under their belt, the band's popularity explodes. But during the hippie movement of love, psychedelic music went almost hand in hand with a psychedelic lifestyle.
Drugs really only came into his life once fame happened and once money happened.
This lifestyle, along with an almost obsessive work ethic and non-stop touring schedule, eventually catches up with Jimmy.
As he got more famous, he became more unhappy because the demands were different than going to the Cafe Wah on Friday night. That began this downward spiral thing. They booked Jimmy like 2 gigs a day in Europe. So it was like killing him by attrition, by wearing him out.
He clearly did eventually develop a bit of a problem with drugs towards the last year of his life. And in some ways that did lead to the lifestyle choices that eventually led to his death in 1970.
Many believe when he took the handful of sleeping pills the night he died, he was just trying to get a good night's sleep.
The alcohol that he drank and the alcohol already in his body eventually led to his death. He did not overdose intentionally. It was not an overdose from, let me take a bunch of stuff and feel really great. It was, I'm exhausted, I need to sleep, I'm taking a ton of these sleeping pills, and I'm gonna drink it down with red wine, and he died.
Jimmy doesn't leave a will. Jimmy's father Al is considered his next of kin and is in line to inherit the rights to his son's musical legacy, until a paternity suit threatens to take everything away.
If you look at a photograph of this child and you look at a photograph of Jimi Hendrix, even though his mother was a blonde Nordic woman, you go, this is clearly Jimi Hendrix's child.
Guitar superstar Jimi Hendrix dies without a will, suddenly at the age of 27. Everyone assumes his father Al will inherit his son's estate, but his claim is about to be challenged.
Jimmy had at least 2 children that we know of. One of them was a woman with a woman named Diana Carpenter, who he had met in New York. She had been a prostitute during that era, and Jimmy hooked up with her.
Harlem, New York, 1966. Jimmy and Diana Carpenter are living together when Diana discovers she is pregnant. At Jimmy's insistence, she stops working the streets for a while, but it's not long before she starts up again. She soon gets arrested, and the 2 part ways. Diana's daughter Tamika is born in February 1967. Nearly 4 decades later, Jimmy's childhood friend Jimmy Williams runs into Diana in Seattle in 2004.
I just happened to meet a woman by the name of Diane Carpenter, and she said that she was Jimmy's ex-girlfriend and she had a daughter by Jimmy. And I said, oh, wow.
Her lawyers launch a paternity suit in 1970, before Jimmy's death. They send letters instructing him to do a blood test, but it never happens. A year before he dies, Diana tracks Jimmy down after one of his concerts.
She clearly approached Jimmy at one point in San Francisco and Berkeley and told him, "I've had a kid by you." And Jimmy hung out with her, at least in the airport.
It will be their last encounter. Jimmy never officially recognizes Tamika as his, though he does carry a photo of her, and in the unreleased song Red Velvet Room, he sings a line, "How's Tammy?" After Jimmy's death, Diana challenges Al's claim to Jimmy's estate.
She says, "Well, I'm here with my daughter to put a claim in for some of the estate."
Whenever there is no will present, estates go to the next of kin. But her case isn't convincing enough, and in 1972, the courts rule against Diana's claim, saying that because no blood test was taken while Jimmy was alive, paternity cannot be established.
That child's DNA has never been tested against Jimmy, and so we're only taking Diana Carpenter's word for that.
If Jimmy is her dad, it's got to be the worst feeling in the world that you can't get your family to acknowledge that you're, his kid.
This leaves Al with the rights to the entirety of his son's estate. Not knowing much about the music biz, though, he hires attorney Leo Branton and producer Alan Douglas to manage his son's legacy.
Shortly after Jimmy died, and this is as I understand from the court records, I wasn't an attorney on it, Leo Branton basically sent something to Al that said, sign here and I'll take care of everything.
My relationship with Al Hendricks was a very warm relationship. He trusted me completely. He was very responsive to whatever advice I would give him. He always indicated that he appreciated what I was doing for him.
Leo soon discovers that Jimmy was in debt.
I found out that he had about $20,000, and he had loads of debt. He owed his manager over $300,000. He owed money to Warner Brothers that they gave him as a loan to build a studio.
He would finish a concert and go out to a club and jam all hours of the night. But all the business dealings he didn't care about, and he frankly was very bad at. He was a very popular performer. He made more money at Woodstock than anyone else, and yet a week later he played for free on a Harlem street, and that cost him money. He made decisions that were primarily based on his desire to play music, not on what was smart business sense.
In short, Jimmy doesn't leave much, but he does leave an extensive song catalog and hundreds of hours of unreleased recordings.
Alan and I went all over the world trying to find pieces that Jimmy had done and had never been made into a record and had never been produced or distributed. And from this, we made 6 post-death albums. It generated millions of dollars for him.
Leo Branton then went on to manage the estate while paying some royalties to Al Hendricks.
Along with occasional lump sums, Al receives around $75,000 a year in royalties, and to him it's more money than he's ever seen in his lifetime.
He was giving half of that to me, and I didn't know. I thought he was making way more money than that, but he'd never told me that.
Al is just happy to be able to provide for his family for the first time. Seattle, 1966. 8 years after the death of his first wife, Al Hendricks meets Ayako June Jinka, a mother of 5, including a daughter named Janie. They marry soon after. Jimmy never lives with them and only meets his stepfamily a couple of times.
That woman had a couple of children of her own, including one young girl who lived with her at that point, who would have been about 7 at that time in 1967, and that was Janie Hendricks. Al eventually marries the mother and adopts Janie Hendricks. So Janie Hendricks is not related to Jimi Hendrix by blood. She is his adopted stepsister.
Leon is living off and on with his father still, and he sometimes looks after his new sister.
My relationship with Janie was a big brother to little sister relationship. I took her to the bus stop to go to school. I picked her up. You know, I babysitted her, read her the Bible, did all the things that big brothers should do for a little kid.
Content with his family and his royalties, Al thinks all the dust has settled. But in the early 70s, another woman comes forward claiming to have Jimmy's love child.
Jimmy had many, many girlfriends, was very free with sexuality. He was not worried about birth control in that era, and may have several other children that we don't know that have never come forward.
When Jimmy plays concerts in Stockholm, Sweden, he has flings with Eva Sundquist between the years of 1967 and 1969. She claims that she became pregnant with their son, James Daniel Sundquist, in 1969. A few years later, Eva launches a paternity case in Swedish court. Leo Branton, Al's lawyer, tells the Swedish courts that the claim is baseless.
I researched the law and found out that in the United States, one could not bring a paternity cause of action after the death of the alleged father. It must be brought during his lifetime. And the reason for this is there is no way for the alleged father to contest the claim because he's no longer around.
Nevertheless, in 1975, the Swedish court side with Sundquist and declare her son to be Jimmy's rightful heir.
So I rejected the claim because I knew that there was no way she could ever collect on this in the United States.
Childhood friend Jimmy Williams is surprised to hear about the case.
I picked up a paper one day and I saw this picture of this kid in LA that was suing the Jimi Hendrix estate because he was Jimmy's son. The attorney for the kid, he was just looking for any way to try to get somebody to recognize his claim.
If you look at a photograph of this child and you look at a photograph of Jimi Hendrix, even though his mother was a blonde Nordic woman, you go, this is clearly Jimi Hendrix's child.
Jimmy Williams, who's become good friends with Jimmy's dad, Al, is upset that he has denounced James' claim. He confronts Al.
Went in and I says, Al, is this your grandson? Probably. And I said, well, what percentage do you think that that's your grandson? And he said, oh, probably 150%. So he just trapped himself with me right there. And I said, so you are denying this kid, you know, and you got all of these other people part of the estate and you're denying him? And I said, you know, I've been your friend since I was 8 years old. But this friendship's gonna be ended if you don't do something for that kid. And I walked out.
In 1978, Al appears to settle things with Sundquist.
He showed up at one of our favorite drinking halls and he beckoned me over to the table and I said, yeah, what's up? And he said, Jimmy, I want to let you know I gave the kid $1 million. And I said, that's the old Al that I know, you know.
If these children really are the children of Jimi Hendrix, it seems like they should publicly be acknowledged as that. And as far as I know, neither Tamika nor James Sundquist has ever gotten that kind of public acknowledgement from Jimmy's estate or heirs.
By 1997, with both paternity suits finally handled, things once again appear to have settled down when a letter arrives, offering Jimmy's siblings Leon and Jamie Hendrix $1 million each, and changes everything.
You find a lot of people influencing Leon and explaining things in ways to him that he might not be able to understand. He's being scammed, essentially.
Certain people claimed that I was robbing the estate, which was a lie.
After inheriting his rock star son Jimi Hendrix's estate, Al Hendrix hands off the management reins to his lawyer Leo Branton. Leo is licensed out the rights to Jimmy's music, entitling Al to royalties, but the contract is about to expire. In 1991, Leo and Janie, Jimmy's younger siblings, receive a letter from Leo Branton that will change both of their lives.
The reason for the offer from Leo Branton was because the copyrights were coming up and the law was that the next of kin would have to sign off on it in order for him to renew the copyrights for himself.
There is a quirk in the law concerning musical compositions that when Mr. Hendricks, who got all of the income from these things, when he died, the income would go to his children. And Al wanted to be able to control those things, and so I conceived of the idea of his buying out the children's rights.
The letter offers Leo and Janie $1 million each to sign away their rights as inheritors to Jimmy's works.
And I told them that before I have them sign off on this $1 million sum, they had the opportunity of going and consulting with their own lawyer and to see whether or not it was a deal that they should take.
While he is now in his early 40s, Leon doesn't have a steady job and his income is unstable. Lured by the instant riches, as well as wanting to set up trust funds for his own children, Leon blindly signs on the dotted line.
I said, I need 10% of it now, you know, and they gave me $100,000.
You find a lot of people influencing Leon and explaining things in ways to him that would, at Leon's age, that he might not be able to understand he's being scammed, essentially.
Janie, however, does hire a lawyer. Her lawyer claims that Branton is giving the Hendrickses a raw deal by feeding them misinformation on how much Jimmy's music is actually worth.
Certain people claimed that I was robbing the estate, which was a lie. They claimed that Al was getting nothing but $75,000 a year. It's true that he was only getting $75,000 a year, but that's because of the fact that Al said that's all he wanted to live off of, and the rest of it would be generated and saved for in his trust.
He said, I trust Leo Branton, and I said, but Dad, every day in the news I see Jimmy sold like $10 million worth of records this year. And he said, well, I don't know about all those kind of details. I just know that, you know, I trust Leo Branton and think he's doing a good job.
I made him a multimillionaire. If I hadn't come into the picture, we don't know whether he would ever earned the kind of money that I was able to generate for him. I'm not sure that other lawyers would have been able to get rid of all of the debts like I did.
Janie relays this information to her father, Al, and convinces him that they should go after Leo and Alan to win back the rights to Jimmy's music. It's the beginning of a partnership that will later shut Leon out.
They lived together. You know, she lived in his house, you know, and I lived way across town.
With Janie's help, Al severs ties with Leo and hires a new lawyer in 1993. He files a lawsuit against Leo Branton, producer Alan Douglas, and 2 distribution companies.
The next thing I know, I am served with a complaint charging me with fraud, theft, unfair dealing, and along with a letter that this lawyer now represented Al Hendricks, and under no circumstances was I to communicate with Al Hendricks in any way.
Al and the family decided in the 90s that they'd kind of had enough, felt Jimmy's legacy wasn't being well dealt with, he wasn't being preserved. It just wasn't a fair deal in the first place and definitely wasn't being managed as a fair deal.
They go back and forth with lawyers until 1995, but the case doesn't go to trial.
My father won all the music rights to the Jimi Hendrix estate back to him by claiming incompetence. He didn't know what he was signing. There's no reason for him to give away, you know, $25 million a year for his little $75,000 a year salary.
Al's team eventually settles with the 2 distribution companies, giving him back control over the rights to license Jimmy's music. With this new power, Janie and Al create a new company whose sole purpose will be to manage Jimmy's legacy.
And they formed Experience Hendrix, Authentic Hendrix, and that's when Janie Hendrix came to start working on the estate.
They make a deal to authorize Jimmy's music to MCA for $40 million. Despite being able to live even more comfortably, Al continues working for his landscaping business and appoints Janie, whom he now trusts deeply, as Experience Hendrix president. Leon is given a chance to step in, but he's not interested.
My dad said I didn't have to work there because I was doing my own thing. I was doing my art, had my own nice little job place, and stuff like that.
Al Hendricks tells Leon that he has established a trust for him, entitling him to 25% of the estate. By this time, Leon has divorced his first wife and is the father of 6 kids. He is grateful.
And my dad always told me, he said, don't worry about anything, Leon. I take care of your whole thing, your whole family and everything. You got trust fund and everything's fine. So I said, okay, cool.
Around this time, Al starts having some problems with congestive heart failure. Janie is awarded power of attorney, and Al gets moved back and forth between his home and an assisted living facility. Leon isn't happy about it.
I had to go take him out of the hospital, put him in a private facility, and he came back to life. And when I come and visit, he goes, turn that channel, rub my feet, you know, scratch my back, He was back to life.
But a few years later, on April 17, 2002, Al dies in his sleep at his home in Seattle. At the time, Leon is in LA and he flies home for the funeral, but tensions are growing between him and his stepsister.
For one thing, all the seats were taken up by her family, and so I was upset with that, so I said, hey, you guys got move back, come on. We're here for the funeral. And then when the military came up and gave her the flag, that should have went to me as a son, and I'm also a military man, and that kind of hurt me.
Leon got emotional when, they read the sermon at the site, and Janie wasn't too far away, and he starts yelling at her, calling her names, and I says, Leon, you gotta stop this stuff, and so I grabbed him and pushed him, and everybody was saying, Leon, don't do this, you're disrespecting your dad's funeral.
Things become even more heated when Al's will is read the next morning and Leon isn't even invited. He doesn't know that he's about to be completely disinherited.
I just got a letter to my attorney from their attorney saying, here's your inheritance. And that was it. 1 gold record. It was like a slap in the face.
Al Hendricks, father of guitar legend Jimi Hendrix and heir to his estate, dies in 2002. His younger son Leon is immediately suspicious after he isn't invited to the reading of his father's will. Leon's lawyer gains access to the will after a few days and tells him to come over to collect his inheritance, a single gold record of Jimi's. As shocking as it seems, tension has been building between his stepsister Janie and Leon for some time. 1996, Seattle, Washington. Leon is living a hustler's life, one he's led since he was a teenager.
Leon, it's probably safe to say, was somewhat the black sheep of the Hendricks family.
I was like a street kid, and the only relief I ever got from that is when Jimmy came home and took me on tour with him. Otherwise, I was back on the streets, doing my hustle, doing the thing. Selling weed and, messing around, getting in trouble.
He also has a debilitating crack habit and smokes it every day. Al attempts to step in to make his son go get treatment, but Leon is unable to control his addictions.
I had some problems with addiction, alcoholism, cocaine addiction, and I had a problem with that. I didn't think I had a problem. But evidently my kids did because they intervened and got me sent to a treatment center run by musicians.
He eventually completes a 2-month stint in rehab at the Impact Drug and Alcohol Treatment Center in the late 1990s. After his release, he's close to once again falling off the wagon until he meets Jasmine Rogue.
She actually is a drug counselor, so putting him with her in a good element actually keeps him on a day-to-day basis, sober.
We're still together, so I appreciate her. It's all because of her that I'm successful today.
Despite getting his life back on track, Leon was still left out of the last will Al signed in 1998. Janie's legal team maintains that Al cut Leon out of the will because of his lifestyle.
I just got a letter to my attorney from their attorney saying, here's your inheritance. And that was it. 1 gold record. And it wasn't even an original one. It was just a copy that she took off her wall to give to me. So it was like a slap in the face. I wasn't angry, but I almost wanted some revenge.
Leon had a bad record. Leon had a record of drugs. He surrounded himself with irresponsible people, and Janie's defense team argued that he would go for the fast buck and get rid of the estate rather than let it grow.
His lawyer explains that Leon appeared in all his dad's wills except for the last one, which Al revised in 1998.
My dad wrote several wills, and every one of them I was named as the only beneficiary.
Al's will gives the bulk of the estate, estimated to be worth $80 million, to someone else who's been waiting in the wings.
When Al Hendricks died in 2002, he left the bulk of his estate to Janie Hendricks, the daughter that he had adopted from his second marriage, who was not related to Jimi Hendrix by blood.
After he died, I was cut out of the will. And the whole Hendricks family, in fact.
Leon doesn't have enough funds to sue for his right to inheritance alone, but real estate developer and friend Craig Diefenbach offers to help.
When I was left out of the will, I was really upset at first. But then I had some crazy people that decided to spend millions of dollars on suing my sister.
In August 2002, they file a lawsuit contesting the validity of Al's will.
What Leon was trying to show was an undue influence and why there was a codicil signed in Al's will, basically cutting him out of his inheritance. And his position was that it was Janie and that Janie didn't want him to have anything.
There's no way in the world my father would have cut his whole grandkids out of the Jimi Hendrix estate.
Leon had a great case going in. Al made a lot of efforts to take care of Leon all through his life. So it becomes questionable to me why he would at the end.
At the same time, Leon launches a second lawsuit joined by other family members, claiming that Janie and Vice President Bobby Hendricks have grossly mishandled Experience Hendrix's finances. They want Janie removed as trustee. The case goes to trial in June of 2004. Leon's defense team alleged that Janie has spent $1.7 million on her corporate credit card, taking out no-interest loans from the trust fund to buy herself cars, $3 million to produce 3 of her husband's gospel albums, and has failed to distribute any funds to other listed beneficiaries.
With respect to the money she gets as a beneficiary, she can do absolutely anything that she wants with it. She can do my gospel album, your gospel album. She's entitled to do it. It's her money.
Janie's legal team fights back, saying that the past lawsuit against Leo Branton and the current case against Leon have drained the trusts of their funds. They also argue that Al's will is valid and that they have proof.
There was a videotape in this case, and the videotape shows the signing of the will. And there's a dialogue going on between Al and other people on the videotape. And what the videotape shows is that he understood what he was doing.
I specifically asked her, why don't you just simply settle with Leon? Why don't you, find some way? Wouldn't that be much more inexpensive and an easier way out of this? And she claimed that what she was doing was following Al's wishes, and she had a duty to do that. Al clearly thought Janie had the best head for business and had a very close relationship with her, and he wanted to reward her, presumably, for the work that she had done to help him get the estate back.
There's a very high failure rate in this business. She's in a place where very, very sophisticated businessmen in the music world have gone under. I think she's done a good job. Al lived with Janie, Al lived with Leon, he had lived with Jimi Hendrix. He knew the situation, he made a decision. It's a decision that seems absolutely correct.
In an even bigger twist, during the 7-week trial, the issue gets raised whether Leon is actually Al's biological son. In court, Janie's legal team state that in Al's 1999 autobiography, he wrote that Jimmy was his only son.
I was quite shocked when I heard later that Al had, in his will, left nothing to Leon and claimed that Leon was not his son.
He also writes that Lucille had a history of sleeping around.
His mom was very young. She was someone who liked to go out.
In 1942, Lucille is barely 17 years old when she marries Al and is pregnant with Jimmy. Al gets drafted into the Army less than a week into the marriage, and instead of playing the good wife at home, she passes Jimmy off to other friends and family. When Al returns home from the war in 1945, he has to travel to California to claim his son.
Jimmy was born Johnny Allen Hendricks on the birth certificate. And when my dad came home from the war 5 years later, he goes and gets him from California and brings him to Seattle, and he says, "I'm changing your name." And he goes, "Why? I'm little Johnny. Everybody's calling me Johnny for 5 years." You know, he said, "Well, that's the name of your mother's boyfriend."
He and Lucille reunite soon after, though Lucille is still unable to settle down. In 1947, she becomes pregnant again, this time with Leon.
In many ways, she was very ill-prepared to be a mom.
I remember, like on my 5th birthday party, you know, she threw a big party for me. And all the neighbor kids came and stuff like that. And she brought her boyfriend that upset my dad.
Despite being uncertain if he's the father, when Leon is born, Al is thrilled.
Leon and his dad over the years had a good relationship. It was a dysfunctional relationship, but nonetheless, they were very loving and cared about each other a lot.
But during the 2004 trial, just 5 years later, Leon is ordered to undergo a DNA test.
Janie had me DNA tested to prove that Al Hendricks was not my father.
Meanwhile, Janie's legal team is ready to present the findings from Leon's DNA test. It doesn't match.
It didn't surprise me when it came back that he wasn't my father, but he was my father. Me and my dad knew this all our lives. You know, I said, "Dad, how come I got straight hair?" He goes, "Well, you got your mama's hair. I don't want to hear nothing." I go, "Well, Dad," he said, "Listen, I'm your dad, you know, and I'm the only dad you know. Forget about it. I don't want to hear no more about it." So I never brought it up again because he was my dad. I love him, you know. He loved me. He was my father, you know.
The court threw that out because Al accepted Leon as his son, so it didn't matter what the DNA said.
But there's another bomb about to drop. Someone else comes forward to claim his rightful spot in the Jimi Hendrix legacy.
I remember walking in a courtroom and I saw this kid that I said, "God, that's a clone of Al's."
Leon Hendrix and his adopted sister Janie are fighting over their brother's, guitar legend Jimi Hendrix's estate. In the midst of all this legal drama, a new heir suddenly comes forward saying that he too should have a piece of what is rightfully his. Joe Hendrix, whose custody was taken over by the state in 1952, enters the courtroom, asking to be included in his father's estate.
He came out of nowhere to make himself part of the legacy.
Most of the Hendrix family has not seen Joe for decades, after Al and Lucille gave him up when they could no longer afford to pay for his health care.
I remember walking in a courtroom and I saw this kid that I said, "God, that's a clone of Al's." And they said, "That's Joe Hendrix, that's Al's son." I said, "How's that possible? I never knew this kid." They said, "Well, he adopted him out."
Like Leon, the court orders Joe to take a DNA test. Many are shocked by the result.
She did a DNA test on Joe, and it came back that he was not Al's son.
Whatever manifestation of the DNA that came up when Joe Hendricks was born, he is clearly Al Hendricks' child, in my opinion. But that's just with my eyes.
The judge dismisses Joe's claim. On September 24, 2004, the judge delivers the verdict on the Hendrix estate.
In the end, it was ruled that Al's will was, the final will that he signed, was a legal document, and Al was given essentially the right to give the estate to whoever he wanted, and Leon was disinherited from the Jimi Hendrix estate.
The judge also rules to have Janie removed as trustee for some of the trusts, instructing that an independent party is to be appointed.
She lost a few titles she had, which are insignificant, and checks had to be written to cover the places where it was charged off to the wrong place. But there's no pattern here of any conscious pattern of reckless or wrongdoing or any kind of criminality. And there has been no criminal proceedings, of course.
At least $20 to $30 million has been spent on legal bills battling over who owns Jimi Hendrix. It's the single most expensive estate battle in the history of rock and roll other than the Beatles. It seemed to me that they could have settled this out of court for not much money, so it was really a battle of spite to some degree. Some fans wish that the maternal side of Jimmy's family, or Leon Hendrix or some of his other relatives, profited. That when you buy a Jimi Hendrix CD at Target now, that money doesn't go to anyone on his maternal side. It doesn't go to Leon Hendrix. It doesn't go to his children. It goes primarily to this family thing controlled by Jimi Hendrix.
Some argue that without Janie at the helm of Jimmy's legacy, his music would have been lost.
They brought in Eddie Kramer, who was one of the original engineers and producers of Jimmy, and the sound of those re-recordings are fantastic. Some of the previous estates before Jimi Hendrix took over had done some just musical bastardization, where they brought in other musicians to play on some of those albums. And some of the first albums that came out after Jimmy's death were just simply horrible and were awful. Most of that has been corrected now, and better versions of those releases have come out. So there have been some great musical things that they've done.
I know Al would have been appalled because he died just before this battle really took place. And my thinking is that Jimmy would have wanted all of his family taken care of the best that he could.
My children are angry because they got really cut out. They feel as though they were entitled and they got ripped off, and they're still, angry about it. I let it go.
Even worse for Leon are the rumors that Jimi Hendrix did draw up a will, and that if it had been found, the outcome would have been very different.
There were a number of people who were Jimmy's friends, including one of his girlfriends that he was with for a long time, who said that he had a will, but it was never found, never filed.
Leon does win a legal battle in 2011, granting him and his company Rockin' Artwork the right to use Jimmy's image and name publicly.
Every time you see his face on something, you know that's Jimi Hendrix, right? So we won that right. That's the only thing we won in court.
The most important thing we won is we gave Leon a stake in Jimmy's legacy again. Really as the patriarch of the Hendrix family, as his blood brother, as the only guy left running around that knew what it was like to be in a house with Jimmy. Now when people are buying, Jimmy stuff, wanting to look at Jimmy and think about Jimmy, they're getting the input and views from Leon on that.
She got the money, it's fine. I got the legacy and the heritage in my heart and in my soul and in my brain, and that's all I need.
Leon also carries on his brother's legacy in a way that Jimmy would relate to, through music.
He's a very talented individual because he didn't start playing guitar till later in his life. So for someone at his age to learn the guitar, and he would tell me sometimes when he's on stage, he'll be playing and he'll feel like he's about to mess up, and he closes his eyes and he says, "Oh, Jimmy, please help me, please help me." And he feels him.
Despite all the legal drama, Jimi Hendrix will still be remembered most for his music.
When we're talking about the greatest guitarist of all time, Jimi Hendrix has to be in that conversation.
His music is both timeless, influential, and if you can really try to pull yourself back as someone that works with music and everything and think about nobody was doing what Jimmy did before Jimmy did it.
He's still looking out for me because I got a job now. I'm playing music, I travel around the world, I'm not done. I'm getting offers every day to go back, go there, go there. So I'm very blessed. Thank you, Jimmy.
Jerry Garcia, celebrated guitarist and vocalist for the Grateful Dead, dies just 8 days after his 53rd birthday.
He'd checked into rehab the night before he died.
Friends, family, and deadheads around the world mourn the loss of a man known best for his free-loving communal spirit and unforgettable live shows.
People would get really high and dance with great abandon while the Grateful Dead were on stage really high playing with great abandon.
I saw the Grateful Dead in concert 194 times, and that's not enough, but that's as many as I got to see.
But the feel-good vibe disappears when it comes time to divvy up Garcia's multi-million-dollar estate.
If Jerry were watching Beyond the Grave, he'd be laughing and laughing and laughing.
The more famous they got, the more beloved they were, the more they attracted opportunists.
August 9, 1995. Jerry Garcia, Grateful Dead frontman, dies of a fatal heart attack at Serenity Knolls Drug Rehabilitation Center. He is 53 years old.
Jerry's death was a national tragedy. His obit ran on the front page of the New York Times as the lead news story of that day.
Family, friends, fans, and deadheads are shaken by the news of Garcia's death.
When certain people die, it just makes you sad. Whether it's John Lennon, or whether it's John F. Kennedy, whether it was Jerry Garcia, it's the end of an era.
In San Francisco, a tie-dyed flag is hoisted over City Hall to pay tribute to the man who epitomized 1960s counterculture, free love, peace, and of course, rock and roll. Garcia's name stood not only for his music, but for a way of life.
Well, Jerry Garcia was a great American musician and a cultural figure of tremendous prominence and value. He was a founder and leading light of the Grateful Dead, who were founders and leading lights of the San Francisco music scene, and a sort of cultural revolution that sprang up in the mid-60s on the West Coast. And Jerry was one of its most articulate spokesmen and leaders. Although he constantly and permanently disavowed the role of leader, he was a leader just by nature.
Several days after the singer's passing, a public memorial takes place in San Francisco's Golden Gate Park. With Garcia gone, deadheads around the world find themselves left with a gaping hole in their lives.
When Jerry died, it was the saddest day of my life, without a doubt. Following the Grateful Dead was not just a tour, it was an adventure. We loved meeting our friends, listening to the music, hanging out in the parking lot, hanging out after the shows, staying together. So it was a huge change in my lifestyle. There was nothing to follow around anymore.
But as the days and weeks go on and the initial shock wears off, bigger problems arise for those closest to the singer's heart, including his widow, Deborah Coons. She and Jerry have only been married for a year and a half.
Deborah's a very refined, sort of a private school girl type, trust fund, East Coast, not a hippie mama, not a earth mother, not a funky, fun gal.
Jerry's unexpected death makes Deborah the co-executor of the estate, and it's a mess.
Jerry did not have high priority in doing estate planning. He had many other interests, his music, his art, personal matters. I had drafted several wills for him over time, and as different events occurred in his life, we tried to get him to do new wills or do new estate planning as best we could.
Under Hellman's counsel, Jerry Garcia writes his final will. But what Garcia's will does not take into account is the host of other financial arrangements the king of generosity made with ex-lovers, friends, and even former employees.
Well, when someone dies of some fame or notoriety, you do tend to get a lot of unusual type of claims, and some of them totally inappropriate, and they all have to be looked at with seriousness and attempt to see whether or not there is any validity to them, and then move forward and take the legal course to resolve the issues.
I don't think Jerry personally gave a damn about money. There are famous stories of car repair guys, you know, working on his car and finding checks and cash stuffed under seats and in the glove box and stuff like that. Jerry really just wanted to play music and he wanted to do his art, and I don't think he cared about money. He liked, you know, being able to take care of people.
Garcia's generosity may have stemmed from the fact that his father wasn't around for long when he grew up. August 1st, 1942. Jerome John Garcia, named for composer Jerome Kern, is born to loving parents Ruth Marie and Joe Ramon. When Jerry is 3, his brother, Tiff, chops off one of Jerry's fingers in a woodcutting accident. Garcia loses the middle finger on his right hand. Less than a year later, another tragic accident strikes the family. Garcia's beloved father drowns.
Jerry was raised by his grandmother. His mother was an emergency room nurse and owned a bar, a working man's bar near the foot of the Bay Bridge. She was not a real active parent. The grandmother raised Jerry and his brother Cliff as latchkey kids out in the Excelsior, which is sort of a, you know, on the edge of San Francisco, working class neighborhood.
And it's while living with Grandma that Garcia's own love for music really begins.
He told of having taught himself how to play the guitar and not even knowing how to tune it at first. But he immediately launched into, you know, Chuck Berry and all the stuff that was happening in those days.
In his late teens, Garcia ventures into more new sounds and styles.
After he got out of the Army, he was living down on the peninsula and started hanging out with these guys that were more interested in folk music. He was hanging out in the sort of intellectual scene in Palo Alto near Stanford University, where the coffee houses and Kepler's bookstore and things were.
At Kepler's bookstore in 1963, a 21-year-old Jerry Garcia meets Sarah Rupenthal. Not long after they meet, Rupenthal and Garcia get married and have a daughter together.
I don't know how to describe Jerry Garcia and relationships with women, except to say that he fell in love often, that he really didn't want to be tied down into long-term marriages, and he tended to stray. So his marriage to Sarah Rupenthal was not a long marriage.
Garcia's world is turned upside down when both LSD and Bob Weir enter his life.
Bob Weir was the teenage Hollywood star of the band. He was about 19 years old, and he was gorgeous and had a good voice. And of course, he played bluegrass and folk music. That was the nucleus that would become the Grateful Dead.
They began by playing in pizza parlors and bars and the kind of stuff that every American band basically started out doing. But they started getting weird in a hurry because that's the kind of people they were. And then when LSD entered the picture, it sort of blew the doors off the entire thing.
There was a need of drug culture with the Grateful Dead. Jerry's on record as commenting on how important LSD was in his life, how it opened his eyes, the doors of perception, I guess. LSD opened his eyes and showed him a world that he didn't realize existed.
Pretty soon they had a whole little scene going up in the hills of La Honda. Decided that they wanted to hold public events where people would take LSD and groove, and there would be spontaneous happenings. These were called the acid test, and they needed a band.
Garcia and his band joined the acid test party.
The acid test was a sort of participatory event. Everybody who came to the acid test paid $1 to get in. There was no performer versus audience thing. Everybody was part of the happening. You'd come in costume. Everybody created the event together. The Grateful Dead were there as sort of the house band. They would just play and listen to each other and create musical paths together because they were all high and they were all incredibly open-minded, and they were in this situation that gave them unlimited license to play or not play.
When you have one genius musician in a band, the gravity just tilts toward that person. And Jerry was somebody whose musical abilities and whose artistic reach was just beyond ordinary people.
One of the musicians was a blues player, a harmonica player, Pigpen. Let's see, we had Bob Weir, who loved classical music and rock and roll. We had Phil Lesh, who was a classically trained musician, and also big band and jazz. So we had this amazing amalgam then of American music. That's what's Grateful Dead music, blends it all together.
The Grateful Dead are on their way to major national success, selling millions of records. But the rock and roll lifestyle is taking its toll on Jerry as he plays more than 80 shows a year.
That 3-show run at Cal Expo in 1994 was just frightening. He looked very near death at that time.
Jerry Garcia, frontman for the Grateful Dead, dies, leaving behind friends, family, devastated fans, and several former lovers who would soon be embroiled in the mother of all legal battles over his estate. But in 1964, they are just beginning their unconventional rise to greatness. The Grateful Dead are not like any other band. Their success stems from a steady growth of followers, not album sales.
The Grateful Dead in San Francisco drew a crowd unlike any other band. They'd show up at Winterland on public transportation, get off the bus and crowd in the place. They smelled like hell, they dressed like crazy bastards, and they danced all night long. The band itself was indistinguishable from the audience. They were very much a part of the same culture that the people who went to their shows were. And the same people would come night after night. The band never played the same show. It wasn't like a show business thing. They'd get up on stage and start where they wanted to start, and they'd go where they wanted to go, and they'd finish when they wanted to finish.
And the Grateful Dead becomes known as the band that never plays the same show twice. The ticket-buying followers are known as Deadheads. Wherever the band went, their Deadheads went with them to hear the music that was all their own.
A Deadhead is someone who is passionate about Grateful Dead music, who listens to their music, who hopefully, although they can't see them anymore, chances are a real Deadhead is somebody who saw the Grateful Dead performing up until 1995 when they stopped performing. Their business model of touring and selling tickets rather than selling vinyl and records and recordings is also part of their musical legacy. It was this interaction between the audience and the band, which just didn't capture on vinyl, didn't get, and as a result, not being captured on vinyl, it didn't broadcast well over the radio either.
In the mid-60s, as the Grateful Dead are getting bigger, Jerry meets his second wife, Carolyn Adams, a member of the Merry Pranksters. A group formed around author Ken Kesey, living communally and experimenting with psychedelic drugs. Adams was known to her friends as Mountain Girl.
Mountain Girl was so beautiful, such a gorgeous young lady, and she lived in a house up the hill from Kesey and the Merry Pranksters of La Honda, which was how she got the nickname Mountain Girl.
At the time, she had a child from Ken Kesey called Sunshine. And they were both married when they met, yet they started shacking up together, as you'd call it in the 60s.
Although Adams is still married at the time, she moves into the same house where Garcia is living in the hippie Haight-Ashbury district of San Francisco.
She was kind of the mother figure for the whole Grateful Dead scene early on. She kind of took care of everybody. They all lived communally early in their career in the very early 60s in San Francisco. And she was the den mother, so to speak. I think that's the title that they bestowed on her. So she was an amazing gal.
But even in the early days, the band's success depends on Jerry being away for long stretches. Jerry and Mountain Girl spend the late 60s and early 70s together, although their relationship is less than conventional.
Jerry and Mountain Girl did not live together like husband and wife day in, day out for 30 years. He had a tendency to stray and have relationships with other women, and this is something that Mountain Girl unfortunately knew all too well.
By the 70s, the Grateful Dead have reached national fame.
And over time, as the Grateful Dead legend grew and the Grateful Dead's audience grew and the Grateful Dead's economic and cultural presence grew, he wound up being the center of it and the focus of a huge and ultimately, I think, really burdensome kind of universe. And it took a tremendous toll on him.
For Garcia, touring leads to other women and more drugs.
In the late 70s, the drugs changed, and it was a change for the worse. More people, I think, in and around the band and in the audience were taking cocaine. And so it kind of just began to kind of fall apart.
As the 70s turn into the 80s, the singer's health and drug use go from bad to worse.
Mountain Girl, she didn't have a problem with psychedelics and pot and, soft drugs. But she was alarmed by the narcotics. And I don't think she knew what to do with an addicted husband and father of her children.
But in 1981, despite their history of ups and downs, 20 years and 2 daughters together, Jerry and Mountain Girl decide to marry backstage at a Grateful Dead concert.
Over the years, Jerry and Mountain Girl's relationship changed a lot, especially after there were children. And I think he found the duties of being a father and house husband to be somewhat beyond him. He was interested in playing music. He was interested in getting high.
Jerry's health really started to degrade, I think, around that time. And I remember in 1983 and 1984, you listen to the tapes and you can just hear people chewing their teeth in the band. The music is fast and it lurches from one thing to another. It had lost a tremendous amount of its grace and it had lost a tremendous amount of its patience.
In 1986, at the age of 43, Garcia collapses and ends up in a diabetic coma for 5 days. While the Grateful Dead cancel their fall tour following Garcia's collapse, as soon as the dedicated frontman feels ready, he decides the show must go on. And despite his precarious condition, the rocker does not change his lifestyle.
I believe Jerry felt obligated to continue to tour. He was the de facto leader, after all, of the Grateful Dead. Even though he didn't care to have that title, he was in fact the leader. He had this magical, amazing, charismatic personality that just attracted people to him. That's why we followed them around. That's why the musicians stuck with him for 30 years, the same band members for 30 years.
There was a huge amount of pressure on Jerry. He was the center of an immense universe, and there was a huge amount of money coming in. They were grossing like $50 million a year between their concerts and their merchandise and all this other stuff. And I think that the people in the band and the people around him had just profoundly mixed feelings, because I think that they knew it was killing him. I think they knew he was tired of it, but it was really, really hard to say no.
In 1993, Garcia and Adams agree to divorce. Just a few months later, Garcia marries his third wife, Deborah Coons, a woman he had known 2 decades earlier.
At the time Jerry did marry Deborah, there was a good celebration. The family was all there, and it was a happy time. Everybody seemed to be getting along quite well.
But despite his new marriage, the singer's drug use does not slow down.
That 3-show run at Cal Expo in 1994 was just frightening. He looked very near death at that time. And it was painful to watch him, and the music was really, really suffering from it. And you could see all of the other guys in the band putting out extra energy. They were going to hold this thing up one way or another and be there for him. If he chose to play, if he showed up ready to engage, they wanted to be there for him.
On August 8th, Garcia checks into Serenity Knolls Drug Rehabilitation Center. He dies the next day.
When Jerry died, it was not a surprise, and I had been grieving his loss for quite some time already.
As deadheads are grieving Jerry's death, even the funeral becomes a battlefield.
Once Jerry died, just everything went crazy.
We might want to talk about the burial, because that was a little nutty.
Rock and roll icon Jerry Garcia dies, leaving behind a multi-million-dollar estate, not to mention a host of monetary promises. Promises that send those that the Grateful Dead's frontman loved most into raging battle. Garcia's loved ones struggle to make sense of all he leaves behind. Garcia's widow, Deborah Coons, bears the brunt of it.
Well, Jerry Garcia's will really wasn't the problem. In fact, if there's one document that was fairly well prepared and actually witnessed and notarized, it was his will. The problem was everything else. It's fine to have all of these relationships, but his intentions with respect to providing for them was less than clear. The distribution of assets and the role of the executor was very much in dispute.
Once Jerry died, everything went crazy. The linchpin had been pulled out of the Grateful Dead, and it just spun out of control. Nobody knew what to do. There was nobody to talk to that would have the grounded information. There was nobody who was going to be able to pull all these disparate elements together.
When someone dies, one of the harbingers of things to come is how the funeral went. Sometimes people argue over the words in the obituary, where the funeral service is going to be held. Should the person be buried in a casket or should they be cremated? Jerry Garcia's estate, unfortunately, was no different.
Jerry Garcia is laid to rest in a private funeral at St. Stephen's Episcopal Church in Belvedere, California, in a ceremony that many would say proceeds beautifully. That is, those who are permitted to attend.
The memorial service, funeral service for him was closely controlled. It had been kept a secret as to where the location was, and at the door there were people that kept you out or let you in depending upon who you were. And Deborah had, as Jerry's wife, had decided that she did not want Carolyn Adams to be there.
Ex-wife Mountain Girl was kept off of the guest list.
Deborah Coons has been very jealous of her position in Jerry's life. Mountain Girl was the recognized wife. Mountain Girl was the mother of the daughters. Mountain Girl was the one that everybody knew. Mountain Girl was the one he was living with when Deborah met Jerry.
Widow Deborah Coons also prevents Adams from boarding the boat that will spread Garcia's ashes in San Francisco Bay.
So the harbinger of things to come emerged by virtue of Deborah Coons saying, no, you can't board the boat. You can't be part of the process of spreading Jerry's ashes. Once that happens, the gloves come off.
I'm not leaving until I see her, okay?
Mountain Girl stood on the dock yelling at the top of her voice. Remember I said she was no shrinking violet. This is family. Those are my daughters. This is family.
It's my family.
Mountain Girl is one of the most solid characters I've ever known.
They had 2 children, and she was a meaningful part of his life for many, many years. Perhaps the longest relationship that Jerry Garcia had with a woman that he loved was, in fact, with Mountain Girl.
Jerry cared for her a lot. That's why he married her towards the end of his career, was so that he made sure that she was taken care of financially. That's my understanding.
When they separate in 1993, together they write a divorce agreement without the use of lawyers, in which Jerry agrees to pay Adams $5 million over a period of several years.
At the time that Jerry and Carolyn Adams reached their agreement, they came out of the conference room, told me what it was, and I did comment that I thought that was an awful lot of money for Jerry to agree to be paying to her. But that is something that Jerry felt was appropriate, and so that was the way it stood.
When Garcia dies, however, payments to Carolyn Adams cease unexpectedly.
Deborah Coons felt that that was not an appropriate agreement, that it was way too much, and one of the issues that Deborah Coons did raise was Jerry's mental state at that point in time, and whether or not he had known really what he was doing or had capacity really to come into that agreement.
I do think that her reason for contesting the agreement and setting aside the agreement was based more on personal animosity and her conflicted position as it was whether or not the agreement was really binding. Deborah Coons not only was co-executrix of Jerry Garcia's estate, she was also a beneficiary. Her interest is what's called a remainder interest. That is, after the payment of debts and expenses, support payments, she was to participate in the residuary of his estate equal to 1/3. So clearly, the larger the estate, the more her interest would increase.
On October 17, 1995, 2 months after Garcia's death, Mountain Girl sues the estate for the rest of her money.
Mountain Girl was put in an odd position because Deborah Coons, in seeking to set aside the note, included in her submissions an allegation that the marriage was a tax sham, that it wasn't a real marriage. So it put Mountain Girl in the position of trying to disprove that by showing that it was a real marriage, and part of that was her showing love letters.
In her very public courtroom battle against Garcia's widow, Adams reads a letter she claims Garcia wrote in the 1980s. The letter is meant to prove Jerry's lasting love for Adams, contrary to Coons' claim that Garcia's love for Adams was short-lived, and he only married Adams for tax benefits.
The court case was a calamity in the Grateful Dead world. These people had spent their lives keeping their mouths shut, keeping their soiled linen private, and not speaking in public ill of any member. It was an important part of the code of the Grateful Dead. And here's Deborah causing all this trouble and creating this law case rather than just writing the check, which would have been the Grateful Dead way.
But the letter is not exactly what it seems. To the surprise of the courtroom, Coons' lawyers established through an offhand reference made in the text that the letter was written before 1976 and not in the 1980s when Adams says she received it. This does not make it a win for Coons, however.
Mountain Girl was excluded, and it was not received well by the Dead community. And this demonstrated this divisiveness, if you will, this exclusivity that seemed counter to the whole Grateful Dead scene.
Ultimately, the court determines Garcia and Adams did have a long-lasting, loving relationship.
We considered Mountain Girl to be one of our own in the Grateful Dead scene. She was. I mean, she was there at the very beginning, and she continued to be a member of the scene and continued to influence it, and she had Jerry's kids after all.
Deborah Coons was such a brief episode in Jerry's life. They were married very shortly after he ran into her a second time, much later in life, and she was married to him for a year and change when he died. That's no time at all in the Grateful Dead world. There were people that had worked with Jerry for 35 years that she didn't know their names and they didn't know who she was.
In 1998, Carolyn Adams settles for a lump sum of $1.25 million and the court officially recognizes her as being a legitimate wife of Jerry Garcia. But the battles are not over. In the months to follow, even more claimants crawl out of the woodwork. For Coons, suddenly it seems as though the celebrated musician struck deals with far more than just his ex-wife and significant others. Former employees, acquaintances, and friends also come forward to claim their share of the pot. On September 2, 1998, longtime office manager for the Grateful Dead, Suzanne Stevens, files a claim against the estate. Stevens argued she helped secure the royalties to the Ben & Jerry's ice cream flavor in Garcia's name, Cherry Garcia, and for her efforts, Garcia made her a promise. If her position working for the Grateful Dead was ever terminated, she would be compensated by a percentage of the ice cream royalties.
Suzanne Stevens had noticed that Ben & Jerry's ice cream had a flavor called Cherry Garcia. So she claims that she spoke to Jerry Garcia about it, and he authorized her to reach out to the folks at Ben & Jerry's and say to them there should be an agreement with Jerry Garcia where he's to get a percentage of sales.
Annual royalties for the ice cream flavor come steadily in around $400,000. According to Ben & Jerry's, Garcia did give them his permission to use his name. The frontman's legendary reply being, "As long as they don't name a motor oil after me." But the ice cream company never entered into a formal licensing agreement with Garcia for the use of his name.
It was their #1 seller, so they did indeed reach an agreement that Jerry Garcia would be paid a percentage of the ice cream sales.
For Stevens, who was part of the Grateful Dead organization for many years, the deal she had with Garcia was meant to be a kind of severance agreement.
Both the executors were very surprised when Suzanne Stevens raised this issue about the claim for half of the royalties on Ben & Jerry's. It had never been brought up before. It did come out of nowhere, and that was a good part of the reason why we rejected it. There was no substantiation at all for that claim.
When the case is finally settled, Suzanne Stevens accepts an undisclosed amount for her part in securing rights to Cherry Garcia ice cream. But the claims don't stop there.
There was one lady who claimed she was owed millions of dollars and she'd actually been married to Jerry. Unfortunately, none of that was true, and she did have some mental problems.
But a more credible claim comes as one of Garcia's former partners arrives on the scene with her own bone to pick with the estate.
He and Menashe had been negotiating a formal trust agreement to hold the house.
No lawyers, no accountants. This was just an oral agreement, but Jerry lived by it.
Free spirit and Grateful Dead legend Jerry Garcia dies, leaving behind an assortment of IOUs to ex-lovers and partners. Free love has ended up costing Garcia a lot.
When Jerry Garcia performed at his concerts, one of the things that he liked doing was looking at the audience and feeling energy. And he thought if he felt someone who had good energy, he could lock into that person during the concert to help alleviate his nerves. One of the people that he locked in on their vibe was Menashe Matherson, who was a real Deadhead. She did follow the Grateful Dead band around.
Matheson, a college graduate and holistic healer, first meets Garcia in 1978 at a Grateful Dead concert.
She did something interesting during one of the shows, was she cut off her long, beautiful hair during the concert, which certainly caught Jerry's eye.
The two don't develop a relationship immediately, but they decide to keep in touch, hoping to eventually get together. That time comes under unexpected conditions.
When Jerry went into the coma in 1986, there was an outpouring of support from the whole Deadhead community. We loved Jerry. We would have done anything for him. There were offers of kidneys and livers, whatever it took to restore him to health. We're passionate. We wanted to go on forever.
Almost a decade after their first encounter, Garcia asks Matheson to help him recover.
Now, Menasha is the Earth Mother. She's like, a hippie stereotype out of an R. Crumb comic, and a good-hearted gal.
In 1987, the two fall in love and move in together, even though Garcia is still married to Mountain Girl. Daughter Keelan Noel Garcia is born that December.
Menasha and Jerry Garcia loved each other. They decided to have a child. And when they did have that child, Keelan, they were living together as husband and wife. Jerry Garcia changed diapers and held the baby and really bonded with Keelan.
Garcia and Matheson even talk of getting married. But the wedding never happens. For one, Garcia's divorce has not yet been finalized. And two, there is another woman on the horizon. And Jerry is ready to move on.
When Jerry's relationship stopped with somebody, if it was at least a personal relationship, then he felt that it was appropriate that as best as possible things went smoothly and amicably, and that people were well received and taken care of as best as could be done.
Jerry leaves, but still true to his generous and peacekeeping spirit, he sets up a financial agreement with Menasha and Keelan.
He and Menasha had been negotiating a formal trust agreement to hold the house for Keelan's benefit, and that never got concluded prior to his death. Deborah Coons felt that the amount of support needed to be appropriate, as well as I felt the same way. We got analysis based on a budget of what Menasha needed in terms of monthly money, and the court approved that as a reasonable amount of money, and we moved forward from there.
Coons reduces the payments.
Deborah Coons and the co-executors took the position that those payments were not in writing, that there was no court order to make such payments, and the payments were drastically reduced. Menasha Matheson took the position ultimately that she said, I've taken an 85% pay cut in the amount of wealth that I'm now getting from the estate, and I'm financially in bad shape. She had to borrow money from friends and relatives, and she was living hand to mouth. Now, you could say, well, she should have had an agreement. Perhaps that's true, but it goes back to the way Jerry was: peace, love, spontaneity, lack of rigidity, and not using lawyers and accountants. And in this case, it turned out to hurt him and Menasha and Keelan.
With two claims from former partners already pending, the battle for Garcia's estate is only about to get worse. When the real person behind him leaving Matheson comes forward for her piece of the pie, her name is Barbara Meyer.
Barbara Meyer had been a former girlfriend of Jerry's, and they had had a serious relationship.
It's California, 1960s. Jerry Garcia meets Barbara Meyer in Menlo Park while the two are students.
Barbara Meyer, who apparently was a high school sweetheart of his, she was into poetry. Jerry was a big fan of her poetry. He thought she was beautiful and had a good spirit.
Soon, Barbara and Jerry become inseparable. Meyer also supports Garcia financially in these early days as an aspiring musician. She buys him his first 12-string guitar. But their relationship doesn't last, and by 1962, the two have split. In the 1990s, the unexpected happens and the old lovers meet again after a friend gives Garcia a copy of Meyer's latest book of poetry. Despite the fact Jerry is still technically with Menasha Matheson and isn't even divorced from Mountain Girl, The old lovers decide to vacation in Hawaii together, and it looks to everyone like Jerry's health has returned.
And though they were separated or didn't see each other for many years, later on in life, in fact, shortly before he married Deborah Coons, he was going to marry Barbara Meyer, and they were actually planning a wedding.
But Garcia's drug use is too much for Barbara.
He was a heroin addict. He had, in the past, lapsed into a diabetes coma for 5 days. He was overeating. He was smoking cigarettes. And he had signs of illness that he was treating with acupuncture because he really didn't want to go to hospitals.
When Meyer confronts Garcia about his drug use, the rocker ends the relationship.
As part of their quote-unquote breakup, apparently she pointed out to him that there were certain financial needs and obligations that she had. When Jerry asked her how much, she said around $59,000, and he said, fine, I'll double it, $108,000.
Although he ends the relationship, he arranges for Barbara to have financial compensation for the sacrifices she made to be with him, a total of $108,000. But just as they did for Mountain Girl, Meyer's payments stop suddenly once Garcia is gone, and Deborah Coons doesn't stop there.
Around the Grateful Dead circles, they call Deborah the Black Widow.
The Grateful Dead production said, wait a minute, those aren't Jerry's guitars to begin with. Those are the band's guitars.
Jerry Garcia dies, leaving behind an estate estimated at $18 million. But as it goes to probate, millions of dollars in claims surface against what the free-loving rock icon leaves behind. One of his lovers, Barbara Meyer, is battling with the estate for compensation she says Jerry promised to her.
The claim by Barbara Myers did not have any prior written agreement. There were documents going back and forth and discussions, but nothing had been formalized at that point before he died.
There was only $21,000 left on that obligation when he died, but the estate stopped making them. And Coons took the position that there was no legally enforceable document, and therefore she wasn't, as a co-executrix, going to make the payments, and she didn't. So Barbara Meyer sued. Now, here it is again, no lawyers, no accountants, hippie culture, revolution that they were a part of. This was just an oral agreement, but Jerry lived by it. And he had made his payments, and there's only $21,000 due. So Barbara Meyer was just one person whose payments stopped right after Jerry died.
Deborah was outside of that culture, that Grateful Dead culture. She had showed up very recently, and she didn't understand the rules, and she wasn't going to play the game. So this is some kind of blood feud on the part of Deborah Coons. Around the Grateful Dead circles, they call Deborah the Black Widow.
Deadheads blame Deborah Coons for tarnishing Garcia's free-loving, free-living legacy.
If Jerry were watching Beyond the Grave, he'd be laughing and laughing and laughing. Money didn't matter. The music mattered. The brotherhood mattered. The love mattered. Those were the things that counted to Jerry Garcia.
I'm sure she's a good person. I'm sure she tried to do the right thing by the estate. But when you have someone who's so conflicted, so emotionally charged as wife number 3, seeking to enforce a will that provides for children from prior marriages, ex-wife number 2, payments due to prior girlfriends, there's just too much animosity, there's too much angst, there's too much in the way of mental anguish to expect that one can act without emotion.
Finally, after years of litigation, ex-partner Menashe Matheson comes to a private settlement with the court, and Barbara Meyer is paid the remaining $21,000 she is owed under her agreement with Garcia. But still, the fighting continues. The band itself ends up heading into a sticky courtroom battle with guitar maker Douglas Irwin over a specification in Garcia's will.
Jerry Garcia, in his will, left his guitars to their maker, Douglas Irwin. And these guitars had names. For example, Rosebud, the Tiger.
The guitars were very special. Jerry didn't own a lot of guitars. You know, a guy like Steve Miller has 700 guitars. Jerry had one guitar that he played and one guitar in case that guitar got broken.
The guitars, all named, are considered by the band members and fans as part of the Grateful Dead family.
It seemed to be a nice token, you know, for someone to say, I give you this guitar, or I give you this ring. It's nice because it's something that you could really remember the person by. And to Douglas Irwin, I'm sure Jerry thought he would really appreciate getting the guitars back that he made.
The dispute based upon who really owned the guitars. Jerry could, under his will, only give away what he owned at the time he died.
Both the band members and Irwin feel they have the best claim to the guitars.
What was supposed to be a nice gesture wound up to be litigation for years. Why? Number one, because the Grateful Dead production said, wait a minute, those aren't Jerry's guitars to begin with. Those are the band's guitars. The band paid for these guitars. So Jerry had no right to bequeath them to someone else.
While guitar maker Douglas Irwin receives two of his guitars, the Tiger and the Wolf, Irwin sells the guitars at an auction for $1.74 million.
It was a slam dunk case. The band lost. Irwin was given the guitars. He sold them both at auction. Both of them brought more than $1 million. The owner of the Indiana Colts bought one of them. He keeps it in his basement and, you know, plays on Wednesday afternoons with his buddies with Jerry's guitar. I mean,
a lot of people felt that they should have been put into a museum or the Music Hall of Fame or kept by the Grateful Dead or somebody because they did have some historical value in relation to Jerry and the Grateful Dead. But the will provided otherwise, and that was Jerry's intent.
This was another example at the end there where things hadn't been planned out very well in my mind and led to this disappointment, I would say, in the Deadhead community. Let's stop the fighting. That's just not who we are. And we thought that the organization wasn't like that either.
In the end, more than $1 million have been spent on legal fees. According to Hellman, eventually the claims were all resolved.
The executors for Jerry tried in every instance to settle every matter one way or another, and by settlement doesn't mean that much was paid, if anything was paid, but just that a resolution was reached with the person filing the creditor's claim.
If Deborah Coons, as co-executor, had honored the equitable distribution agreements, she could have probably reduced the legal fee significantly and saved the estate money. But more importantly, she probably could have continued what Jerry would have wanted, I think, is in the spirit of kindness and cooperation and trying to help people. The administration of his estate could have been less litigious.
Was, in the long run, after Jerry died, was everything settled and peaceful and people satisfied? No. Nobody was satisfied. The band has never been satisfied. Everybody has been at each other's throats. All the women, all the workers, all the people that were loyal to this group for so many years, nobody got what they wanted.
But for Deadheads, the music and the scene around the Grateful Dead are much stronger memories than the court battles ever will be. Jerry Garcia will be remembered as the face behind the band who got people dancing, the teddy bear who painted the sky in psychedelic light.
When all said and done, the other musicians in the band related to each other more through Jerry than to one another, you know. He just was that sort of guy. He had the best ideas and had the quickest mind, and he was surrounded by other very, very smart people, but he just was the natural center of that world.
To me, Jerry Garcia represented the 60s. At least a revolution of young people who believed in kindness and peace and generosity, attending concerts like Woodstock, protesting the Vietnam War, experimenting with drugs, experimenting with sex, experimenting with music. He was, perhaps not intending to be, but became symbolic of that era.
The Grateful Dead were one of the few rock bands that actually stood for something. They approached their life and their work with a set of principles, and as long as Jerry was alive, they adhered to those principles. As a result, they were able to do things that other rock bands would never have been able to do. And they achieved a relationship with an audience that is unparalleled by other rock bands.
I lost a lifestyle when the Grateful Dead stopped touring, absolutely. I lost this iconic figure, this magnetic, charismatic, wonderful leader of the Grateful Dead, Jerry Garcia. Once a Deadhead, always a Deadhead. Yeah, I think that's probably true. It's certainly true for me. I'm just as passionate today as I ever was.
Wealthy New York socialite and philanthropist Brooke Astor passes away at the age of 105.
Brooke Astor was sort of known unofficially as the queen of New York society and of the queen of New York philanthropy.
But the socialite's last years weren't always easy.
One of the nurses described Mrs. Astor being dragged down the hall against her will, banging on her cane, saying, "I don't want to do this."
Less than 24 hours after Brooke's death, a bitter legal dispute over her $200 million estate rocks the upper crust of New York society.
It was a larger-than-life court case, something that seemed right out of the movies.
And forever damage an already fragile family.
Brooke Astor loved rewriting her will. It was a great pastime for her. She would change her mind all the time.
Brooke Astor, the unofficial First Lady of New York City, passes away at her weekend estate at the age of 105. The death of this beloved benefactor leaves a huge void in New York. During her lifetime, she donated close to $195 million to the likes of the New York City Library, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Carnegie Hall, and the Bronx Zoo.
She was famous for going to some of the scarier neighborhoods in New York at that point in her chauffeured limousine, wearing her Chanel suits and her pearls and her hats. And she always said, people want to see Mrs. Astor. They don't want to see someone schlepping around in slacks. So she was really a treasured visitor all over the city.
When she dies, Brooke's only child, Tony, is not there. Instead, he's told over the phone.
Tony Marshall did not get there quite in time. He got there a little bit later.
As Tony and his wife Charlene grieve over his mother's death, they brace themselves for the inevitable battle over her $200 million estate. In fact, it's already begun. The fight for Brooke's money starts a year before she dies. 2006, Northeast Harbor, Maine. Tony and Charlene are vacationing at Cove End, Brooke Astor's former summer home. One morning, Tony receives a surprise phone call. It's his mother's doctor. He tells him that Brooke is in the hospital with pneumonia.
I was there a whole weekend, and I can assure you that there was really nothing concerning about her health condition.
Then the phone rings a second time. This time it's Tony's son, Philip. They haven't spoken in a year.
He had developed a distant relationship with his father. They saw each other occasionally.
The phone call is not an easy one for Philip to make. It's about his grandmother, Brooke. Philip tells Tony that he has filed a guardianship petition against him to seize control over Brooke's care and fortune.
A guardianship proceeding is a proceeding to appoint a guardian for someone who no longer has the ability to take care of themselves.
Philip thinks his father, who is now in his 80s, can no longer take care of Brooke.
He wanted to make sure that his grandmother is taken care of. I don't think he trusted Tony Marshall to take care of his mother.
Tony is shocked by his son's betrayal. Philip didn't even warn him before the petition was filed. Tony is responsible for taking care of his 104-year-old mother and has been for the last 4 years, while Philip only sees his grandmother a few times a year.
When Mr. Marshall finds out that it's a petition against him, he was very concerned.
He and Charlene were both, by all accounts, surprised, distraught, horrified. Tony had a very formal relationship with his twin sons. They both said that he was not a very physically affectionate, a lot of hugs and kisses, more of manly handshakes.
While the accusation that Tony is neglecting his mother seems to come out of the blue, in Philip's eyes it's been brewing for a while. Philip first becomes concerned about Brooke during a simple visit to Grandma's house just 7 months earlier. January 2006, Philip Marshall is 53 years old and is a professor of historic preservation at Roger Williams University in Rhode Island, but he has been making regular visits to his grandmother since his own college days.
Philip Marshall, who's very much a kind of down-to-earth guy, would describe these hilarious vacations of going to Europe and his grandmother taking him to shop at fancy stores, which he thought was quite absurd. Private ski lessons. When he went to Brown University, Brooke Astor used to visit her friends in Newport nearby, so they really began to become close. And Philip was very interested in historic preservation, which was something, and museums and art, and that was something his grandmother cared about. So over the years, they did become close over those subjects.
In 2006, he pays a visit to his grandmother in New York. At 104 years old, Brooke is not the energetic woman she used to be.
Mentally, she was declining, and also physically. She was over 100 years old, and she had had 2 hip surgeries, and she was frail. She weighed less than 100 pounds, but sometimes she was cheery.
During Philip's visit with Brooke, he sits with her and sings to her until she falls asleep. As he is about to leave, he stops to chat with 2 of Brooke's nurses.
He happened to turn up at a time of shift change for the nurses, and Mrs. Astor fell asleep. And suddenly, the nurses really unloaded on Philip about things they were unhappy with the apartment. They felt that there were certain, the house wasn't being cleaned. There were, parts of the apartment that were shabby. They really kind of unleashed a storm.
They also tell Philip that Brooke has only been going to the doctor once a month, is never taken outside, and she is being served questionable food. It's mostly hearsay, but Philip takes their concerns seriously.
He lived in a different state, and although he came to visit, he was not involved in the day-to-day activities of his grandmother.
He thinks that his father is either blind to what is happening or is ignoring it.
I don't think that Philip thought that his father meant to hurt the grandmother. I just think that he didn't think that he's capable of taking care of her. He's an older gentleman himself.
Unsure of what to do next, he contacts Brooke's former butler and friend, Chris Ely.
Philip called Chris, and Chris met with him, and they began to talk about all the things that were going on.
Philip tries to find out if Brooke is being mistreated. He visits her Park Avenue apartment and sees that the carpet is stained and that some of the paint is peeling. Next, Philip contacts some of Brooke's other staff members who also share stories of neglect.
He also talked to people being on the duty at the time, and which was really kind of maybe weird to me at the time. But when he was leaving, he says, well, please don't let my father, I was here.
Then he speaks to Alice Perdue, Brooke's former office manager. Alice tells Philip she noticed some questionable financial dealings, in particular that Tony had her write out checks for nearly $1 million to fund somewhat dubious investments.
Alice Perdue was working at the Vincent Astor Foundation, and she was in charge of the checkbook. And Mrs. Astor had dementia, and her son was asking her to cut checks to himself and also to Broadway plays that he was investing in with his wife, Charlene.
This seems unusual because Brooke has previously only given minimal grants to the performing arts.
So the lady who's cutting the checks knows that this can't be right, and she knew that this was wrong. So when she was questioned about it, that led to further allegations of misappropriation of her funds.
Philip also learns that his father had cut back Brooke's expenses, while at the same time spending her money on things for himself, like employing a full-time captain for his new yacht. Upset, Philip turns to his brother Alec, but he tells Philip that he doesn't want to get involved. Instead, Philip asks Brooke's closest friends for their support in his battle for his grandmother.
Miss Astor's friends, Anna De Laurenta, Henry Kissinger, and David Rockefeller, among them, and I'm sure some other friends as well, felt that she'll be better off with an independent guardian.
So they all went ahead and they filed a guardianship case that hit in July of 2006.
The petition will pit son against father and set New York society ablaze with the rumor that one of the wealthiest women in the city is living in squalor.
The language in the lawsuit was pretty over the top, talking about elder abuse and a urine-stained couch.
Brooke Astor, known as the Grand Dame of New York, passes away at the age of 105. She leaves behind an estate worth millions. But Brooke wasn't born in the world of high society. She had to climb her way to the top. Brooke Astor is born at the beginning of the 20th century as the only child to John and Mabel Russell.
Her father was the head of the Marine Corps at one point, and so as a child she was always traveling. She'd had a comfortable upbringing, no big money by any means, but comfortable.
In her autobiography, Footprints, Brooke writes about her childhood in China and how her mother forced her to drop out of high school to find a good husband. At 16 years old, Brooke meets New Jersey heir Dryden Cooser. They marry in 1919, just days after her 17th birthday.
Dryden Cooser was from a very wealthy New Jersey family. He really courted Brooke Astor, and her mother really encouraged her to marry him.
Dryden is a perfect match on paper, but behind the scenes, things are not so wonderful.
Over the years, Dryden Cooser turned out to be an alcoholic, a womanizer, and sadly also a wife-beater.
Brooke also wrote that when she becomes pregnant 4 years later, it's against her will.
Brooke wrote that it was not her choice when she conceived her only child, Tony, and that when she was 6 months pregnant, her husband broke her jaw.
Their son Anthony is born in 1924. Brooke loves Tony, but he is a constant reminder of her unhappy marriage.
She had a very complex relationship with her son, Tony. First of all, he was the son of her hated first husband. So that must have created a difficult dynamic from the beginning.
They divorce in 1929, and as part of their divorce settlement, Brooke receives a $90,000 annual trust fund, equivalent to over $1 million today. There's one stipulation. If she remarries, it gets handed over to Tony. Brooke doesn't enjoy her ex-husband's money for long. 3 years later, she remarries in 1932.
She married a man called Buddy Marshall, who she said was the love of her life. And because her son adored him, he asked if he could take his stepfather's name, and that's what happened. That's why he's known as Tony Marshall.
While Brooke is finally happy in her second marriage, she and her husband have money problems, and they turn to 24-year-old Tony for help.
Buddy was successful, but he wasn't enormously successful as a stockbroker. So there were times when Brooke Astor would lean on her son.
Thanks to the trust fund that once belonged to his mother, Tony gives Brooke a monthly allowance.
Brooke Astor would later say that she didn't feel like she took care of herself in her divorce from her first husband because money she thought should have gone to her went to her son instead. So she felt to some extent entitled to it.
Brooke and Buddy's marriage comes to an end in 1952 when Buddy dies of a heart attack.
She was totally devastated, and she also discovered that essentially she was not going to have a lot of money left to live on because during Buddy Marshall's divorce, most of the money was promised to his first family and children. So she went into a bit of a panic that she wasn't going to have the life that she had expected.
Until she meets Vincent Astor. Vincent is one of the richest men in America.
I think it was something like only 6 months later that she was invited to a dinner party and sat across the table from Vincent Astor. It was very difficult, famously difficult.
5 months later, they marry on October 8, 1953. While he's besotted with his new wife, Vincent doesn't like the 29-year-old Tony.
Vincent Astor was not particularly fond of his new stepson. And as Brooke wrote in one of her books, he really discouraged her from seeing him and spending time with him. And therefore, she guiltily cut back on her relationship with her son.
But again, the marriage is short-lived. Vincent dies on February 3, 1959 at the age of 67. But this husband leaves behind an estate worth $127 million and gives almost all of it to Brooke.
When he died, only 5 years and 3 months after their marriage, he died and left her this extraordinary gift, a $60 million trust, $2 million in cash.
But Vincent's half-brother Jack is upset. He feels that he should inherit some of Vincent's millions. This is Brooke's first battle over money, but not her last. Jack sues Brooke for half her share, insisting Vincent was influenced by alcohol when he signed his last will during a hospital stay. Brooke fights back, saying that her late husband knew what he was doing.
Eventually, she admitted during the trial that she had actually brought alcohol to Vincent Astor's room because he asked her for it.
But before a jury can be picked, Jack settles for $250,000, and Brooke's new life as the widow Astor begins. Along with a personal fortune, Brooke has also left her late husband's philanthropic Astor Foundation to run.
She used to like to say that it was the greatest gift anyone could have given her because it gave her the opportunity to, with tremendous judgment and in a very discerning way, give away money in New York City.
To that end, she holds exclusive parties with a mix of accomplished, interesting, and colorful guests.
During the late 70s, through the 80s, and really through the 90s, one of the most sought-after invitations in New York was to a party at the apartment of Brooke Astor on Park Avenue. You would walk in and there would be the Kissingers, Mrs. Onassis, Nancy Reagan, if she was in town, and also great poets and playwrights and politicians.
She included Tony Marshall in, many of her events, but not all of them. Brooke would complain that he was boring. The worst sin in her book was being boring.
Tony and his mother are not close.
He didn't have the relationship with his mother that he would have liked. He really wanted a different kind of relationship. He wanted to be closer.
As a child, Tony is shipped off to boarding school or sent to his grandparents' house. In 1942, a few months before he graduates from high school, Tony enlists in the Marines. World War II is raging, and Tony serves 4 years of active duty.
Tony was wounded at Iwo Jima received a Purple Heart. And after the war ended, he joined what was then the beginning of the CIA and traveled extensively around the world. He married for the first time his sweetheart at Brown University, and they had twins, Philip and Alex.
Tony divorces his first wife in 1962, and just a year later he marries his secretary, Thelma Hognell. He rarely sees his sons, Philip and Alec.
After Tony Marshall's divorce, his ex-wife Liz moved away from New York with the children. They moved up to Massachusetts, they moved up to Vermont.
7 years later, Tony, now 45, becomes the U.S. ambassador to the Malagasy Republic.
His mother gave a significant sum of money to Richard Nixon, which is at that point how people often got ambassadorships. And Tony was sent off to a series. He was in Madagascar, he was in Trinidad and Tobago, and then he was in Kenya. And apparently did a very good job during that period. But when Jimmy Carter won election and the Republicans were out, then Tony found himself job hunting.
Brooke offers him a position managing her money, then complains to friends that her son always needs a helping hand, even though he willingly helped her years before.
It must have been a tremendously daunting thing to have been the son of the great Mrs. Astor, who was so kind of beloved and such a kind of society figure and philanthropic figure. And his whole life, he was really in her shadow.
In 1989, Tony is still married to his second wife, but another woman is about to enter the picture, and she will cause a scandal that some say Brooke never gets over.
She was, horrified that this had happened under her roof.
New York socialite Brooke Astor passes away in 2007, but years before her death, her relationship with her only son Tony was difficult at times. Some think their biggest issue occurred when he chose a wife she didn't agree with. It all starts over lunch in a little town in Maine.
Brooke Astor spent her summers in Northeast Harbor, which is a wonderful small resort in Maine, and resort town in Maine. And Vincent Astor had bought her a house there. They had a house together there. And it was her favorite. She was like the queen of this very tiny town with no stoplights.
Like in New York, Brooke Astor holds gatherings at her home, Cove End. Today, her guests include the local pastor, Paul Gilbert, and his wife, Charlene.
Tony was in the habit of visiting his mother without his wife. And he went up one weekend. Mrs. Astor gave a lunch for Katharine Graham, the publisher of the Washington Post. And she put Paul Gilbert at the head table with herself and Mrs. Graham, and she seated Tony and Charlene in what might be called Siberia at a different table, and they fell in love at lunch. They were then both married. Soon the staff began to describe seeing, Charlene Gilbert coming up the front walk at 6:30 in the morning, and Tony Marshall slipping out the door, and then Tony would be gone sometimes for many hours during the day. And it all eventually came to a crunch when Paul Gilbert learned about the affair.
Within months, they both leave their spouses. Charlene and Tony marry in 1992. Brooke is scandalized by their behavior.
Some of the staffers in Maine talked about hearing Brooke Astor, who was horrified. She was, horrified that this had happened under her roof. She really liked Paul Gilbert. She, was really appalled by this, and she had not particularly taken to Charlene Gilbert in the first place, but this particularly kind of sent her off.
Nevertheless, Tony and Charlene stay together, and Brooke even buys the couple a duplex apartment.
Ultimately, she made the decision, as often the parents of, divorced children do, that she wanted to maintain a relationship with her son.
But 5 years later, things between mother and son are still not picture perfect. Manhattan, New York, 1996. Brooke, now 94, announces to the press that she will be closing the Astor Foundation and the remaining $25 million will be spent within the year. The decision is painful for Tony, who has served on the board of directors for the past 30 years. It was thought that once Brooke retired, he would take over.
Running that kind of a philanthropy in New York is a lot of fun. It's great to give away money. People want to spend time with you. People give you a certain amount of respect. But at the end of the day, she made the decision that she said to the New York Times, my son is not an Astor, and I want to spend down the money and close this thing down. He was sitting right next to her when she made that statement.
Despite this, in January 2002, Brooke is very generous to her son in a new draft of her will.
Brooke Astor loved rewriting her will. It was a great pastime for her. She would change her mind all the time.
In the latest version, Tony is slated to receive several of her valuable properties, $5 million, as well as a yearly sum of $4.2 million for the rest of his life. She leaves her grandsons, Philip and Alec, $1 million each, and she leaves $60 million to various charities.
She always stated throughout her life and in her books about how much she loved Tony. But I think it was a bit of a push-pull relationship in that she felt guilty towards him, she loved him, so she would do very expansive gestures, but then she would withdraw to some extent.
While it is a fantastic inheritance for Tony, it is an insult to his wife, Charlene.
Mrs. Astor really came to dislike her daughter-in-law, Charlene. So she wrote her will in such a way that Tony had heart problems. He had a series of heart attacks. So Mrs. Astor wrote a will that if her son died before she did, all of that money, the apartments, the trust, were all going to go to charity. And Charlene was going to receive a snowflake diamond necklace and matching earrings and 2 of Mrs. Astor's used fur coats.
Tony's heart problems aside, it is Brooke's health that declines, forcing Tony to run his mother's household.
Once Tony and Charlene began taking over paying Mrs. Astor's bills and her affairs, they understandably became concerned about the expenses. She had always lived exceptionally well. She had huge staffs in both, Maine, Holly Hill, and in New York, and they began to look at ways to cut costs.
Tony closes down Holly Hill, her weekend house, and also lays off several of her longtime staff members, like her chauffeur, office manager, gardeners, and her beloved butler, Christopher Ely.
Famously, in her later years, she had this English butler who worked for her called Christopher Ely, and he went to work for her in 1997. She adored him, and he was very, very devoted to her. It was a lovely relationship.
It was a huge, loss in her life, and Mrs. Astor was convinced that he had been dead because she couldn't think of any other reason why he would leave her.
This was obviously a completely devastating thing for him. He cared for her deeply, and he was very concerned, so he stayed in touch on the telephone with her nurses and her staff to make sure that she was okay. But he grew very, very concerned about the way that she was being treated.
The butler, I think he was sort of confused as his role. I think he forgot sometimes he was an employee and not a relative. And I think that caused some of the problems.
Despite these changes, Tony's relationship with his mother couldn't be better.
He came to visit Mrs. Astor sometimes 3 times a week, usually on Sundays after church. Oh, Mr. Marshall would kiss her on her forehead every time and say, "I love you, Mother." And she would take his hand and kiss him. She didn't say much, but she'd look at him and just kiss his hand.
And his career takes off in a new turn. Tony and Charlene become Broadway producers, and successful ones at that. Their 2003 show, Long Day's Journey into Night, wins the Tony Award for Best Revival of a Play. And in 2004, I Am My Own Wife wins for Best Play.
They were considered to be kind of innovative and creative people who work with them. Directors, actors, artists really speak very, very highly of them.
During this time, Tony's future becomes even more financially secure thanks to 3 new updates to Brooke's will. Tony now stands to inherit $60 million outright, money that previously had been set aside for charity. The will also gives him the power to make Charlene one of his executors. Everything finally seems to be going well. Until Philip, Annette de la Renta, David Rockefeller, and Henry Kissinger filed the guardianship petition. They charged Tony with significantly eroding his mother's quality of life.
The language in the lawsuit was pretty over the top, talking about elder abuse and a urine-stained couch, and essentially asked that both physical guardianship of Brooke Astor and also her finances be taken away.
It is assumed the case will be kept private, but the file gets accidentally left on the public record, and 2 days later a New York paper breaks the story.
I think the headline was "Disaster for Mrs. Astor," and so it was full of these allegations that Mrs. Astor was being mistreated by her son. There were allegations that she was being denied medications that she needed.
I read a lot in the paper and I was dismayed and shocked at some of the allegations and some of the blame that was placed on her only son. And I did not believe a lot of it. I think some of it was fabrication and a lot of exaggeration of the truth.
Tony releases a statement. He says he is shocked and deeply hurt and calls the accusations outright lies.
People were saying unkind things. The people were being very disrespectful. And I was told they were going for the jugular. I couldn't understand why.
The damage to Tony's image was done the minute the guardianship was filed. And New York was split. There were a lot of people who remained loyal to Tony and felt that he had been a good son to his mother. And there were other people who were appalled.
Almost immediately after the guardianship petition is filed, and without giving Tony a chance to defend himself, the judge cuts off Tony's salary, bans him from his office, and names new temporary guardians for Brooke.
It was probably found to be safer and fairer to all of the parties if we just freeze Tony's access and his basically absolute power over the estate to protect everything. And then later on, when Tony has time to mount his defense, any harm that's been done by the order can be undone, can be rectified.
Annette de la Renta was appointed as the guardian for personal needs, and J.P. Morgan Chase was appointed as Miss Astor's guardian for her finances.
Annette de la Renta promptly moves Brooke from Manhattan to her beloved weekend estate Holly Hill in upstate New York.
Mrs. de la Renta knew how much Mrs. Astor loved her butler, Chris Ely, so she rehired him.
Meanwhile, the petition also briefly looks into Brooke's finances. In September, the New York Times runs an article saying J.P. Morgan Chase is investigating whether Tony improperly obtained about $14 million in cash, property, and stocks from his mother while managing her finances.
J.P. Morgan Chase has found account transfers from Miss Astor's accounts to Tony Marshall's personal accounts, or have found money going to Tony Marshall's projects, such as Broadway plays.
There's a number of justifications that could exist in this case. His amount of work for the estates had greatly increased. His visibility, his prominence, he was basically replacing Brooke Astor, which are very large shoes to fill.
Over the next 6 months, Tony and Charlene cut off all ties with his son, Philip. And when Tony finds out that his other son, Alec, didn't warn him about the petition, he stops talking to him, too. Tony and Charlene try to maintain a regular lifestyle, but they are harassed by paparazzi.
Tony and Charlene became the villains in the New York tabloid press. The New York Post ran headline going, "Evil Son Visits Astor in the Hospital."
And things are about to take a very dark turn.
They got hate mail, they got middle-of-the-night phone calls, their apartment was staked out.
Brooke Astor dies in 2007. But in 2006, her son Tony Marshall's rights to her millions is in question after his son Philip initiates a legal battle to seize control of Brooke's care and finances. Tony and his wife Charlene maintain their innocence, but they're viewed as villains in the eyes of the press.
They really never had a chance to put forward their point of view, and kind of everything they did. They were shadowed by the press everywhere they went. They got hate mail, they got middle-of-the-night phone calls, their apartment was staked out.
By October, Tony wants his life to return to normal, so he settles the dispute. He agrees to give up his role as steward of his mom's financial and health affairs, as well as his large salary. Tony and Charlene are ordered to return $11 million worth of jewelry, art, and cash. The couple defend themselves by stating that the items were bequeathed to them in Brooke's will. In exchange, the settlement is to state that Tony and Charlene admit to no wrongdoing.
The reason why Mr. Marshall settled this case and didn't go to trial was, I think, that he probably just wanted to put all of this behind him and just go on with his life.
J.P. Morgan Chase and Annette De La Renta become Brooke's permanent guardians.
One of the really touching things about that, Mrs. Astor was really not speaking very much, and she had really kind of retreated into herself. But she began to eat again. She gained 15 pounds within the first couple of months.
Just 2 months later, however, Tony is vindicated when the state Supreme Court rules that the claims of elder abuse cannot be substantiated.
Even though Tony Marshall was found to be, in essence, innocent of elder abuse, the charges were unsubstantiated, the interim or temporary measures which were originally ordered by the court were continued.
Tony may have lost his salary in the settlement, but once his mother passes away, he's still in line to inherit the majority of Brooke's $200 million estate, according to her 2002 will. But Susan Robbins, Brooke's court-appointed lawyer, has been taking a closer look at the will and the codicils, or amendments to it. She notices that one of Brooke's signatures is steadier than the others and hires a forensic handwriting expert to examine the documents. Just a week after Tony and Charlene celebrate their legal victory, the handwriting expert drops a bombshell. Brooke's signature on the third codicil of her 2002 will is a fake. The case is turned over to the authorities. The first change to the 2002 will is made in December 2003. Brooke Astor is 101 years old and is under the constant care of nurses in her Park Avenue apartment because of her deteriorating health. Every day they take detailed notes on her condition.
Most nurses keep notes about, your temperature, your fever, the medications. They wrote about everything. They wrote about Mrs. Astor's dreams, her nightmares. They wrote about her visitors. They wrote down conversations.
On December 17th, they write that she is experiencing moments of paranoia using undecipherable words and appears disoriented and incoherent. Even so, the next day she meets with Tony and her longtime lawyer, Terry Christensen, to change her will.
Tony really badgered Mrs. Astor's lawyer, and ultimately there was a new codicil written in which Tony was going to set up the Tony Marshall Fund with some of his mother's money, which would have allowed him to give money to charity.
It's not unimaginable that she would choose to do this. It actually kind of makes sense that Tony would continue her legacy, but through him.
Henry, also known as Terry Christensen, had put in a note saying first and final codicil. And the interpretation was that he was trying to tell Tony, I'm making this last change, but no more.
And less than a month later, Tony pushes Brooke's lawyer aside. He brings in a new estate planning lawyer, a friend named Francis Morrissey.
He would often be the escort for Brooke Astor in attending Tony Marshall's plays. They would include him in dinners and various events.
When Tony Marshall hires Francis Morrissey Jr., from his point of view, he's hiring somebody whom he trusts, somebody who's a close friend, somebody who has a lot of experience in dealing with these sort of estates.
Right away, they make more changes to Brooks' will. A second codicil signs over $60 million directly to Tony, instead of it going to charity, and gives Tony the power to name Charlene and Morrissey as executors. Their fees for handling Brooks' estate would be $4.89 million. And just a few weeks later, a third codicil is signed.
Suddenly, Mrs. Astor is signing a second and a third codicil, which really changes her will and gives a lot of the money that was going to go to charity to her son, Tony Marshall.
It seemed highly improbable, having had fought for these charitable institutions for so passionately for so long, that suddenly she would be giving up control of that money to her son.
There's a number of possible justifications for Tony to inherit such a large sum in that second codicil. First of all, he is her one and only son, and they had been together for all 80 years of his life. Even when he was younger, there was a point during Brooke Astor's second marriage where Tony was supporting her and her second husband.
As the investigation continues, Brooke Astor is 104 years old and is barely holding on.
I kind of knew that Mrs. Astor's health conditions, it's getting weaker, and it's really getting more serious after she'd been moved away to the country house.
A second fight over her estate is brewing, and it will prompt a criminal battle that will shock the upper crust of New York society. And the question on everyone's mind is, did Tony take advantage of his mother's declining health to get a hold of her millions?
No mother really wants to see her son sent to jail.
In 2007, New York philanthropist Brooke Astor turns 105 years old. A year earlier, her grandson Philip launched a legal battle over her care, and now a second battle is looming. Brooke Astor's time is running out. She is more and more fragile and is losing the ability to speak in full sentences.
I think she suspected, she sensed what was going on. She knew something was all right. That's what I think.
Though others paint a calmer picture of her last year.
It was a good year for her. To the extent at that age you can have a good year, but she had people visit, she had familiar faces around. Her local pastor came to visit, and he said that she seemed alert and able to at least understand. She made the sign of the cross. So there was a feeling of that year of peace for her.
She dies in August 2007. Upon her death, two things happen. First, Brooke's guardians, Annette De La Renta and J.P. Morgan Chase, launch a legal challenge to her will. And second, the Manhattan District Attorney Office launches a criminal trial against Tony and his lawyer Francis Morrissey for fraud. In November, they're ordered to turn themselves in to the authorities. They have finished their investigations into Brooke's will, and they're ready to proceed. The 18-count indictment includes grand larceny, falsifying business records, conspiracy, forgery, and possession of stolen property, among others.
Tony was confident that he would beat these criminal charges because he was very confident of his primary defense, that these were fully his mother's intentions, that she loved him, that she wanted to help him, that she wanted to benefit him, that she was fully aware of what she was doing.
Less than 2 years later, the trial begins. The prosecution begins with a smoking gun, a 7-page letter Tony wrote to Brooke's physician. The letter proves that Tony knew Brooke was diagnosed with a debilitating disease, Alzheimer's, in 2000.
There came a point when Brooke Astor, who had been tremendously independent, suddenly began to slip, and she was forgetful. Tony took his mother to a neurologist who diagnosed her with Alzheimer's. Tony wrote a letter to the doctor afterwards saying that he was really relieved to hear that there were diagnoses, because he described, a lot of sort of strange and unhappy and hostile behavior and ways in which she couldn't do numbers, she couldn't do arithmetic.
Tony keeps the diagnosis private, telling only his wife Charlene, his sons Philip and Alec, butler Chris Ely, and her lawyer Terry Christensen. Despite knowing about her condition, Tony still encourages her to make changes to her 2002 will that will benefit him. And the prosecution can prove it now. Brooks' will was revised 4 times after the letter was written.
That letter was central to the trial because a lot of the changes Mrs. Astor made in her will came after that. There is no legal prohibition against someone making changes in their will up till they die, and whether they've been diagnosed with, because they can certainly have good days and bad days. But the prosecutors pointed to that letter as Tony's awareness that his mother was not in her right mind.
Prosecutors argue Tony took advantage of his mother's deteriorating mind for his wife's sake.
At his trial, the prosecutor got up in opening arguments and basically said that the motive for Tony Marshall's crime was Charlene. This was all about trying to take care of his wife, and that he became increasingly concerned about trying to get his mother to give him money sooner, to change her will, to do a variety of things. At his trial, the prosecutor got up in opening arguments and basically said that the motive for Tony Marshall's crime was Charlene.
Many of Brooks' friends and staff take the stand.
The trial was a parade of a who's who of New York testifying for the prosecution.
Well, it was rather gripping to follow that trial. It was covered by the New York Times, the New York Post, the Daily News, all of the and national newspapers, and it was just it was a larger-than-life court case, something that seemed right out of the movies.
One of the nurses described Mrs. Astor being dragged down the hall against her will, banging on her cane, saying, "I don't want to do this," before she signed one of the codicils to the will.
A drastic change is not out of the question. It could have been that in that age, at 101, 2, 3, 4 years old, maybe that's when, seeing the end coming, Brooke Astor finally realizes, you know what? Maybe I've neglected this one son that I have who stood by me all of these years.
Philip only attends the trial once to testify against his father.
Philip Marshall had to make these allegations about his father with his father sitting right there. It must have been very painful and torturous, and he must have believed in it very profoundly to go to the extent of announcing his father and his stepmother, Charlene.
Tony never takes the stand to defend himself, but his team insists Brooke knowingly altered her will to benefit her only child. She wrote 31 versions of her will in her lifetime.
It seemed that Tony was counting on his many years. We're talking about decades and decades of fulfilling the role of a dutiful son, of loyalty to his mother, of supporting her in her endeavors and being present for her. He really felt that this would speak loudly for him because it's very contrary to the allegations that were being made against him, that he would suddenly turn and begin to take advantage of her when he had been, again, so loyal for such a long time.
But these accounts are not enough to convince the jury.
Tony was convicted of grand larceny and conspiracy. He was sentenced to 1 to 3 years in jail.
I was very sad that Mrs. Astor's only son was being treated like a criminal, which he wasn't. Because I believe he loved his mother and his mother loved him.
Whatever he's done, if he doesn't stand a chance of surviving prison. But immediately his lawyers announced that he was going to appeal the verdict.
The jury comes down equally hard on Francis Morrissey. He is convicted of forging Brooks' signature, as well as fraud and conspiracy. He also receives a sentence of 1 to 3 years in prison. Both Frances and Tony appeal their verdicts, though it could take years before their names are cleared. In the meantime, they are permitted to remain free on bail.
If she had been aware of it, I'm sure that she would have been horrified. Whatever feelings she may have had about her daughter-in-law, whatever complex feelings she may have had about her son and perhaps his desire to get hold of her assets, no mother really wants to see her son sent to jail.
While Philip hopes his father doesn't end up in jail, he believes filing the guardianship petition was the right thing to do for his grandmother.
Well, it seemed like this very bizarre, almost sort of Oedipal conflict of son against father trying to protect grandmother.
Tony and his son still haven't reconciled.
It has wrecked his life, and he's now not on speaking terms with his son Philip, and apparently not speaking to his other son Alec.
It takes 3 legal proceedings and 3 years to sort out Brooke's estate. Eventually, it is decided that Brooke Astor's will should be based on the 2002 version, before the 2004 amendments.
She was still with her previous lawyer from Sullivan and Cromwell, so there was really no reason to believe that there was an issue with the 2002 will and its codicil. That's why it was agreed by everyone that that will should be admitted to probate.
This still leaves Tony with $14.5 million.
If Tony Marshall had simply waited for his mother to die and none of the legal shenanigans had taken place, he would be a very wealthy man today. But because of running up $14 million in legal fees, he did not end up getting a lot of money from his mother's estate.
$30 million will go toward creating the Brooke Astor Fund for New York City education, and millions more will go to Prospect Park, Central Park, city playgrounds, and various cultural institutions.
And at the end, most of her money is going to her favorite charities, which is what she wanted, clearly, from her wills.
Meanwhile, Tony is still waiting for the appeal which will determine how he will spend the rest of his life.
It's a hell of a way to wind up being 88 years old, having been publicly humiliated and vilified, being married to a woman who supported him, who has been publicly vilified. It's a pretty grim way to spend the final years of your life.
Brooke's friends hope that the legal drama will not tarnish all the good work she did while she was alive.
Can't help but think that she would have been sad that her legacy had become this instead of, her years of presiding over New York. But whenever you see a picture of Brooke Astor, she's usually smiling, and there really is something that there was such joy in her life and such pleasure. So you hope that some of those feelings will linger on.
Gary Coleman, the child star of TV's Different Strokes, dies in 2010, and the darkest secrets of his life are revealed.
Gary was not, I don't think, a very happy child, and he wasn't allowed really to be a child.
He was extremely self-loathing. He did not believe in himself. He felt at some point that he became God's punching bag.
He is just the latest victim of a curse that has already touched 2 of his former co-stars.
Here are child stars who were sort of unsupervised, and we didn't
think about the impact of living a Hollywood lifestyle.
And the events leading up to Gary's death raise all sorts of questions.
The San Quentin police had an open file for some period of time because of the nature of his death.
He was in fear of his life, simply in fear for his life, his physical safety.
May 26, 2010, former child star Gary Coleman plunges down a flight of stairs in his Santa Quin, Utah home.
In the center of the house, there was a stairwell that went up to the bedroom area. The last flight of stairs before you reached the bottom of where the kitchen floor was approximately 5 to 8 feet.
Gary's wife, Shannon, is startled by the sound. Upon finding Gary, she dials 911.
She said her husband fell down the stairs and he was at the bottom of the stairs bleeding. And the dispatcher was trying to tell Shannon to go to her husband's aid, put something on the wound to keep it, to control the bleeding and, keep him still until help arrived.
But Shannon is initially too squeamish to follow through.
She said the sight of blood would make her have a seizure, so she couldn't go anywhere near that.
Shannon, who has a history of seizures, is at least able to give Gary a towel to help stop the bleeding. Gary is rushed to hospital. For now, there is still hope.
He was actually conscious and talking to the emergency personnel during his transfer to the hospital.
Gary's fall makes national news. He shows progress the next morning, but on May 27th, he lapses into a coma. With Gary's chances of recovery fading fast, doctors offer Shannon the option of discontinuing life support. Gary's friends and family are desperate to find out what's going on.
I said to her, I need the name of the hospital because I need to get to Utah. Immediately, I'm going to get on a plane. She says, no, don't do that. Don't do that. That's just not necessary. I have to go. And the next thing I heard was a dial tone.
Gary has been estranged from his parents, Willie and Sue, for over 20 years.
Sue Coleman could not get in touch with his wife to find out what was going on. And she called the sheriff in Utah to go to the hospital and asked the wife to call her.
But Sue was too late. Shannon authorizes hospital staff to terminate life support. Only after that does she leave messages with the Colemans and with Gary's friend Dion.
I was driving and I received a text from Shannon that simply said, I did it. He's gone.
Gary Coleman, age 42, dies at 12:05 p.m. on May 28, 2010 from an intracranial brain hemorrhage. The world has lost a true original.
He's just an interesting guy. Kind of sad sometimes, and at other times real happy-go-lucky, and would go back and forth depending on the circumstances.
One of the most creative people I'd ever seen. Energy, intelligence, vibrance, I should say boundless energy.
In 1978, Gary's TV show Different Strokes turns the diminutive actor into a star, all before the age of 11.
You went home on Friday nights and you couldn't wait to see Gary Coleman because he just brought joy to everybody.
In the 1970s, Gary Coleman was it. He had the charm and the affability. And I think, again, that idea of being able to have African Americans that could easily come into your living room and become part of your family, and in a sense that were not threatening whatsoever, I think had a huge appeal to an American audience.
2010, as Gary's parents seek custody of their son's body, 3 separate people come forward with documents naming them as Gary's personal representative. The fate of the actor's estate is anything but clear.
The possible contenders were Dion Mall, who had been identified as the personal representative or executor of the estate in an early will by Mr. Coleman back in the 90s. Anna Gray, who was identified similarly in a later will as either the executor or personal representative. And then, of course, there was Shannon Price, who was claiming that she was the common law spouse of Mr. Coleman and would potentially have priority.
Shannon and her lawyer have Gary's handwritten codicil or amendment to another will from 2005 to back up their claim.
The codicil did not revoke any previous will. It's like an amendment. It would have changed whatever the current will out there would be.
3 days later, Anna Gray, a friend of Gary's, files an original will from 2005 naming her as the late actor's executor. Such contradictory planning is an oversight that was typical of Gary.
That's simply characteristic of the loose ends that Gary would leave in his business left to his own devices.
Gary's former agent, Vic Perillo, attends a memorial in Gary's native Illinois.
It was very moving. Gave a speech. Minister gave a speech. Willie and Sue got up, talked. And people that were close to him got up and talked.
Robert Malcolm, Gary's agent at the time of his death, organizes another memorial for Gary's friends in L.A.
There were not many people, maybe 20 or 25 people, and people got up and spoke. And these were people who all had an intimate relationship with Gary. I wish more people would have shown, but for whatever reason, they couldn't make it. But it was really lovely. It was a celebration of life, not of death.
Right away, some begin to question the true motives of those fighting over the late actor's estate.
Very interesting what happened in Utah. You know, they all come running out there to claim the train sets belong to me, this belongs to me, I'm his, I was in the will, no, I was in the will.
While others are immediately suspicious of Shannon's story.
She provided me with the story that she has provided to the public and to the authorities many times, that somehow he slipped and hit his head. All by himself.
The battle over Gary's estate pits Gary's friends and family members against each other.
There was no way that I was going to rest and allow something that bogus to actually prevail.
Everyone was sort of suspicious at that point in time as to who she was, how was she able to do this, was it legal for her to do it?
In 2010, child actor Gary Coleman dies from a brain hemorrhage and leaves behind a messy paper trail naming 3 separate executors. It's just the latest development in a life plagued with complications. Gary Wayne Coleman is born on February 8, 1968 in Zion, Illinois. He's adopted as an infant by Willie and Sue Coleman and diagnosed with nephritis, a potentially fatal kidney condition. Young Gary undergoes his first kidney transplant at the age of 5. The operation's a success, but because of the many pills he pops each day, doctors explain that he will never top 5 feet.
As a result of having the transplant, it was necessary for him to take immunosuppressant drugs, which stunted his growth and brought about this fullness in his face and cheeks.
The ambitious youngster doesn't let that deter him. He wants to become an actor.
He wanted to model for the Sears catalog. And naturally, when the ad agencies met him, they flipped over him.
With agent Vic Perillo's help, Gary lands his first acting job in a local bank commercial. Before he knows it, he's up for a part in a reboot of television's The Little Rascals. But there's one slight obstacle.
The Norman Lear organization was looking for a little girl to play in the remake of the Our Gang comedies. And I insisted that they meet him even though they were looking for a little girl. And they did.
Gary gets the gig. Although the reincarnation of the Little Rascals dies a quick death, the show's producer, Norman Lear, is eager to find the right vehicle for the young actor. He finds it in a new series called Different Strokes.
Normally, as you know, shows have to be piloted. But they merely took Gary and Conrad Bain and went into the office at NBC and they did a scene and that was it. There was never a pilot on that show.
The network greenlights the show, and Gary lands his first regular paycheck at age 10. He has to move to Los Angeles, where the show is produced. Gary's parents, who are not industry people, drop everything to follow their son.
Gary said, I want both my parents with me because the show was given an 8-year contract run, and they gave up their jobs to come out to be with him.
Work on Different Strokes begins in 1978. Todd Bridges co-stars as Gary's brother Willis, and Dana Plato plays his adoptive sister Kimberly.
Dana was the sweetest thing you'd ever meet, and Todd was a little kid at the time.
They were very close, and just as one might expect, given the fact that they had to spend so much time together, they bonded. And they had roller skates, and they built spaceships together in the classroom on set.
They grew up on the show. It was a family.
The show premieres on November 3rd, 1978. Charismatic Gary Coleman turns NBC's sagging Friday night ratings into primetime gold as the precocious, newly orphaned Arnold Jackson.
I remember after the first episode of Different Strokes on the set, going over to him and said, Gary, how do you do this thing, this acting? How do you do it? He said, look, when the director tells me to laugh, I laugh. When he tells me to cry, I cry, and I don't want to talk about it. Let's go, play with the trains.
He was very smart and witty, and I think he played into sort of a history of characters that African Americans had portrayed on television, but he sort of took it to even like another level.
The directors and the writers would say to me afterwards, this kid where does he come from? He knows all about, he knows dramaturgy, he knows the comic timing, and nobody could figure it out. So we left him alone and let him do what he did the best, He was a gift to all of us.
Dion recalls meeting Gary Coleman during Different Strokes' first season.
My mother was the administrator for all the studio teachers that worked with the child actors in the business, and we went down to visit one of the teachers on set, and she said, I think you really need to meet this new kid named Gary Coleman, and that was the night that we actually met.
Gary also stars in The Kid from Left Field, a TV movie produced during his 1979 hiatus from Different Strokes.
I was cast as the bat boy for the baseball team, the San Diego Padres, which required that we go on location for a week and shoot in San Diego. And it was during that time that we really bonded. We were the only two kids on the entire shoot.
We had a great time together. Dion actually used my office to do his fan mail. He understood Gary, and they became very good friends. I can tell you that he had legitimate care for him.
By Different Strokes' second season, smart-mouthed, chubby-cheeked Gary is the show's poster boy.
It was, kind of the heyday of the network television. You had ABC, NBC, CBS, and Gary Coleman was the face of NBC at the time in the 1970s.
The money starts rolling in.
At that time, his life had changed, but at the same time, everyone's life around him, meaning individuals who were handling him, he watched their lives change significantly as well. People went from driving Chevys and Toyotas to driving Mercedes and Rolls Royces. He was keenly aware of that.
The actor's signature line, "What you talking about, Willis?" becomes a popular catchphrase.
That actually came from Gary. And someone said something to him very early on in the first season of Different Strokes, and he looked at them and responded with that retort, "What you talking about?" And they loved it.
I remember watching it as a kid, and you're sort of waiting for that moment where you would hear him say his catchphrase and kind of put that little expression on his face that, kind of drew you in and, made everyone laugh.
It was natural. It was not contrived. It was just Gary Coleman scripted.
But Gary grows wary of signing on to each subsequent season, citing his failing kidney and increasing fatigue as major issues.
Despite the confines of existing child labor laws, it was extremely taxing on Gary, particularly once he lost the very first transplanted kidney. It was oppressively brutal on his body and his mind and spirit.
The parents kept on saying, no, well, let's do this, we'll finish this season and then it'll be over, and then next season came. So Gary was not, I don't think, a very happy child, and he wasn't allowed really to be a child.
He knew that based upon the law of averages, that he was not going to live as long as a healthy person, meaning someone who did not have end-stage renal disease. So he knew that it was very important for him to maximize not so much the quantity of his life, but the quality of his life. And without question, he began to realize that the quality of his life was being significantly compromised.
Not everyone agrees.
He never worked when the doctor said he can't work. They didn't make him do anything.
Gary was absolutely ready to quit with Different Strokes at the top of season 4.
As the years pass, Gary becomes the show's main focus, while other cast members are relegated to the background.
You know, unquestionably, Gary was the star of the show. Everyone acknowledges that Gary was the meal ticket.
NBC pays Gary a reported $100,000 per episode, making him one of the highest paid performers on television.
They were making money from him, and it was time for us to say, let's get his salary up to the equitable amount.
Gary undergoes his second kidney transplant during the show's 5th season.
He was transplanted with another kidney that he lost, that he only kept for 13 months.
From this moment on, Gary must undergo regular dialysis treatments in which blood is pumped out of his body, cleansed, and then returned.
He would do episodes of Different Strokes, and he would have to do this ritual, so to speak, was a process that his mother would do for him and certain people would do for him.
Different Strokes ends its run in 1986 after 8 seasons on the air, and with money in the bank, Gary Coleman couldn't be happier.
And at that point, not only did he not care to do another television series, he didn't care to be involved in show business at all.
But he's in for quite a surprise. He has no money, and he blames his parents.
They were the enemy. Their opportunity to perform as his parents had passed.
His agenda was to tell him that everybody surrounding him was a crook, including me.
Actor Gary Coleman was born with more than enough charisma to make up for his ailing kidneys, but his glory days as Arnold Jackson on TV's Different Strokes are a distant memory when he dies of a brain hemorrhage in 2010. Utah litigator Robert Jeffs is appointed temporary administrator of Gary's estate and tries to make sense of Gary's various wills. But one thing is clear.
All of his wills or writings had identified that he did want to be cremated, but the court was reluctant to have that go forward under the direction of the competing claimants. So my appointment included the decision as to how to have the body cremated.
The court orders that Gary's body be cremated by June 18, 2010.
The court had ordered that a former friend and associate, Anna Gray, could see Mr. Coleman prior to the cremation, and in accordance with the judge's order, I allowed that to happen.
Anna arrives in Utah to say farewell to Gary one last time.
The funeral director and I tried to give her some privacy, and we stood towards the back of the room, so I couldn't see how emotional it was. She did appear to be upset by the process, but was very appreciative of the opportunity to see Mr. Coleman one last time.
No one else requests to see Gary's body before it is cremated.
With the assistance of the mortuary, I was able to have them transfer his body to the crematorium after hours using a van rather than the normal hearse so that we wouldn't draw any attention from the media and it could be the private ceremony that Mr. Coleman wanted to have.
The cremation may have been private, but Gary has lived his entire life in the spotlight, whether he wanted to or not. Different Strokes airs its last episode on March 7, 1986. By now, Gary Coleman has spent nearly half of his life as Arnold Jackson. He's ready to move on.
At age 18, Different Strokes was canceled. Gary couldn't have been happier. He felt completely liberated, completely free. And at that point, not only did he not care to do another television series, he didn't care to be involved in show business at all. his decision was to retire.
The decision shocks Gary's parents and advisors. Agent Vic Perillo has 3 projects lined up for his client. Gary, who needs time to rest, turns each one of them down.
He had one that he didn't even have to pilot. He had one that I developed for him that was in pre-production. And yet he came back from meetings with Mr. Meal and saying he didn't want to work anymore.
I have to say that that was probably the most significant point in time when Gary really disengaged emotionally from Vic Perillo, and he began to really question the role that his parents were playing in his life, not just as managers who were supposed to be making really judicious business decisions on his behalf.
But Gary is in for a surprise.
He says, well, the business manager's assistant called me again and says, I'm overdrawn on this checking account. I'm rich. How could I be overdrawn on this checking account? I've got lots of money. And I said, well, Gary, maybe you really are overdrawn. Well, how could that be? I still have checks. This is the level of misunderstanding that Gary entered his adult life with.
Despite having accumulated millions in earnings over the years, Gary learns that much of it has gone missing.
We estimated that he made almost $20 million. And of the $20 million, 47.5% of that came right off of the top in commissions and management fees for all of the handlers.
I keep hearing the figure of $18 million. I can't tell you what Gary made and what I negotiated for him, but it wasn't $18 million.
Quite frankly, Gary did not understand. He was not aware of what he was paying. He had no idea of what the percentages were.
Dion suggests that much of Gary's cut was mismanaged by his then business manager, but the accusation implies that others may have been involved as well.
I told him about the level of betrayal from all of those individuals who were supposedly his protectors and his handlers. I told him the truth.
He had an agenda. His agenda worked. His agenda was to tell him that everybody surrounding him was a crook, including me.
There was 10% to his agent, 7.5% of his income paid to his attorneys for legal counsel, and 5% to his then business manager.
Dion claims the largest cut, 20%, goes to Gary's parents for managing his career.
When Different Strokes went off the air, they went back and resumed their employment. Why would they go back to work for 22, 23 years? Shouldn't they be living in the south of France?
Gary did not perceive these people any longer as his parents. They were the enemy. Their opportunity to perform as his parents had passed.
Gary parts ways with his parents and with Vic Perillo.
He said, Vic, I think I want to go in a different direction. And he said, well, nobody's holding a gun to my head. Of course, I knew somebody was.
Coleman's not the only Different Strokes actor to encounter problems during and after the show. Todd Bridges battles an addiction to crack cocaine in his 20s and is acquitted of the attempted murder of a Los Angeles area drug dealer in 1988.
I think Different Strokes ends up being one of those sort of cautionary tales. Here are child stars who were sort of unsupervised, and we didn't think about the impact of living a Hollywood lifestyle.
Bridges eventually overcomes his demons and explores his troubled past in his book, Killing Willis. Dana Plato, however, is not so fortunate. Her character, Kimberly, is written out of the show's 6th season when Plato becomes pregnant at age 19.
There were times she wouldn't even show up for work.
After giving birth, Plato makes a handful of return guest spots on the show, but her acting career hits a wall. She's arrested in 1991 after the armed robbery of a Las Vegas video store and dies of a prescription drug overdose in 1999. Todd Bridges and Gary Coleman are at her funeral.
How do we end up with so many of these kids being on drugs and getting into such trouble after having such a successful career?
The industry doesn't destroy children. You see, it's the peripheral industry. It's the people that are surrounding the stars that eventually have great influence on actors.
Indeed, Gary is not immune to the perils of child stardom. Following the cancellation of Different Strokes in the mid-1980s, Gary takes a different direction, and a new manager takes the helm, Dion Mial.
Simply by virtue of the fact that he trusted me.
Was he qualified? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He had no business acumen. He had no knowledge. He would confer with me after we supposed to be making residuals.
We mobilized to create some vehicles for him, which we did. We shot a couple of pilots. They were not picked up, but he was delighted and always kept the faith.
In 1989, Gary Coleman files a $3.8 million lawsuit for misappropriated funds against his former business manager and his own parents.
It's always a very questionable and dubious position to be at such odds with your parents. For many people, it was inconceivable about how a child could sue their parents.
This entire court case had to do with the business manager, yet we're hearing it had to do with the parents, had nothing to do with them.
Vic Perillo claims that Sue and Willie Coleman's only mistake was in putting too much faith in Gary's business manager. Dion Mial agrees, to a point.
They simply, at least early on, simply followed the direction of the business manager and the attorneys that were supposedly representing Gary's best interests. I believe, though, over time, once they realized how tough the game was and what the consequences would have been for them to turn against the regime, as it were, they decided to continue to side with the regime and not with their son.
In 1993, 4 years after he files the lawsuit against his parents, the judge rules in Gary's favor and awards him $1.3 million.
Gary felt so vindicated for the first time in his professional life. He really felt that his voice had been heard.
When I meet people and they talk about the days of Gary Coleman, the first thing out of their mouth is it's terrible what the parents did to him. And I have to take a pause and say, you know, if you tell a lie long enough in this world, eventually it becomes the truth.
The money comes at the right time, since Gary's acting career is in a real slump.
The public sentiment of Gary at the time was that he was sort of the stereotypical child actor. You know, had his, 15 minutes of fame as a youth, and now was having his, problems now that the spotlight was turned away from him.
Gary's unable to shake his character's popular catchphrase, "What you talking about, Willis?" A line that he will endure from well-meaning and not so well-meaning fans for the rest of his life.
The catchphrase sort of became sort of a caricature of him, and just constantly putting him in the box of being the smart-mouthed little kid on Different Strokes, when he was trying to get beyond that in his life.
Gary and Dion don't see eye to eye when it comes to managing the actor's finances.
The tugs of war became much too significant, and we both decided that it was just time to create some space and some separation in business if there was any hope that we were going to remain friends.
The two severed their business relationship in the late 90s.
There was no one who was dealing with him in such a personal way on a day-to-day basis to assist him with the management of his money. And within 18 months, he filed for bankruptcy.
Nevertheless, Gary drafts a 1999 will naming Dion Mial as executor. In 2003, Gary runs for governor in California's recall election.
Which a lot of people treated as a joke, and so did he, but the fact he knew what he was doing. He had ideas.
He loses, and the election further cements Gary's image as a freak pop culture curiosity. Gary now spends much of his time with close friend Anna Gray.
Anna is a friend of Gary's, and she was the CEO of the corporation that Gary created for his affairs.
Regardless of his earlier will, in 2005, Gary prepares another one, appointing her as his personal representative.
Gary and Anna Gray certainly started out as friends. I do know that they became very close. I do know that at one point, Gary had very clear intentions to move the relationship into something more romantic. But Anna Gray did not in any way, shape, or form have the same intentions.
Later that year, Gary travels to Utah, where he has a role in the independent comedy Church Ball. He takes to Utah immediately.
He wanted to get out of Los Angeles. It represented everything he didn't like about life. And then he does this film in Utah, calls me on the phone and says, I'm buying a house. And within 3 weeks, not only did he buy it, but he was there.
Anna Gray makes the move to the farming community of Santa Quin with Gary.
I kind of joked around with him a little bit about that and said, you really thought that, a short black man in a almost totally white community was not going to get attention?
Well, I think Gary fit in about as well as any other California transplant would have fit in, especially given his past. He participated, in a bowling league at the local bowling alley and, was able to establish a network of friends in the area.
But his relationship with Anna Gray is about to hit a 5'7" stumbling block. Gary Coleman meets aspiring actress and extra Shannon Price on the Church Ball set, and the two hit it off immediately.
At the beginning of their time together, he absolutely loved her. There is no question in my mind that Gary loved her.
She's a pretty bubbly kind of personality, and they were getting along fine on the first few occasions that I met and saw Gary and Shannon interact.
From the very beginning, I could tell that this was a woman, a girl, who didn't have a good life herself and was not comfortable with the fact that she wasn't as important as he was. She was a little bit envious of his fame.
Shannon's arrival causes complications.
He wanted to move Shannon in, and Anna Gray had to go. Not because Gary necessarily wanted her to go, but Shannon would not have it.
I don't think Anna left without some degree of regret, because I think she loved Gary and cared about him and valued even their business relationship. And it's my understanding that she and Gary continued to communicate with one another on occasion and didn't ever really lose total contact.
2 years after meeting, Gary and Shannon get married. Gary changes his will again by adding a handwritten codicil or amendment to his 2005 will, naming Shannon as the new executor of his estate. By 2007, Gary Coleman has named 3 different executors to his estate, and none of them are aware of it. Little does he suspect that his relationship with one of them is about to take a darker turn.
She treated him badly. She would yell at him, she would make fun of him.
He was in fear of his life, simply in fear for his life, his physical safety.
Gary Coleman hits the big time as the precocious and smart-mouthed Arnold Jackson on TV's Different Strokes, but his life after the show is plagued with misfortune. Upon his death, he leaves 3 legal documents naming 3 separate executors, and one final question: who is Gary Coleman's rightful heir? May 28, 2010. Shannon Price has just authorized the discontinuation of Gary's life support. But she hides a secret that only she and a handful of others are aware of.
Throughout this time, the public believed that Shannon Price was the wife of Gary Coleman.
But Shannon is, in fact, not Gary's wife. News emerges after Gary's death that he and Shannon were secretly divorced in 2008, 2 weeks shy of their first wedding anniversary.
From what I understand, they kind of got in an argument one night, and they both took it a lot farther than most rational people would take it.
What motivated the divorce was Gary having moments of real clarity understanding that he had made a grave mistake, that he had committed to someone, welcomed someone into his home who certainly was not out for his good.
The divorce is filed under the aliases John and Jane Doe.
We not only put it under fictitious names, aliases, but also sealed the file to prevent others from being able to open up the file and find out private matters about Gary.
He did not want this to come out, and he did not want to have to answer to reporters and to anyone else.
But then she said that they were so in love with each other that they couldn't be apart, so they continued to live together and not, let anybody know that they were divorced.
They did it in haste. I think they both look back and wish they did not get divorced.
Gary and Shannon continue living together, but as Gary's ex-wife, did she have the authority to terminate life support?
I think everyone was sort of suspicious at that point in time as to who she was, how was she able to do this, was it legal for her to do it?
Shannon's lawyer, Todd Bradford, points to Gary's Advanced Healthcare Directive signed in 2006.
That Advanced Healthcare Directive lists Shannon to be able to be the one to make any medical decisions on behalf of Gary, should he not have the right state of mind to make that decision for himself.
Obviously, Utah Valley Regional Medical Center was unaware of the divorce, and it operated in accordance with its standard procedure by following the directive that was on file.
Not everyone is convinced about the legalities of Shannon's actions.
From what I'm told, there was no way that he was going to survive, and why put him through it? I'm upset that she did it because she didn't have the right to do it.
Shannon only gave that okay after consulting with multiple doctors there, after being told that he virtually would be brain dead if he would even survive at all.
A spokesman for the Utah Medical Association defends the hospital's actions by claiming that a family member's wishes overpower what's written in a living will. Gary Coleman and Shannon Price succeed in keeping their 2008 divorce a secret, but they can't keep secret the years of mutual abuse each inflicted upon the other.
She treated him badly. She would yell at him, she would make fun of him.
Shannon would just grab Gary by the wrist and drag him around like a child, or call him, midget and other derogatory names.
He would scream back at her. They would throw things at each other.
In my discussions with the city prosecutor and the police, there was some frustration about the number of times they'd been called.
Gary was extremely self-destructive, particularly as the years passed on. He was extremely self-loathing. He did not believe in himself. In his own words, he felt at some point that he became God's punching bag.
This is far from Gary's first run-in with the law. In 1998, Gary is working as a security guard. One day, he assaults a fan who simply asks him for an autograph. The judge orders him to undergo anger management classes.
He had a temper, but I think he was also incredibly sensitive to how people treated him.
In 2005, he allegedly charges after another man while at the wheel of his truck.
There was a famous incident down at a bowling alley in Payson, Utah, where somebody took his picture and Gary is alleged to have assaulted him.
In 2009, both Gary and Shannon are arrested on charges of domestic violence.
Yes, they had their fights, more than most spouses probably fought. But did they ultimately love each other? Did they always make up after they would call the cops on a domestic violence? They always did.
Months before his death in 2010, Gary is ill and seeking refuge in a shelter. His lawyer, Randy Kester, gets a judge to issue a restraining order against Shannon Price.
Towards the end of their relationship, which was really the end of his life, he was in fear of his life. Simply in fear for his life. His physical safety, in fear of his life.
Most other times he could pretty much defend himself. I mean, he could talk trash just like anybody else, but at that time, he was not in a condition to defend himself. And he just wanted some help to get her to leave him alone.
but Shannon manages to dodge the restraining order.
Technically, she wasn't in violation of the order because she'd never been served and could say, I didn't know anything about it.
If Gary really wanted to follow through with that, he could have found her and he could have served her.
Gary eventually returns to their Santaquin home with Shannon.
She later claimed that it was with his consent and that he was asking her to come and get him, but that's not what I was hearing.
June 14, 2010, recognizing that the 1999 will naming him as executor is outdated, Dion Mial rallies behind Anna Gray to make sure that Shannon Price does not inherit the late actor's estate.
When Shannon Price came forth with the codicil, I knew that if there were anything that I needed to do on Gary's behalf was to make sure that was negated. There was no way that I was going to rest and allow something that bogus to actually prevail.
Both Anna Gray and Shannon Price prepare their case for control over Gary's estate. Meanwhile, a police investigation into Gary's death is underway. Some believe that Gary's fatal fall is suspicious.
Anything is possible in a relationship when you're angry.
Following one-time child star Gary Coleman's death in 2010, two people are left fighting over his estate, ex-wife Shannon Price and Coleman's close friend, Anna Gray. While Shannon and Anna prepare their cases, Santaquin police investigate the nature of Gary's fatal fall.
The investigation by the Santaquin police would have included reviewing the stories and the 911 tapes for the calls to emergency personnel. It also included interviews of the ambulance personnel when they transported Mr. Coleman to the hospital.
There are many theories about the death.
Anything is possible in a relationship when you're angry. I don't know what preceded. Were they yelling at each other? I don't know. I wasn't there. None of us know.
At only 4 feet 8 inches tall, hitting his head that hard, it's not a long way to fall to the floor to create such an horrific injury.
Did he hit his head on something beforehand? I don't know. I always felt that it wasn't really very well documented.
As the police investigation deepens, Special Administrator Robert Jeffs tries to determine what assets of Gary's are at stake. He's in for a big surprise. The one-time superstar is almost penniless when he dies.
Normally, when a will is being contested, you figure there's going to be a large pile of money involved. But in this case, there was no actual money.
There were other items in the home that probably had some value. There was a couple of cars. I know the home eventually went into foreclosure because no one had the funds to make the payment or chose not to make the payment. I don't know.
Mr. Coleman had a real interest in trains, and he did have in his basement some significant area where he had built stands for the trains to be set up on.
If someone told me that it was worth $50,000 to $100,000, I wouldn't be surprised.
But the trains are gone.
I'd heard from others that Shannon had taken a lot of the railroad things of Gary's and taken them to train conventions and sold off a lot of the train equipment and the train cars and that sort of thing.
The fate of Gary's train collection remains unresolved. With little to nothing left in his name, the battle over Gary Coleman's estate becomes one of personalities, not profit.
Both sides have admitted that the money was all gone. The house had been foreclosed. Right now, the only thing they were fighting over was Gary's ashes and his name.
Shannon Price begins to build her case. She needs to prove that her relationship with Gary qualifies as common law after they divorced in 2008 in order for the handwritten codicil to carry any weight.
And you have to prove that you cohabitated, which means basically living together as a husband and wife.
They had to treat each other as husband and spouse, meaning, did you both contribute to your financial well-being? Did you contribute to your physical well-being? If one was sick, did you take care of them?
You also had to hold yourselves out and gain a reputation within the community as husband and wife.
Meanwhile, in October 2010, Santaquin police close their investigation.
That file was closed. I was never provided a copy of that file, so I don't know the details of how they determined that his death was an accidental death.
The police investigated the circumstances of Gary's death and found nothing suspicious.
It's very easy for people to think lots of wonderful, fantastic things.
On May 7, 2012, almost 2 years after his death, the battle over Gary Coleman's estate goes to court. Todd Bradford calls several witnesses who testify that Shannon and Gary did in fact live together.
Their tax preparer, the banker, Gary's agent, and a neighbor who all testified that Gary and Shannon referred to each other as husband and wife, and that they always presented themselves to people that way.
Then Shannon Price provides a Valentine's Day card from Gary as proof of his love for her.
But when asked, well, what did you do for Gary? She could not produce any notes or cards or gifts that she had given Gary to reciprocate.
Shannon's case has hit its first snag. The next day, Anna Gray calls her witnesses.
Anna brought in friends and a neighbor who testified that Shannon's depiction of their life as a fairy tale romance wasn't exactly happily ever after.
Audra Wright, a neighbor of Shannon's, takes the stand.
She testified about how Shannon would be verbally abusive to Gary, physically abusive.
Audra says the couple kept separate bedrooms.
Audra Wright saw both bedrooms, and Shannon Price said that they weren't sleeping together, but that she was staying at the house with Gary because her agent advised her that would be good for her acting and modeling career.
But there's more.
One of them testified that Shannon, while they were living together, post-divorce, but still living together, that Shannon had a boyfriend.
Shannon was seen with this man acting very affectionate in a way one would expect a romantically involved couple to act. Whereas other people said Gary and Shannon did not appear to act in that type of way.
Anna never attempted to subpoena him, to get a hold of him. He was never in the courtroom, never testified. I've never seen this person that these two testified about.
Even more troubling is that even in death, someone is trying to profit from Gary.
Pictures were taken of him while he was dying.
Gary's deathbed picture appears on the cover of a tabloid newspaper in the weeks following his death. It's not known who sent out the photo.
It's my understanding Shannon definitely did not approve that picture being sold or given to the magazine.
While there's no proof, some allege that she made money off the sale.
She made $10,000 off of that picture.
On May 14, 2012, the judge announces his decision. He rules that Shannon Price's relationship with Gary Coleman does not meet the definition of common law. Gary's handwritten codicil is annulled. Shannon is devastated.
She had a hard time. She went in hiding. She just didn't talk to anyone, didn't answer phone calls, just laid low.
On August 31, 2012, Anna Gray is named executor of Gary Coleman's estate.
I was absolutely pleased, but I wasn't surprised.
I believe that Anna Gray has some interest in trying to carry out Mr. Coleman's wishes as far as the disposal or keeping of Mr. Coleman's ashes, so I have every reason to believe that she will follow those wishes.
In October 2012, Shannon withdrew her petition to obtain Gary's ashes from the estate. Anna won't say where they are since, as she says Gary's final wish is to be left alone. Gary Coleman's life was an exercise in contradictions.
I don't miss his pain. I don't miss the way he was. I wish he could have been different. I wish I could have helped him to be different. Then I think I would miss him. But the way he was, no. I feel he is out of it and he's without pain. And that's something that makes me feel okay, that he's not suffering anymore.
No matter the controversies of his later years, people will always remember Gary Coleman.
Great performers you see, have this magic about them. We don't stop talking about Lucille Ball. We don't stop talking about Milton Berle. We don't stop talking about great people. We're still seeing the reruns, you see. Gary is an old soul, you know. He was sent down to this earth to entertain, and he entertained everybody.
Genevieve Gore, the matriarch behind the vast Gore-Tex fortune, dies at the age of 91, leaving behind 5 children, 19 grandchildren, and a company worth billions. Some think more of those billions should go to them.
Some people are able to handle wealth better than others. For some, it corrupts how they think about themselves.
And a nasty legal battle brews over questions of entitlement and the birthright of wealth.
He wanted to be the Paris Hilton of Delaware. I think it's just that simple.
As conflict, treachery, and greed erupt in the family she leaves behind.
They plan this like somebody was almost planning a bank heist.
January 20th, 2005, Genevieve Gore dies at the age of 91. Years earlier, she and her husband Wilbert, known to friends as Vive and Bill, founded a company currently worth billions.
They're incredibly well known in Delaware, but they're also really not big publicity hounds. They're kind of keep to themselves. The children of the Gores still are involved in the company. They still come in and work.
They were considered a dignified, rich family in this community, but not really well known.
Vive's 5 children and 19 grandchildren gather to mourn the woman who bound together their close-knit family. The history of the family and of the company they built is tightly intertwined.
Bill Gore was raised out west, and he came to Wilmington to work for the DuPont Company as an engineer, chemist.
In Newark, Delaware, Vive and Bill raised their 5 children: Bob, Susan, Ginger, David, and Betty.
The Gores were extremely family-centric. I mean, they were known for spending time with their children. They were known for being involved in their children's life. They really stressed values.
One value in particular received special emphasis.
Bill Gore really stressed the work ethic in his family.
They came from a middle-class family in Delaware, and there was a strong work ethic, a strong belief in putting in 9 to 5, a strong belief in commitment.
In 1957, Bill leaves DuPont, taking his work ethic with him, and starts his own company with Vive.
He decided to branch out on his own, and he formed this Gore company, Wilbur L. Gore and Associates.
The company was started in the basement after Bill left DuPont. I'm sure money was tight, so like many entrepreneurs, they either start in the basement or they start in the garage.
1959. The children are growing. Robert, the oldest, is in college. And as Bill and Vive's new company takes its first steps, their eldest daughter, Susan, celebrates her wedding to a young man named Jan Otto.
Jan was not somebody that the Gores, I believe, would have picked for their daughter, Susan. He came from a background that was not similar to hers. He was not wealthy by any means.
Both went to public high school in Delaware and both went off to college in Vermont.
Just over 10 years later, in 1969, Robert, the oldest son who now works for the family company, makes a discovery that will change everything for the Gores. He finds a way to stretch Teflon into a cable so thin that it can be woven into fabric. The new fabric is called Gore-Tex. It revolutionizes the clothing industry.
Eventually, they found that the product could be used for clothing. Gore-Tex is the brand that's best known among Gore's products, and chances are almost everyone in America has something that's made out of Gore-Tex.
Gore-Tex made them probably richer beyond their wildest imagination. It just created this vast wealth for them and their families.
They became millionaires almost overnight.
Today, you know, the Gore company is $3.5 billion. It's all based on, almost all of their products are in this stretched plastic from the 1960s.
The wealth doesn't change the Gore family or their values.
Despite their success, they did not act like millionaires. They did not flaunt their wealth. I mean, they stayed in Newark, which is nice, but it's not Manhattan, it's not LA.
And slowly, steadily built this company up, and they were very low-key. They were never in any scandal. One of his sons ended up taking over the company. So they had a very nice reputation. They were philanthropists, but very quietly about it. Their house is like out in the country. You couldn't even see it from the road, but it was not some elaborate mansion.
But with Viv's death, the fabric that holds this close-knit family together begins to unravel, even as they gather to mourn.
They were united in a moment of silence, in a moment of respect for Genevieve at the funeral. There was a moment where they did come together as one, as a family, to mourn Genevieve, but quickly after that, it started to deteriorate.
And it all has to do with the family trust. After Robert's discovery of Gore-Tex in 1969, Bill and Viv realize they have a problem.
As Gore-Tex grew and Gore-Tex became a bigger corporation, he was becoming more concerned, Bill Gore was becoming more concerned about leaving money for his children. Gore was an incredibly smart man. He had the vision. He had the foresight to see where his company was headed. And he knew that down the line, as the percentage increases, the percentage of the IRS's take is going to increase as well. So they went to their attorney in Delaware and they asked him to help construct a will that they could avoid taxes. It was very, very important to Bill and Genevieve that this remain a family company.
To keep it all in the family, Bill and Viv create two family trusts. The first trust bequeaths company shares to their children. The second, the Pokeberry Trust, will go to the grandchildren.
The Pokeberry Trust was established by Bill and Genevieve Gore in hopes of making sure that their grandchildren all inherited an equal amount of money. Now, it was done in a way in which some of the shares from the company would come from their parents and some would come from the Pokeberry Trust. If you had more children, then your children would get a larger share.
So they created the Pokeberry Trust to take care of their grandchildren with money on top of what their own parents were going to give them.
By the time they create the trust, the Gore family has grown up and out.
Each of those 5 children produced 4 grandchildren, except for Susan. She had 3. They were all raised with the same work ethic and the same commitment to their company and the same values that the Gores grew up with.
All 5 children join the Gore Board of Directors, and Robert replaces his father as CEO.
The Gores worked very hard to instill that sense of work ethic and that sense of commitment and, you know, let's not flaunt our wealth, let's not be extravagant into their children. And their children, except for Susan, took that to heart.
She was sort of a free spirit. That's how I would characterize her.
And just days after the funeral, the family's free spirit reveals an astonishing secret that will shake the family to the core.
Nobody had any clue. Even at the funeral, nobody had any clue.
In 2005, Vive Gore, co-founder of the company that invented Gore-Tex, dies. She leaves behind a loving and close-knit family and a trust to ensure that the company remains in family hands. It all seems very straightforward, but the family is in for a big surprise. About a month after the funeral, Susan Gore phones her siblings one by one to make an astonishing announcement. Back in 2003, at the age of 64, without telling anyone else, she legally adopts a son. And this up-to-now secret son stands in line to inherit the Gore-Tex millions, along with the other 19 grandchildren.
Nobody could anticipate the craziness that would happen with the announcement that Susan had adopted. There was a lot of fighting. Basically, the other Gore children accused her of doing this to seek money, basically hurled insults at her, saying she was, doing this solely for money, that called her greedy. She was definitely the rebel in the family. She was not somebody who was active in the company the way the brothers and sisters were. She definitely was different from the other Gore children. She just marched to the beat of a different drum.
Susan did not tell her brothers and sisters that she had done this. She did not tell her mother. There was no public record of this, so there was no reason for anyone else in the family to know about it. And Susan said, I now have 4 children. Treat them the way that all the other grandchildren are being treated.
Her siblings are blindsided, not just by the fact that Susan is secretly adopted, but by who she is adopted. This is just the latest move in the fight for Vive's money, the final stage of a plot that has been unfolding for years.
Otto's sons, Nathan, Jan, and Joel, all lived pretty well. They were all wealthy, wealthier than most of us will ever be.
Even after divorcing her husband Jan in 1981, Susan and her family spent their money differently than the rest of the Gores.
Bill and Vive Gore wanted to take care of the future generations of the family, and their philosophy was that they wouldn't be a consumptive kind of family. They would pass on their money through the generations, for hundreds of years.
But Susan's youngest son, Nathan, doesn't want to live as modestly as his grandparents did.
You have one of the grandsons, Nate, saying, why should we be like that? We don't need to be 9 to 5. We're wealthy, we're millionaires. We should be enjoying it. He wanted to be the Paris Hilton of Delaware. I think it's just that simple. He wanted to be the limelight. He wanted to be extravagant. He wanted to not have to work. He wanted to be out there showing how wealthy he was, that he was a member of the Gore family and enjoying all the benefits he believed came with being a member of the Gore family.
So in 2001, 36-year-old Nathan sends a proposal to the family.
Nate sends out a memo to his aunts and uncles and cousins, which is entitled From Nouveau Riche to Sustainable Wealth. And in it, he says that that a major wealthy family is living a middle-class lifestyle, and they're losing the opportunity to benefit themselves in the world. And that's very shocking for a member of the Gore family to say something like that.
Nathan argues that keeping their fortune in Gore stock instead of diversifying limits their potential financial growth. He also says they could do more for themselves and the world by living the life they were born into, the life of the wealthy.
He felt he was entitled to the money. In the memo he sent out, he talks in there about how the world would benefit from himself and his grandchildren living the lifestyle that comes with being born into wealth.
But the Gore siblings reject Nathan's proposals.
It was well-reasoned, they weren't going to buy it. They thought of it as the family would be the stewards of this fortune. They would pass it down maybe for 3 centuries. And that as a steward, your role is not to spend it lavishly, and it's not to spend it irresponsibly.
Nathan's frustration grows when 1 year later he discovers that he and his brothers will receive a smaller share of the Pokeberry Trust than his cousins. Bill and Vive assume that Susan's children will inherit more from her, since she has fewer kids to split her shares between, and since the other grandkids will inherit less from their parents. They tried to make up for that by giving the other kids equal shares through the Pokeberry Trust, and that is what upsets Nathan.
It was reported, although not verified that a share in the trust was worth $66,000. Now, because of the way the trust was structured in the will, his cousins would receive 420 shares. So that's roughly $27 million. Him and his brothers were receiving 95 shares, which is roughly $6 million. And I know it's hard to feel sorry for somebody who's getting $6 million, but when you compare that his cousins are getting $27 million for something that nobody has any control of, I can certainly understand his frustration.
But it's not like they're on the street. I mean, you've got these businesses and you know, they're living better than you and I.
There is nothing the Ottos can do to increase their share, not as long as Susan has one less child than her siblings.
Nathan came up with the idea, the adoption, by having a fourth child under the exact terms of the trust that would give each of the Otto children, natural and adopted, a greater share of this trust.
But no one could imagine where the adoption search will lead them.
Who would ever think you would write a line that said, Susan Gore was 64, her new son was 65?
After the death of billionaire Vive Gore, her daughter Susan shocks her siblings when she reveals that she has secretly adopted a fourth son to give her other children a bigger slice of the inheritance. But the identity of her new son is an even bigger shock to the Gores. After rejecting several adoption candidates, Susan is running out of options. Her ex-husband Jan suggests a very surprising candidate, himself.
They were joking, and he did say, well, if we can't find anybody to adopt, you might as well adopt me. And everybody laughed, but then they started thinking, hey, wait a second, they may be onto something here. And eventually they thought about it and they realized that he probably is the best candidate for them to adopt. And that's when they decided to move forward.
Jan points out to Susan that he is the best choice because, after all, as he says, he has the best interests of all involved parties at heart. Convinced, Susan decides to adopt her ex-husband. She asks him to come to Wyoming, where she now lives and where adult adoption is legal.
The exact arrangement between Jan and Susan was that they would go to Wyoming. She would adopt him solely for the purposes of circumventing the Gore's trust. They would not tell anybody about the adoption until after Genevieve's passing, in which case they would make the announcement because that would substantially increase the amount of money that her sons would receive. It was kept secret, and Jan did not want anything from Susan. His only concern at that time was he did not want to incur any personal expenses or any debt doing this.
Amazingly, the courts in Wyoming allowed this.
Adoption, 98-point-something% of the time, maybe higher, is done, for reasons of wanting to give someone a home who doesn't have one. Give a child a home who doesn't have one, and sometimes an older person, a youth or an adult even. But it isn't very frequently, to the best of my knowledge, and I know a little about this, it is rare for it to be used as a means of extracting money from someone. The fact is that in every adoption, a judge, someone says, yes, this is okay, this can proceed. That means in this case, in the Gore case, a judge, someone, said, oh, it's okay, this woman can adopt her ex-husband.
After Genevieve's death in 2005, she announced, by the way, 2 years ago, I happened to adopt my ex-husband, who's 3 years older than me.
When I first heard that Susan had adopted her ex, I laughed because it just struck me as crazy. And that the business community probably looked at it the same way. Oh, that's just sort of a crazy family issue. It has to do with the trust. It has to do with the inheritance. People do wild things. They fight when they've never fought before.
And that unleashed what I called a tsunami of protest from the other branches of the family.
From Susan and her family's point of view, the adoption simply makes things fair for everyone.
They made the argument that, the adoption was legal. It was legally recognized in Wyoming. It should be transferred under Delaware law. And for all legal purposes, Jan should be considered a grandchild of the Gores.
After all, the Pokeberry Trust includes adopted children. But the other grandchildren don't buy it.
The cousins immediately objected, and that just started a long, long court battle. They filed court papers immediately and called Jan Otto a sham beneficiary and accused him of double crossing, and it unleashed this gigantic, what I call the Gore War.
I believe it was 2005 they entered mediation, and that mediation dragged on, but Susan would not back down from what she wanted, which was an equal share for her children.
The two sides of the family are now bitterly divided.
They must have been delusional to think that this would be accepted by the rest of the family. But when you're scheming in these ways to try to work around the constraints of the will, of the trust, you're not being rational. The ends come before the means. At this point, you don't care about the rest of the family. Your goal is to put more money in your pocket.
Attempts to reach a settlement drag on.
The Gores made an effort to settle this out of court because the last thing they wanted was their dirty laundry being aired in court documents, so something Bill and Genevieve have avoided all their life. And they were afraid family secrets would get out.
According to the court record, they almost came to an agreement. They were almost there a few times.
They tried a couple of things to resolve it, but under none of the circumstances would Susan's children still receive an equal share. And that was the goal of the adoption, and Susan wouldn't hear of it. She wanted her children to receive an equal amount of share as their cousins, and that was the only thing she would accept.
Then, out of left field comes news that will make this fight even more complicated. The newest Gore grandchild, and also the oldest, has had a change of heart.
When he originally agreed to be adopted by Susan, he went to Susan and said, well, I'm willing to do this as a protest of how the trust is structured and to look out for our children because I don't think it's fair for what's happening to our children.
Jan has assured Susan that he would divide his share of the inheritance between their three sons, keeping nothing for himself. But as the dispute drags on, he drops a bombshell.
He changed his mind and said he wanted money. He wanted to get what he was entitled to with the trust. He was now legally a grandchild of the Gores, and he wanted what he was entitled to as a grandchild of the Gores.
And he had reneged on his word that he wasn't going to get anything.
Jan wants his share of the Gore millions. He claims that he and Susan never signed an agreement about the adoption, and so he has a right to the money.
Susan went ballistic over that. She believed that they had this arrangement. She believed that he was doing this solely to look out for the best interest of their children, and now it turns out he's looking out for his own interest.
Susan's plan to win her sons a bigger piece of the pokeberry pie erupts into a three-way legal war.
The plan went wrong in 12 different ways.
Susan was furious. Nathan was furious. They were a cohesive unit fighting against everybody else for what they believed was the fair share of their children. Now you have they're fighting, and it starts to break down in their camp because they're all fighting amongst each other.
This battle, pitted cousin against cousin, brother against sister, and pretty much everybody against Jan Otto.
With both the Ottos and the Gores outraged at this new turn of events, the mediation collapses.
They just went at it, and each side dug in and went all the way to trial.
The Gores and the Ottos now face a judge who determines that the dispute will be divided into two trials.
He decided to break it up because the first issue that had to be decided was whether Jan Otto could get any share of this money.
The second issue is whether the adoption is valid, thus giving Susan's children a bigger inheritance. This is for the second trial to determine. In March 2010, 5 years after Viv's death, the judge considers the first question: is Jan entitled to keep his share of the trust for himself? Susan argues in court that Jan's claim to the trust is a betrayal of their agreement. It is not the first time he has betrayed her and her sons, nor turned to Susan for money. Though Jan was highly educated, a National Merit Scholar with an undergraduate degree from Cornell, a master's in physics from Dartmouth, and a business degree from Harvard, for some reason he never got a job in those fields. During his marriage to Susan, he did some teaching and worked at a sawmill.
Susan definitely was the breadwinner in that family, and he did not have the money to help support the children.
In the final years of their 22-year marriage, Jan had been seeing another woman.
At some point, he left her, and there was an allegation in the lawsuit that he left her with a note on her windshield, on a windshield of his truck, and took off. His lawyers denied that, and it was never proven one way or the other, but that was the allegation in the lawsuit, that he just split and stopped having contact with the sons and his ex-wife for years and years.
The divorce was extremely bitter, and it was extremely expensive.
Susan and Jan communicate very little after the divorce. Then, out of the blue, nearly 20 years later, Susan contacts him about her difficulties with the Pokeberry Trust.
I don't know why Susan thought she could trust him to adopt, especially based on the rocky relationship they had after their marriage. I have to believe that the only reason she picked him was they were out of options.
Whatever her reason, Susan accepts his offer and the adoption goes forward.
Susan went off and did this, and that kind of fits her character a little bit. She has her own idea, she has her own perspective on things. It's very different from her brothers and sisters, and this is just another example.
But Susan makes one critical mistake. They never sign an agreement.
They never signed that because it could have jeopardized the actual technical adoption in Wyoming.
And so, in 2010, Jan files a claim that he never waived his right to the Pokeberry Trust. And at trial, his true motive is discovered when his diary is presented as evidence.
Somehow the attorneys got a hold of it through discovery.
And according to his diary notes, Jan had a change of heart a mere 11 days after the adoption. He was thinking about double-crossing his ex-wife and new mom all along.
Around that point, he started writing in his journal of how he had sort of a flash of cupidity where, maybe I could take some of the dividends, or maybe I could have some of the trust money. And that sort of took root in his journals and in his mind.
The scales are tipped in 2004 when Jan is working at his son's ranch.
He had a dispute with his son Jan's daughter, and over a horse, a sale of a horse or something, and some working conditions, and he got fired. His son fired him.
After his son threatens to withhold his severance, Jan writes in his diary that he can no longer trust his sons to take care of him.
And at that point, he decided that he was going to try to get some of this money. And his lawyers fought for it.
The Gore's lawyer attacks Jan's character.
And the lawyer just decided that he had acted with quote-unquote unclean hands by making all these pledges and assurances and promises and then reneging on them.
The notes that Jan made in his diary played into that because that was most of the evidence needed to prove that he did this strictly for the money. He had no other goal, there was no other aspiration behind this other than to get the money that he felt he would be entitled to as a grandchild of the Gores. He just came across as sleazy.
The diary entries and the letters and emails he sent to Susan and Nathan stack up against Jan, and after reviewing them, the judge reaches his decision.
The judge just termed his behavior quote-unquote deplorable and ruled that he could not have a single penny from this trust.
It's settled. Jan will not collect a cent. The first battle has been waged and won. Now the second trial will determine what, if anything, the adoption means for Susan's son's inheritance. And soon the real motive for Susan's lawsuit is revealed.
She had 3,900 shares of stock. It had to be worth well over $100 million. What happened to all that money?
5 years after the death of Vive Gore, her family is in court to determine whether daughter Susan's adopted son, her ex-husband Jan, will be recognized as an official grandchild, assuring her other real sons a bigger piece of the trust.
And in the second trial, it turned to why would Susan and her branch be entitled to this amount of money?
As it turns out, there's a reason that Susan is so determined to increase her son's inheritance. She's trying to make up for her own mistakes.
The Pokeberry Trust assumed that every single one of the 5 children would be responsible enough to set aside shares of stock that they were expected to pass down to their own children.
They were expected to get more from their parents because there were less in that family.
But Susan's family has been asking her for money for years.
She said she invested millions in her son Jan's airplane business. She'd bequeathed shares, so many of her own shares, to her children. And what they did with them, only they know. But she went through a lot of money. She was sitting on a Powerball ticket, and somehow it evaporated.
In court, it comes out that not only had Susan given her sons money, she had even hired Nathan as her financial advisor. His first suggestion as her advisor? That she liquidate her remaining Gore shares and give them to him and his brothers.
Nate's financial situation at the time was not solid because most of the other children were involved in the company. He was not as involved in the company. He was not drawing a paycheck from Gore.
When Susan is reluctant to sell, only then does he discover and propose addressing the Pokeberry Trust problem.
Susan did not have the money to leave him, and he was still going to get $6 million, but why, settle for 6 when you can get 27?
Susan had tried to address this before. When Susan first raises the issue to the family, she reads from a prepared statement and stumbles over the words. At one point, Nathan stands up to help her with a word she can't pronounce.
One thing that's very clear, if you following the court's opinion and following this case, Nate was strictly out for money.
There was the expectation that as the son or daughter of Bill and Genevieve Gore, you had a responsibility to set aside those shares of stock. And perhaps that was the way that they were trying to instill some financial responsibility in their children, which perhaps would then be passed on to their grandchildren. Many parents, when they're sending a child off to college, if they're able to pay for college, will say to the child, here's your check for the semester. If you run out, don't come back. That's essentially what Bill and Genevieve Gore said to their children. Here are your shares of stock, but you're expected to pass down these many shares of stock to your children. Don't come back for more.
For 4 of the Gore children, this goal was achieved, but not for Susan.
Susan obviously felt that she had let down her children and was trying to find a way to make up for it.
The other Gore children had saved their money, they invested wisely, they were not extravagant. Susan, on the other hand, took a completely different vibe.
By the late 1990s, Susan, then in her late 50s, is on the brink of bankruptcy.
She had 3,900 shares of stock. It had to be worth well over $100 million. What happened to all that money?
After her divorce from Jan in 1981, Susan begins exploring a controversial movement called transcendental meditation.
I believe after her marriage to Jan, she was distraught. She was looking for a place to belong. She definitely was not feeling that she belonged with the Gore family because she was so different. She had pursued a different path. Her relationship with the Gores was also a little strained because of her marriage. Her relationship with her parents was a little strained because of her marriage, and she was looking for a place to belong.
What happened to Susan Otto, the fact that she became so easily influenced and under the sway of TM, is not an uncommon story. When people are going through a painful period, when they're troubled, that point in their life, at that juncture, they are more vulnerable to be recruited by a totalistic or cult-like group. Because the group comes to you not as a destructive group, but as a benign, helpful group that will help you out of your depression, out of this difficult time in your life, with answers, with practices to give you peace of mind, joy, fulfillment.
And that is exactly what transcendental meditation promises.
Maharishi Mahesh Yogi was the founder of the Transcendental Meditation movement, which began in India and then became an international organization around the world. It began really in the 1960s, and it became popularized by the Beatles. John Lennon, Paul McCartney, Ringo Starr, George Harrison went to India and lived in a kind of intentional community that was centered around Maharishi Mahesh Yogi.
Made famous overnight by the Beatles' endorsement, the founder of TM, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, begins teaching transcendental meditation around the globe.
He believed that this meditation could promote good health, could give you peace of mind, and as the years went by, the claims became even more fantastic, that it could bring peace to the world, that meditation done in groups could reduce the crime rate, could pacify areas of the world. Maharishi Mahesh Yogi claimed that he could teach people to fly. To the objective observer, it looked like people hopping in a lotus position on a mat.
Inner peace does not always come cheap.
People were giving money for courses, for meditation, hoping to make the world a better place.
Susan gives enormous sums of money to TM.
At that point, she still had a good amount of her money left. She had funded a program that was going to introduce the Transcendental Meditation movement to inmates in federal correctional facilities in the United States.
She even moves across the country to Fairfield, Iowa, home of a university founded by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi.
She had gone to Iowa to this Maharishi University, and it broke her health, and it broke her fortune.
When Susan finally leaves the movement in 1995, she is not in good shape.
Transcendental meditation, which can be seen as transinduction or self-hypnosis, can have debilitating effects. It puts you in a disassociated state. You become highly suggestible, and former members have said that this can be destructive.
It almost destroyed her, I think, physically and mentally. I don't know, it's supposed to help you out, but apparently it had the opposite effect on her health and her mental and physical health and her financial health as well.
By 1999, she was living in a monastery, basically convalescing, because she just couldn't take the strain anymore.
When she finally recovers, Susan has hardly any money left. And so, she turns to her mother.
She had to go back to Genevieve to ask for her shares from the trust to help get her back on her feet. And Genevieve was reluctant at first, but then she started to come around, and she did give Susan a good amount of money, clearly not as much as her brothers and sisters had, but certainly enough for her to live a comfortable, I'd say, middle-class lifestyle. The rest of the family was not happy about that. Susan's brothers and sisters very much looked down on her for being involved in the cult, and I think they looked at it as an example of her being easily manipulated. I think they also looked at it as she was, wasting money that her parents had worked very hard for to give her.
Some in court are stunned by the news of her involvement in TM.
The public found out about this through the court hearings. Well, that was the first real hint of that anything was unusual with the Gore family, or that there was a member of the Gore family who was not as conservative as the other members of the Gore family. This is another example of the Gores and why they wanted to go to mediation and why they wanted to really keep this case out of the courts and out of the public, because they knew some of this damaging stuff about them would come out, and that was a really big concern for them.
And the judge is not impressed.
The financial impact it took on her, leaving her with less money for her children, that really played into the court's decision.
Things do not look good for Susan or her family, but a long-forgotten document will change everything.
Out of the blue, it came out that the Otto grandchildren had found that there was a trust that was devised several months before the Pokeberry Trust.
6 years after their mother, Vive Gore, is buried, the Gore family is in court. It's time for the judge to decide if Susan Gore's adoption of her ex-husband is valid, and whether it goes against Bill and Vive's true intent when they made the Pokeberry Trust. Intentions that Vive fought hard for when she was alive, as courtroom testimony reveals.
Well, Nathan had approached her several times about changing the will before her passing.
Nathan can't convince his grandmother. She refuses to change the trust and is very upset. Another Gore grandson and Nathan's cousin testifies that he visits her and asks why.
She looked at him and said, "The vultures are circling, waiting for me to die," because they had been asking her to change this trust without mentioning adoption. And so she was really wary of them, and she got angry and upset and was very firm that she was not going to change this trust. But that's a pretty prescient statement, the vultures are circling. And they were.
But Nathan doesn't give up and approaches Vive again, this time at her 90th birthday party.
He cornered Genevieve at her birthday party and was forcefully trying to convince her to change the will so that he could get equal shares as his cousins. And that was very upsetting, and that was upsetting to a lot of people. And, to the point that Susan even had to tell him to calm down and sort of move him away because she could see how upset and how distraught Genevieve was becoming.
I mean, she's 90 years old. She's lived her life. She's done well. She's seen all her grandchildren be fabulously rich. And I think she was fed up with them at this point.
The testimony that Nathan had confronted Genevieve at her birthday party and forcefully and pointedly tried to convince her to change the will influenced the judge's decision, because that was another example of how the will, structured the way it is clearly the Gore's intent and clearly what the Gores wanted.
The judge also addresses the alleged unfairness in the trust in his decision about the validity of Jan Otto's adoption and whether the true Otto son should inherit more.
The judge ruled that the unfairness didn't lie with the Pokeberry Trust as set out by Bill and Genevieve Gore, because the Pokeberry Trust contributed what it was supposed to contribute in terms of inheritance. The unfairness, as the judge put it, lay in the fact that Susan had already spent her shares of stock and that she didn't contribute her end of the deal.
The court rejects the adoption and declares that Jan is not a grandchild in the eyes of the Pokeberry Trust. Nathan and his brothers will get nothing more. After a 6-year dispute, the Gore siblings are relieved to finally have the matter settled.
Considering that the judge ruled in favor of the intent of the trust, I would imagine that Bill Gore would have been pleased and displeased. Pleased that the intent of the trust was backed up by the judge's decision, and probably heartbroken by the steps that Susan took to try to take advantage of the way that the trust was structured.
But Susan thinks she has an ace up her sleeve. Another trust was found during the discovery phase of the trial, and that trust could change everything.
Out of the blue, it came out that they had found that there was a trust that was devised several months before the Pokeberry Trust, and it gave each grandchild an equal share. And it was submitted as the real intent of Bill and Vive Gore to show that, yes, the children, or the Gores, really wanted all the grandchildren to have an equal share.
It was drafted in May 1972, 5 months before the October Pokeberry Trust.
If not for discovery in this litigation, nobody would have ever found out about that original May 1972 will. That's kind of interesting that the Gores, that it was activated, but it was kept such a secret that nobody found out about till 30-some years later while going through his notes for discovery.
But that came out of left field, and I was like, oh, maybe there is, maybe there is something to this. As a reporter, I'm listening to it going, oh, this throws a wrinkle into everything. The fact that there's 2 trusts was a little surprising, and then even the judge said, was there any reason I shouldn't take this trust as seriously as the other one? But he ultimately ruled that the Pokeberry Trust, because it was done the way they had done all the other trusts in the same process, was the valid one.
Susan and her legal team disagree, and so they decide to seize one final chance to overturn the judge's decision, and she appeals to the Supreme Court.
They challenged the October Trust because based on the May Trust, which again nobody knew about, they would be entitled to more money.
There were several arguments that were made. The most important one, which is the one that the court focused on, was what were the intent of Bill and Viev, as they called her, Genevieve Gore, when they executed or signed a May Trust agreement and followed by an October Trust agreement.
The attorneys for the other Gore family members contest the May Trust validity.
What did they really mean by creating this May instrument, saying it was irrevocable, then putting it in a drawer, never telling anyone about it, not going through the formalities of execution as they had done for 26 other trusts that they had created in their lifetime?
Could the Gores have forgotten about it? Or did they change their minds?
This CPA who worked for the Gore family for years testified that in the late 70s he was given a bunch of different trusts to help them prepare an estate plan for the family. And this other trust that came out in the trial was never part of that. And that he was always worked on the assumption that the Pokeberry Trust that Wilbert Gore had given him was the one that covered anything. And he, as to the other trust, he testified, I never heard of it before.
It was put in a drawer and never shown to anyone. None of the children, none of the grandchildren ever knew that it existed. It really wasn't, the May instrument really wasn't discovered until the litigation began, 40 years after it had been signed. So we concluded that the October Trust was really the only competent expression of the intent of Bill and Genevieve Gore.
The justices of the Supreme Court just ruled that there was no grounds for appeal, and it's a moot issue now.
According to the court decision, it was not Bill and Vieve's intention to ensure all grandchildren had equal shares at all costs.
They couched it in terms of expectation, meaning we expect the children to do this. If they do not, for whatever reason, and they're free to do what they want with those shares, but if they do not, then it will have an adverse effect on their children. And that's what happened.
The dispute is finally settled, but the Gore family reputation has been altered forever.
When this case broke, it was a little bit before the financial crisis hit, but it wasn't resolved till after the financial crisis hit. And I think it was hard to get sympathy from a public that, when a lot of people are struggling financially, to see basically what amounted to millionaires squabbling over pennies. And I think that did leave a bad taste in the mouths of some people in Delaware.
Neither Bill nor Vieve could ever have imagined what would come of their attempt to preserve Gore and Associates for the next generation.
Chemicals and molecules work by much more predictable rules than people, particularly family members.
Vieve and Bill would be spinning in their graves over this.
Jan's greed cost him far more than a piece of the Gore's fortune. It has forever cost him his family.
At the trial, Jan sat by himself. No one talked to him the whole time. The only person he talked to was his attorney, and it was sort of pathetic watching him sort of, trying to get a piece of this fortune that he had walked out on years ago, and everybody basically ignoring him as if he wasn't even there.
While his sons, according to Justice Steele's decision, will inherit exactly what the Pokeberry Trust dictates, and not a cent more.
I do think most people would agree that the will is unfair, and I think most people would understand efforts to reasonably change the will and reasonably try to make the will structured a lot more favorably towards them and a lot more even among the grandchildren. But when those efforts were not successful, it seemed like they resorted to a lot of forceful and definitely through the adoption, underhanded methods. And I think that's definitely the line that should not have been crossed.
Fair or not, that, according to the court, was what Bill and Vieve intended when they created the trust.
Well, a lot of people say that the Gores could not imagine something like this happening, but their lawyer warned them, and their lawyer actually used that language. things will happen that you can't imagine if you structure your trust this way. There will be divorces, there will be possibly stepchildren, there will be adoptions, there will be a lot of things that we can't conceive of now that may, in 1972, that may be commonplace by the time you pass and this will goes into effect. And he was still adamant that this will be structured in the way that it was.
What is the moral of the story? One would be that, when it comes to money, people will do almost anything to try to get what they think is rightfully theirs, or to create the idea that this is rightfully theirs. I don't think there's like a diminished view of the Gore family from people I've spoken with, but they do wonder, what was that lady thinking by adopting her ex-husband, really just such an unusual adoption. Certainly, if you mention the Gore name to people around Delaware now, the people that follow the story would just wonder, what happened with it? What happened in that branch of the family?
I think the public in Delaware looks at Gores as a lot more dysfunctional than they used to look at the Gores. I don't know that it's permanently damaged the Gores' reputation because it's really Susan who caused all this. I think Susan's reputation got severely damaged through this. But as for the rest of the Gore children, I'm not so sure that people in Delaware have a less favorable opinion of them now than they did before the trial started.
It's always interesting what wealth does to people, what it does to companies. Success really does plant the seeds of failure, and if you can find a way to avoid that in your company, then you've established a culture that is likely to lead to that company being successful for generations to come. It is much more difficult to do that with family. And we should not be too critical of the Gores. Overall, they're a family that is well respected, that has contributed to their communities, and that has certainly contributed an incredibly successful company that employs 10,000 people. It's not the worst thing that's ever happened.
Bill and Vive's trust ensures that the company will survive for generations to come.
I believe it will be successful in the end. I believe that the company's been incredibly successful. The company's well run. It's grown significantly. I think even Gore would be surprised I think Bill Gore would be surprised today how huge that Gore-Tex has become.
Hikers are still wearing Gore-Tex. They're putting those backpacks on, and they have their special lining on their ski coats, and nothing's changed in that respect.